Hello to all fans of Naruto Lemon. I will post all Naruto Lemon Yaoi, Yuri, or Naruko Lemon stories only on the Boosty channel because Uncle YouTube condemns this. Therefore, I invite everyone who wants Naruto Lemon content to my Boosty channel. Good luck.
お前はどこまで見えている俺の死に様か
Naruto groaned as the sunlight streamed through the window, piercing through his eyelids. Slowly blinking awake, he instinctively reached out to rub his head, his hand brushing against something unfamiliar, long strands of hair. His eyes shot open, the unfamiliar weight of his body immediately sending a jolt of confusion through him. "What the?" he muttered, his voice softer, higher pitched than usual. Panic surged as he threw the covers off and looked down at his body. No longer the lean, sun-kissed 11-year-old boy figure he remembered, but a smaller, more delicate form, a girl's body. Wait, what's going on? His heart raced, and he stumbled to the nearby mirror hanging on the wall. Staring back at him was not the spiky-haired blonde ninja he expected but a girl with thick, bushy brown hair and big, brown eyes. Her face was rounder, her features softer. She looked to be about 11 years old. Naruto's mouth hung open. He poked his cheeks, pulled at his hair, and twisted his body this way and that. "Am I a girl?" she gasped, inspecting her new form. Who is this girl? She had no memories of her past, this girl's past, but Naruto couldn't help the spark of excitement flaring in her chest. A new body, a new life, and an entirely new adventure. Grinning from ear to ear, Naruto thrust her fist into the air with a triumphant shout. "All right. Let's go." But amidst that excitement, one glaring issue remained, the hair. This girl had way too much of it. The wild, bushy brown locks cascaded down her back in an unruly mess. "This is not happening," Naruto groaned, trying to tame the mane, her fingers tangling hopelessly in the mass. It was nothing like his usual spiky style. After a few futile attempts, she sighed and decided to deal with it later. Then, a voice drifted up from downstairs. "Hermione. Breakfast is ready, dear." Naruto blinked, tilting her head. Hermione? It took a moment for the realization to sink in. Whoever this girl was, her name was Hermione. The name felt strange on her tongue, but Naruto figured she could roll with it for now. "Coming." Naruto called out, her voice cracking slightly as she adjusted to the new pitch. She took one last glance in the mirror, grinning at the challenge ahead. With a determined smile, she dashed out of the room and down the stairs, her new body nimble but unfamiliar underfoot. The smell of bacon and toast filled the air, and for a moment, Naruto's worries about waking up in another world began to fade. The sight of a warm, cozy kitchen greeted her as she bounded down the last few steps. Two people were bustling about, clearly her parents, well, Hermione's parents. The man, with salt and pepper hair, was reading the newspaper, and the woman, with soft, kind eyes, was flipping pancakes at the stove. They both smiled warmly when they saw her. "Good morning, sweetheart," her mother greeted. "Come sit down, we've got something exciting to share with you today." Naruto grinned back awkwardly, plopping into the chair they had clearly prepared for her. It felt weird, being called sweetheart and having parents who were so loving, so different from his past life. In the Hidden Leaf Village, he had been an orphan, ostracized by the villagers. His heart clenched briefly at the thought, but he quickly pushed it away. New life, new me, she reminded herself. "So, Hermione." Her dad began, folding his newspaper neatly, looking at her with a mix of pride and excitement. "Today is a big day." Naruto raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. She was about to ask what they meant when a knock came from the door. Her parents exchanged knowing smiles before her mother wiped her hands on her apron and moved to answer it. Through the open door, a tall, stern-looking woman with square glasses and an air of authority stepped into the house. She was dressed in a dark green robe and held a letter in her hand. The moment Naruto laid eyes on her, she knew this was no ordinary visitor. "Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Granger," the woman said politely, though her gaze flickered to Naruto, or rather, Hermione, with a glimmer of something more. Professor McGonagall. Hermione's parents greeted the woman warmly, clearly expecting her. McGonagall stepped forward, extending the letter. I am pleased to inform you, Miss Granger, that you have been accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Naruto's jaw dropped. Witchcraft and, what? She blinked in confusion. Wait, what? It was one thing to wake up in a different world as a different person, but now she was being told she was a witch. A witch. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Hogwarts, Miss Granger. You're a witch, and it's time for you to start your magical education. Naruto couldn't help it, she let out a whoop of excitement, jumping from her chair. Magic? No way. She practically bounced on her feet, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The mere thought of learning magic filled her with exhilaration. Who needed chakra and jutsu when there was magic? She was ready for this. McGonagall, slightly taken aback by her enthusiasm, continued. Yes, well, the magical world can be surprising. You'll have much to learn, Miss Granger. Naruto, or rather Hermione for now, grinned ear to ear. She had no idea who this Hermione Granger was supposed to be, but if it meant diving into a new adventure, she was all in. A new world, magic, loving parents, this was shaping up to be an adventure far beyond her wildest dreams. Without waiting another second, Naruto dashed towards the door. I'm ready. Let's go, she called, glancing over her shoulder at her parents, who watched her with puzzled amusement. Her mother chuckled. Well, someone's certainly excited. Her father grinned, happy seeing his daughter so happy. Naruto's heart skipped a beat at the mention of the name again. Hermione Granger, huh? Well, that was a name she could get used to, at least for now. And as she ran back to her new parents, a surge of excitement coursing through her veins, she knew one thing for sure, this was going to be one crazy adventure. Magic, new life, new world, bring it on. The train to Hogwarts, and a certain ninja can't wait. Chapter Summary. Yes, I skipped her shopping here. I did not think you needed to read a thing that has hundreds of stories with the same thing with shopping for magic things. I want to get into the story. But Hermione gets on the train and meets her two best friends. The platform at King's Cross was buzzing with excitement, full of students hurrying to get aboard the famous Hogwarts Express. Among them, one girl simply could not contain her energy. She bounced up and down on the balls of her feet, her bright smile wide enough to light up the entire platform. The girl was Naruto, well, Hermione now, and she was more excited than she could ever remember being. Her new parents, standing by her side, exchanged glances filled with warmth and a hint of lingering surprise. In just one short month, their once quiet and shy daughter had undergone a complete transformation. Before, Hermione Granger had struggled to make friends, always the quiet, bookish child who kept to herself. But ever since that life-altering day when she discovered she was a witch, everything had changed. Hermione, or Naruto, grinned up at her parents, her new tight brown hair bun bobbing slightly as she shifted her weight. The bushy hair had been a battle. Naruto wanted to chop it all off the day after meeting Professor McGonagall, but her new mother had firmly said, no. They compromised with the trim, but even so, the hair still hung well past her shoulders but a lot more thinner, often ending up tied back in a bun or tucked beneath the baseball cap Naruto now wore backward, a look that her parents still found different. Most of the time, she dressed in loose, comfortable boys' clothes, much to her mother's confusion but eventual acceptance. Naruto didn't care, she felt like herself in this new, tomboyish style. The kids in the neighborhood didn't seem to mind either. In fact, Naruto had made fast friends with nearly all of them, playing football, or soccer, as she still called it in her head, and running wild through the streets. It was like the kids were drawn to her energetic, carefree attitude and pranks, so different from the shy Hermione they had once known. Her parents still seemed amazed that their daughter, who had never been particularly outgoing, now had a group of friends who were practically inseparable. In just 1 month, Naruto had turned everything around, and now, here she was, a soon-to-be witch, ready for her next adventure. "You're sure you've got everything?" her father asked, resting a hand on her shoulder as they stood near the entrance to platform 9 3/4. "Everything's packed," Naruto assured them, hugging her mother tightly. "All right, I promise. You're gonna hear all about the magic stuff." I will be able to do. Her face lit up with excitement, eyes gleaming as she imagined all the adventures ahead. "I'll send loads of letters. There's gonna be spells, and potions, and flying on brooms, and who knows what else." Her parents laughed, hugging her tightly. "We're so proud of you, Hermione. Go make some wonderful memories," her mother said with a gentle smile, tears shining in her eyes. Naruto squeezed them both one more time before turning toward the train, her heart racing with anticipation. "Bye. I'll miss you, but not too much, 'cause there's going to be so much cool stuff happening," she yelled with a grin, waving over her shoulder as she darted toward the train. The Hogwarts Express gleamed under the afternoon sun, steam billowing from its smokestack. Naruto bolted down the platform and then on the train, weaving through crowds of students, her heart pounding with excitement. She finally found a compartment and slid open the door, only to be greeted by a nervous-looking boy with messy black hair and round glasses. He was fidgeting with his hands, looking somewhat lost. Naruto plopped down across from him without hesitation, throwing her backpack onto the seat beside her. "Hey. I'm Hermione, well, Naruto, but you can call me either," she said cheerfully. The boy blinked, clearly surprised by her energy. "What's your name?" The boy hesitated for a moment before replying, "I'm Harry. Harry Potter." His voice was soft, unsure. Naruto raised an eyebrow, a grin spreading across her face. "Well, nice to meet you, Harry. You nervous?" "Don't be. This is gonna be so much fun." She leaned forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I mean, magic. Can you believe it? We get to learn magic. This whole thing is just so awesome." Harry blinked again, the tension in his shoulders easing just a bit. He couldn't help but smile at her infectious enthusiasm. "Yeah. I guess it is pretty exciting." "Exciting?" Naruto scoffed, shaking her head. "It's more than exciting, it's the coolest thing ever. I mean, we could be learning to fly in just a few days." She threw her hands up dramatically, and Harry laughed, the nervousness melting away. Just as they were settling in, the door to the compartment slid open, revealing a tall, red-haired boy with freckles. He stood awkwardly in the doorway, looking at Harry with wide eyes. Hey. You're Harry Potter, right? Mind if I sit here?" Naruto's brow furrowed. She could tell this kid was here for one thing, something to do/want with/ from Harry. There was something too eager in his gaze, and she wasn't having any of it. "Actually, this compartment's kind of full," she said bluntly, crossing her arms and giving the boy a grin that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Try the next one." The redhead blinked, his mouth hanging open for a second before he awkwardly mumbled, "Oh, okay," and shuffled away. Harry looked at her, wide-eyed. "Did you just?" Naruto shrugged casually. "Meh, I didn't like the vibe. Seemed like he only wanted to hang out with you 'cause he wanted something from you. You don't need that." Before Harry could respond, another boy appeared in the doorway. This one had slicked back blonde hair and a proud, arrogant posture. Well, if it isn't Harry Potter," he drawled, looking Harry up and down. "I'm Draco Malfoy." Naruto's eyes narrowed at the tone. Something about this guy reminded her of Sasuke, cold, standoffish. But she saw through the act immediately. This kid was putting up a front. "I've heard all about you, Potter," Draco continued, his eyes flicking to Naruto briefly, though his focus was on Harry. "You don't want to be making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." Naruto grinned, sensing an opportunity. "Wrong sort, huh? Well, I think you could be wrong about that." She stood up, her energy bubbling over as she practically bounced in place. "Why don't you sit down and get to know me and Harry?" We're fun. I mean, look at Harry, he's great, right? Draco looked taken aback for a moment, clearly not expecting such a boisterous response. But Naruto's energy was relentless, and soon, despite himself, Draco found his lips twitching into a smile. You're weird, he said, half amused, half baffled. Yep. That's me, Naruto Uzumaki, #1 fun lover and soon-to-be best witch at Hogwarts. She gave him a playful punch on the arm. So, you in or what? We're gonna be friends, whether you like it or not. Draco blinked, trying to maintain his aloof demeanor, but the grin finally cracked through. Alright, fine. He sat down across from them, and soon, they were all talking and laughing. Well, Harry and Naruto were, and it seemed Draco was very overly holding it in, much to Harry's surprise. Naruto's relentless positivity seemed to break through even Draco's icy front. As they chatted, the compartment door slid open again, and a voice called out, "You'll need to change into your robes. We'll be arriving at Hogwarts soon." Naruto's eyes lit up. Sweet. Time to get suited up. Without thinking, she immediately began tugging off her shirt, completely forgetting that she was now, well, a girl. Harry and Draco both turned bright red, eyes wide. Hermione. Harry stammered, pointing at her. Naruto blinked, realizing what was happening. Oh. Right. I'm a girl, she muttered, chuckling sheepishly. I'll change in here in private, you guys go ahead. The boys scrambled out of the compartment, still red-faced, while Naruto stood there, hands on her hips, grinning. With that, she closed the door behind her, laughing to herself as she changed into her robes. One adventure had ended, but an even bigger one was just about to begin. Hogwarts, magic, new friends, Naruto couldn't wait to see what came next. The Sorting Hat's surprise. Chapter summary. They go on boats and get sorted. Naruto, Hermione now, as she was getting used to, practically bounced off the train, her energy bubbling over with excitement. Her best wizard friend Harry was right beside her, and behind them was her project, Draco Malfoy, the boy who had started off cold and snobby but was slowly becoming her friend whether he liked it or not. The day had been full of surprises, and Naruto loved every second of it. As the three of them made their way toward the boats, they were joined by two large, lumbering boys, Crabbe and Goyle. They looked like twins, even though Draco had mentioned they weren't. More than anything, it seemed like they just followed Draco around because of who his dad is to theirs. Draco waved them off with a casual shrug, telling Hermione and Harry not to worry about them with them, not really his friends, just kids whose dads wanted to be friends with him, which only made Naruto more determined to bring Draco into her circle of friends completely. Don't worry, Malfoy, we'll be real friends together, Naruto said with her typical enthusiasm, throwing an arm around both Draco and Harry. Draco looked uncomfortable at first, but then a small tug of a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Harry, on the other hand, was beaming. He hadn't had a friend before this, and Naruto could feel his happiness radiating off him. It warmed her in a way she hadn't felt before, like she was finally helping someone the way she had always wanted to help herself. The boat ride across the lake was spectacular. The large, looming shape of Hogwarts Castle appeared, its windows glowing in the night, and the whole group couldn't help but ooh and ah. Well, mostly it was Naruto who was making all the noise, her voice carrying across the water. She leaned dangerously over the side of the boat to get a better view, nearly tipping them over in her excitement. Harry grabbed her arm, laughing. Careful, Naruto. You heard Hermione? We'll end up swimming there if you keep that up, he said, his green eyes twinkling. Worth it. Look at that castle. It's huge. I'm gonna be the best witch this school's ever seen, just watch. Naruto exclaimed, pumping her fist into the air. Her confidence was infectious, and Harry couldn't help but smile. He had been so nervous about starting at Hogwarts, but now, with Hermione, Naruto, he corrected himself, since she insisted on being called that, but he did prefer Hermione, but whatever name, he did prefer her by his side, things felt less scary and more fun. Draco, meanwhile, couldn't help but watch her in awe. This girl was nothing like anyone he had ever met. She didn't care about bloodlines or power. She just was. Bold, loud, and unafraid to speak her mind. Despite everything his father had drilled into him about acting superior, Draco found himself caught up in her energy, slowly forgetting all those lessons about being above others. He shook his head, smiling to himself. This girl is something else, seeing her now balancing on one leg right near the edge of the boat. Once they reached the shore, the group was ushered into the massive castle, their hearts pounding with anticipation. The entrance hall was magnificent, the ceiling towering above them like the sky itself. But before they could take in all the splendor, they were quickly lined up to wait for the sorting ceremony. Naruto had never been so excited and impatient at the same time. She couldn't stop fidgeting, bouncing on her toes as they waited their turn to be called into the great hall. She jabbered away to Harry and Draco, talking about what lessons they might have and how she was going to ace all of them, because, of course, she was going to be the best which there ever was. I'm going to learn all the spells, all the magic, and I'm gonna do it easily, believe it, she declared, flashing them a thumbs up. Harry smiled, feeling more relaxed by the second, while Draco, still trying to play it cool, couldn't help but be charmed by her confidence. Maybe this school wasn't going to be so bad after all with how his dad wanted him to be a certain way here, Draco thought. Just as they were about to enter the hall, that same red-headed boy from earlier showed up again, trying to talk to Harry. His wide, hopeful eyes were locked on Harry, and Naruto immediately saw through it. She elbowed Draco, who didn't hesitate to step forward this time. Potter's fine without your company, Weasley, Draco drawled, his aristocratic tone slipping in, though there was a hint of amusement in his voice. Why don't you run along? The redhead, Ron, was it, looked taken aback, mumbling something under his breath before walking off. Naruto glanced at Draco, raising an eyebrow. Nice work, Malfoy. That kid just wants to hang out with Harry because he want to use him for some resin, she said, folding her arms. Harry blushed slightly but smiled at her. It felt good to have people who actually wanted to be around him, not just because of who he was. As they entered the great hall, Naruto couldn't help but gasp at the floating candles, the enchanted ceiling that mirrored the night sky above. Whoa, this place is crazy, she whispered, nudging Harry. He nodded, equally stunned. But then, the hat. The hat was placed on the stool at the front of the room, and as it burst into song, Naruto cringed. Her face twisted into a grimace as the raspy, off-tune voice of the hat sang its ridiculous little tune. This is the worst singing I've ever heard, Naruto muttered under her breath, a little too loudly. A few students nearby shot her disapproving looks, but she didn't care. As she put her hands up to cover her ears from the sound. Finally, it was time for the sorting. One by one, students were called up, the hat placed on their heads, and their houses declared. Draco, as expected, went straight to Slytherin. He had said he would, and Naruto was happy for him. It seemed like Slytherin was the place for powerful families, and Naruto figured that was where she should aim to go too. Important family means power, she reasoned. Then Harry's name was called. Harry Potter. The hall fell silent as Harry walked up, looking nervous. Naruto gave him an encouraging nod. She watched with bated breath as the hat was placed on his head, and then... Slytherin. Naruto's eyes went wide. Harry was going to Slytherin? She hadn't expected that, but she was happy about it. If Harry and Draco were in Slytherin, then it would be easy for her to join them. She'd have her two new best friends by her side. It was perfect. Then, her name was called. Hermione Granger. She practically skipped to the stool, plopping down with a grin. The hat was dropped onto her head, and immediately, its voice echoed in her mind. Well, what do we have here? It mused, sounding almost annoyed. Quite the chatterbox, aren't we? And you didn't like my singing, how rude. Naruto snorted. It was awful. I mean, come on. But I'm ready to get sorted, so let's go, hat. Put me in Slytherin with my friends. The hat hummed, its voice laced with irritation. You think you belong with Slytherin, do you? No, I don't think so. You're far too noisy. Naruto blinked. Hey. I can be quiet. But Slytherin is where the powerful families are, right? I'm aiming for the top here. Power doesn't always lie where you think it does, the hat replied cryptically. And then, without further debate, it shouted. Hufflepuff. Naruto's face fell. Wait, what? No, I said Slytherin. My friends are in Slytherin, she argued, but it was too late. The hat had made its decision. With a resigned sigh, Naruto stood up, gave a casual bow to the old woman collecting the hat, and skipped off to the Hufflepuff table. Well, guess I'm a Hufflepuff, she muttered under her breath. The disappointment was quickly forgotten, though, when she caught sight of the bright yellow ties and cheery atmosphere around the Hufflepuff table. At least the colors were cool. She plopped down across from a boy with dark hair and introduced herself with a grin. Hey. I'm Naruto. Or, I guess I'm Hermione here, but Naruto works too. The boy looked up at her, startled, before smiling shyly. I'm Cedric. Welcome to Hufflepuff. Thanks, Cedric. Naruto beamed. She might not be in the same house as Harry and Draco, but that didn't matter. She'd made friends with them, and she'd make friends here too. After all, Naruto Uzumaki always found a way to make things work. And so, she sat happily in her new house, ready for the next adventure. Settling in and new beginnings. Chapter summary. Settling in and having breakfast. The soft golden light of dawn crept into the Hufflepuff dormitory, warming the cozy, earthy room. The walls were rounded, almost like a burrow, with vines crawling up from the floor and a welcoming fireplace flickering in the corner. Naruto, Hermione now, lay sprawled out on her bed, her wild, brown hair slightly loosened from the bun she'd tied it into the night before. Despite the early hour, she was already wide awake, excitement bubbling beneath the surface. As she leapt out of bed, ready to tackle the day, her roommates were slower to rise. A few groaned as she bounced around, but most of them couldn't help but smile at her infectious energy. Come on, everyone. We've got magic to learn. Naruto chirped, nudging a girl named Hannah Abbott, who blinked sleepily up at her. You're way too cheerful for 7 in the morning, Hannah muttered, but her grin betrayed her. I can't help it. We're witches. We're going to learn magic. I'm going to be the most powerful witch ever, just wait and see. Naruto declared, her chest puffing out with confidence. The other girls exchanged amused glances, but there was no denying the way Naruto had already charmed her way into their hearts. Over the past night, she had become friends with nearly all of the Hufflepuff girls, chatting with them about their new shared dorm room, Hogwarts life, and what lay ahead for the next 7 years. Naruto's boldness, her refusal to be shy or intimidated by the new surroundings, made it easy for the others to follow her lead. Soon enough, the girls were dressed in their uniforms, yellow and black ties neatly fastened, and they headed down to the Hufflepuff common room. It was as cozy as Naruto had remembered from the night before, filled with large, squishy armchairs and warm, earthy colors that made the whole place feel like home. But as soon as Naruto's feet hit the floor, she was off and running toward the great hall for breakfast, practically dragging her housemates behind her. The moment she burst into the hall, her eyes immediately locked onto 2 familiar faces at the Slytherin table, Harry and Draco. Despite it being barely past 7 in the morning, Naruto's heart lifted at the sight of her 2 new best magical friends. Draco and Harry, on the other hand, were barely awake. Draco's hair was perfectly combed back as always, but his eyelids drooped with fatigue. Harry sat beside him, still yawning, his glasses slightly askew. Neither of them seemed particularly happy to be up this early, but when Naruto appeared, her boundless energy and smile seemed to shake them awake. Morning, losers, she chirped with a grin as she plopped down right between them at the Slytherin table, much to the surprise of the surrounding students. Several Slytherins, including Crabbe and Goyle, blinked at her, as though wondering why a Hufflepuff was sitting among them. Whispering could be heard from a few other tables as students noticed Naruto's bold move, but, as usual, she didn't care one bit. Draco shot her a sideways glance, smirking slightly. "Do you always have this much energy in the morning?" he asked, sounding amused but also a little exasperated. "Yup. I don't know how you two are so tired. We've got a whole day ahead of us. Magic lessons, new spells, and we're going to crush it, believe it." Naruto exclaimed, her arms shooting into the air in triumph. Harry, his own grogginess slowly fading, smiled at her. "You're something else, you know that," he said, his green eyes sparkling with amusement. "Better believe it," Naruto replied, winking at him. The three of them talked excitedly about their houses, comparing the different things they'd experienced so far. Harry seemed to have fit in surprisingly well with the Slytherins, which Naruto was happy about. Harry was making friends with some of the powerful wizarding families, and Draco had warmed up to him almost immediately. In Naruto's mind, this was perfect. It reminded her of how important connections were back in the Leaf Village. Power meant something in this world, too, and she was proud to be friends with someone like Draco. As they chatted, however, their conversation was cut short when a familiar figure appeared behind Naruto. It was Professor Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. She gave Naruto a kindly but firm look. "Miss Granger, Hermione," she said, correcting herself, "I believe you belong at the Hufflepuff table." Naruto blinked, momentarily confused, before glancing at Harry and Draco. "Oh, right. Yeah, I guess that's true," she said sheepishly. Then, without missing a beat, she pulled both boys into a quick, fierce hug. "I'll see you guys at lunch. And if not, we might have some classes together, right?" Draco, looking slightly flustered by the hug, nodded. "Yeah, don't worry about it. We'll see each other soon enough." Harry grinned. "Yeah, I'll see you later, Hermione." Naruto made her way back to the Hufflepuff table, where Cedric Diggory greeted her with a smile. "Made friends with the Slytherins already, huh?" he asked, his tone light and friendly. "Of course. Harry and Draco are my best friends here, and we're going to crush it together," Naruto declared, plopping down beside Cedric as she grabbed a piece of toast. Cedric chuckled, clearly entertained by her confidence. "Well, if anyone can do it, I suppose it's you." As Naruto ate, her head of house passed her a timetable. She quickly scanned it, her face lighting up in excitement when she saw that she shared a few classes with Harry and Draco. But then, her smile faltered as she realized the majority of her lessons were with Ravenclaw students. "Ugh," she groaned, dramatically tossing her head back. "I wanted more classes with Harry and Draco. I can't believe I only have 5 with them. Professor Sprout, can I switch some classes to be with Slytherins?" Professor Sprout gave her a kind, patient smile. "I'm afraid that's not how it works, Hermione. You'll have plenty of time to see your friends during meals and free periods." Naruto sighed. Slightly disappointed, but her mood quickly rebounded. "Oh well, guess that just means I'll make even more friends, right?" she said with a grin, her eyes scanning the Hufflepuff table for new potential friends. Cedric chuckled beside her. "That's the spirit." And with that, Naruto finished her breakfast, her mind already racing with thoughts of her first magical lessons. She might not have as many classes with Harry and Draco as she'd hoped, but that wouldn't stop her from having the time of her life. She was in Hogwarts, surrounded by magic, and had 2 best friends by her side. Life couldn't get any better. Balancing magic and homework. Chapter summary. It has been 2 weeks and Naruto loves doing magic, but god she hates homework. 2 weeks at Hogwarts had passed in a whirlwind of excitement, chaos, and more magic than Naruto, now firmly Hermione in the eyes of the world, could have ever imagined. She had quickly made a name for herself among the students and teachers alike. But it wasn't just her infectious energy or her bold habit of sitting at the Slytherin table between Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and Draco Malfoy, the son of one of the most powerful wizarding families. No, what really caught people's attention was her sheer talent for magic. Hermione, Naruto, had taken to spellcasting like a natural. Whether it was transfiguration, charms, or even some of the more difficult defense against the dark arts spells, she could pull them off within the first 2 or 3 tries. However, when it came to the more mundane tasks, like writing essays, listening to lectures, and, Merlin forbid, homework, she was hopeless. No one could deny her magical ability, but the teachers were baffled by how quickly she lost focus during lessons. Professor Flitwick was impressed by her ability to levitate objects perfectly within minutes, yet equally perplexed by her complete inability to take notes. Professor McGonagall admired her transfiguration work, though she frowned whenever Hermione failed to turn in her written assignments. And then there was Professor Snape, who had already given her 5 detentions for being a danger to the entire magical world in potions class. But as far as Naruto was concerned, she was doing great. Who needed homework when she could already do all the spells? On this particular afternoon, Hermione was outside by the Black Lake, flipping and somersaulting through the air with the agility she'd honed from years of ninja training. Her Hufflepuff skirt fluttered with each flip, and every time her skirt lifted to reveal her undergarments, both Harry and Draco, who were sitting on the grass, furiously scribbling away at their homework, would look away, their faces tinged with embarrassment. "Hermione, I can see your pants again," Harry muttered awkwardly, his cheeks flushed as he kept his eyes glued to his parchment. "Seriously, you're impossible," Draco added, not even looking up as he tried to focus on his homework instead of his energetic friend's antics. Naruto, mid-backflip, landed in a crouch and waved them off with a laugh. "It's just a bum, you guys. What's the big deal?" She grinned mischievously, then jumped into another handspring, clearly enjoying their reactions. Harry sighed, adjusting his glasses and muttering under his breath, "Girls." Draco, on the other hand, rolled his eyes and tapped the parchment in front of him. "You know, instead of flashing everyone by the lake, you could be doing your homework. It's due tomorrow." Naruto, always eager to avoid anything that involved sitting still for too long, groaned. "Ugh, homework again? Why do we have to write stuff when we can already do all the magic? I know all this stuff already." She flopped down on the grass dramatically, lying next to them and staring up at the sky, completely uninterested in the pile of assignments that awaited her. "You've said that before," Harry said with a smile, shaking his head. "But we've still got to turn in the homework. McGonagall gave me an extra essay last time I didn't do mine. Trust me, it's better to just get it done." Draco, ever the pragmatic one, sighed and leaned over to look at Hermione's unfinished parchment. "Just get it over with. You can copy mine if you want, but honestly, it won't help in the long run." Naruto perked up at that, her eyes gleaming. "Copy yours?" "Oh, thanks, Malfoy, you're the best." She grabbed Draco's parchment eagerly, only for him to snatch it back at the last second. "Nope," Draco said with a smirk. "Not unless you do some of the work first. I'll help you, but you've got to do your own homework really now thinking about it. And if you actually finish it today, I'll play another round of wizard's chess with you tonight." Naruto narrowed her eyes, immediately sitting up at the mention of wizard's chess. Over the past 2 weeks, she had become obsessed with beating Draco at the game, but he was so much better than her, and it drove her crazy. Her competitive spirit flared up every time he won, which only made her want to challenge him more. But Draco, annoyingly, only played when he felt like it. "You'll play chess with me if I finish?" she asked, crossing her arms and pouting slightly. Draco smirked, clearly enjoying her desperation. "Yep. But you actually have to do the work. No slacking off." Naruto groaned but finally gave in. Fine. I'll do it." She grabbed her quill, still grumbling about how boring homework was, and lay back down on her stomach, kicking her legs in the air as she half-heartedly started scribbling out answers on her parchment. Harry, sitting beside her, glanced over and sighed, pointing out, "Hermione, I can still see your pants, you know." "Arg." Naruto sat up quickly, grumbling as she adjusted her skirt. "Stupid uniforms. Why can't we wear trousers like you guys? It'd be so much easier." She muttered under her breath, shifting uncomfortably in her seat before lying back down to continue working. I bet if I was back in the Leaf Village, I'd be wearing something way cooler than this. Draco glanced up from his work and smirked, hearing Hermione's tale of a life village now and then, and just shrugged it off, not believing in the little stories of her being a ninja there, and said, I don't think that's going to happen, Hermione. Unless you want another detention from McGonagall for not wearing the right uniform again. Naruto grumbled but forced herself to stay on task, her attention drifting back and forth between her parchment and the clouds overhead. Despite her lack of enthusiasm, Harry and Draco kept her on track, reminding her to focus every time her thoughts wandered. Eventually, their conversation drifted toward classes. Naruto, frustrated with the strict rules and potions, huffed as she scribbled out another sentence. Snape's so unfair. All I wanted to do was try something a little different, and suddenly he's calling me a danger to all witches and wizards or whatever. He doesn't even let me experiment with potions. Draco raised an eyebrow, smirking slightly. Maybe that's because last time you tried to experiment, you turned half the class's cauldrons into mini explosions. Yeah, Harry added, chuckling, I think you set a new record for detentions, 5 in 2 weeks. Naruto puffed her cheeks out in frustration. It's not my fault. Potions just take too long. I want to mix stuff and see what happens. Who cares if things blow up once in a while? Draco rolled his eyes, still focused on his homework. You're a danger, all right. Naruto pouted for a moment, but then quickly grinned again. Whatever. Snape can give me all the detentions he wants, I'm still gonna be the best whichever. Harry laughed, shaking his head as he glanced at Draco. She's unstoppable. That she is, Draco agreed, though there was a faint smile tugging at his lips. Despite her wild energy, her constant interruptions, and her inability to sit still, he couldn't help but admire Naruto's determination and boundless enthusiasm. Now, Draco said, pointing at her parchment, focus. What do you think this question means? Naruto squinted at the text in front of her, her face scrunching up in concentration. Ugh, I dunno, something about the properties of transmutational spells? Draco and Harry exchanged amused glances before helping her break down the question. Together. The three of them worked through the rest of the homework, with Naruto groaning at every step but sticking with it, driven by the promise of another chess match, and her sheer determination to finally beat Draco. By the time they were done, the sun was beginning to set over the Black Lake, casting a golden glow across the water. Naruto stretched out her arms and legs, feeling victorious as she dropped her quill onto the grass. Finally done. Now, Draco, you promised chess. I'm gonna win this time, believe it. Draco rolled his eyes, but there was a playful grin on his face. We'll see about that, Granger. As they packed up their things, Naruto felt a deep sense of contentment. Sure, she wasn't great at homework, and Snape seemed determined to make her life difficult, but she had Harry and Draco by her side. They were becoming more than just friends, they were her team, and she'd make sure they all conquered Hogwarts together, no matter what came their way. Midnight mischief and a three-headed surprise. Naruto, Hermione, was running through the dimly lit corridors of Hogwarts, her usual boundless energy bubbling over as she had to constantly slow down for Harry to catch up. The stupid ginger kid, Ron, had challenged Harry to meet him at midnight for some pointless duel, but the idiot hadn't even shown up. Instead, he'd called a teacher, leaving Naruto and Harry to flee from Filch, the school caretaker, and his creepy cat, Mrs. Norris. For Naruto, running wasn't a problem. She could easily outrun anyone at this school. Her legs carried her as effortlessly as if she were back in the Hidden Leaf Village, and honestly, she was going slow, giving Harry a chance to keep up. Even after waking up in Hermione's body, it had taken her a while to retrain herself to the level of physical prowess she had before. Kicking, punching, somersaults, flips, it had been a challenge, but she was back to her ninja ways now, even in this new world. However, Harry was struggling to keep pace. He was panting heavily, his footsteps echoing behind her as they dashed down a long corridor. Come on, Harry. Naruto urged with a grin. You've gotta keep up. It's no fun if I leave you behind. Harry was barely able to respond, his breath ragged as he gasped out, You run too fast. Naruto just laughed, her ponytail bouncing as she slowed enough to push Harry toward a staircase. Alright, this way, she said, leading him toward an empty classroom. She grabbed the handle of a locked door, using her unusual knack for picking lock spell, something that had baffled most of the professors with her getting caught once doing it, and swiftly opened it. Once inside, she slammed the door shut behind them, pressing her ear against it to listen for Filch's footsteps. A moment later, the sound of him grumbling and his cats hissing faded as they passed by. Naruto turned to Harry, flashing a victorious smile. See? We're safe. No sweat. But Harry wasn't looking at her. He was staring wide-eyed at something behind her, his face pale with terror. What is it? Naruto asked, confused by his reaction. She slowly turned around, only to be met with a sight that would have terrified most people, a gigantic, three-headed dog, its multiple sets of jaws bearing sharp teeth as it growled deeply from each of its heads. Naruto blinked, surprised but not scared. Huh. Big dog, she muttered, tilting her head slightly as she examined the massive creature. Harry, on the other hand, was frozen in place, his eyes wide as saucers. And Naruto, that's not just a big dog, that's a monster. Naruto waved her hand dismissively. Nah, I've seen weirder. This guy's just misunderstood. Without a second thought, she walked right up to the enormous dog, her hands on her hips as she looked it straight in the eyes, well, one of its 3 pairs of eyes. No, she said firmly, holding her hand up like she was scolding a misbehaving puppy. The dog's growls faltered, its head tilting in confusion. Bad dog. You don't growl at people, got it? The dog, to Harry's shock, immediately stopped growling, all 3 heads lowering in what could only be described as sheepishness. One of the heads let out a small whine. And before Harry could process what was happening, Naruto had climbed onto the middle head's neck, wrapping her arms around it in a full-body hug. Who's a good boy? You are. Yes, you are. Naruto cooed, patting the giant creature's fur as though it were a pet puppy rather than a massive, terrifying guard dog. Harry blinked several times, trying to make sense of the situation. How are you doing that? He asked, his voice shaky with a mix of awe and disbelief. Naruto grinned down at him from her perch on the dog's back. You just gotta be firm. Animals are easy to deal with once you let 'em know who's in charge. Ain't that right, big guy? She patted the middle head's snout affectionately as it rolled onto its side, all 3 heads now wagging their tongues in what could only be described as doggy bliss. While Naruto was preoccupied with lavishing the dog with praise and belly rubs, Harry's gaze drifted to the floor beneath the creature. That's when he noticed something odd, a large, heavy trapdoor, barely visible under the beast's enormous paws. What do you think that is? Harry asked, pointing at the trapdoor. Naruto, who was still happily rubbing the dog's belly, glanced over. No idea. But whatever it is, it's probably not really that important. She turned her attention back to the dog, her expression brightening even further. Can we keep him? He's awesome. Harry stared at her, his mouth hanging open in disbelief. No, Hermione. We can't keep him. He's a 3-headed dog. A giant, dangerous one. We can't just take him with us. Naruto pouted, crossing her arms while still sitting on the dog. Come on. He's harmless. Look, he loves me. She gave one of the heads an extra scratch behind the ear, causing the creature to let out a contented groan. Harry sighed, rubbing his forehead. No. Absolutely not. And besides, we need to go, your dorm mates are going to notice if you're missing all night. Naruto huffed, reluctantly sliding off the dog's side and back onto her feet. Fine, she muttered. But I'm coming back to visit him tomorrow. And we'll bring Draco. He's gonna love this guy. Harry shook his head, still trying to comprehend how they had gone from running from Filch to playing with a massive, three-headed dog. Just, let's get out of here before we get caught, okay? Naruto shrugged, but before they left, she gave each of the dogs' heads a final pat. See you tomorrow, big guy, she whispered, earning herself 3 happy licks from the enormous creature. They quickly slipped out of the room and closed the door behind them. As they made their way back toward their dorms, Naruto still looked grumpy about leaving her new favorite dog behind. You know, she said with a teasing smirk, you shouldn't treat a girl like that. Dragging me away from my new best friend, I could have slept there and had a great time. Harry rolled his eyes, shooting her an incredulous look. Oh, now you want to be a girl? He asked, raising an eyebrow. And for the last time, Hermione, you can't stay with a 3-headed dog all night or throwing him out of that room. Naruto crossed her arms, pretending to sulk. Yeah, whatever. But I am coming back tomorrow, and Draco's coming with me. This is going to be awesome. Having a cool pet. Harry could only sigh, shaking his head as Naruto skipped happily ahead, already planning her next visit with the dog. Despite the chaos, the near miss with Filch, and the sheer ridiculousness of their situation, Harry couldn't help but smile at her boundless energy. Even in the strangest of circumstances, Hermione, Naruto, always found a way to make things fun. As they reached the entrance to the Hufflepuff dormitory, Naruto waved at Harry, still grinning ear to ear. Night, Harry. See you tomorrow. And don't forg. Chess, challenges, and the call of adventure. Chapter summary. What the title says. Hermione, though still Naruto in spirit, sat slumped in her chair, glaring at the chessboard in front of her. Her hair, which had once been pulled tightly into a bun for practicality, now fell freely around her face, occasionally covering her eyes. She had started letting it down when she wasn't doing anything physically demanding. Realizing that it felt more comfortable than the annoying tight bun she used to wear. Her dorm mates had even convinced her to try wearing makeup, and while she'd initially scoffed at the idea, now she found herself actually enjoying it, just a little. Still, no amount of makeup or loose hair could change her tough, competitive spirit. Draco often teased her now, half-jokingly pointing out that she was becoming girly, but Hermione always had a quick retort ready. Tough as nails, she'd say with a grin, flexing her arms to emphasize that she could still take on any boy in the school, makeup or not. But right now, all her focus, or rather, frustration, was directed at Draco and the blasted chessboard. She had started off strong, taking more of Draco's pieces early in the game. But somehow, Draco always found a way to sneakily take more of hers over time, outmaneuvering her time and time again. How are you so good at this? She grumbled, leaning over the board with her hair falling into her face. Draco smirked, reclining back in his chair, completely relaxed. Strategy, Granger. You've got to think ahead. And stop going after pieces just because you can take them. You've fallen for that trick 4 times already today. Naruto pushed her hair back from her eyes, annoyed. TCH. I'll figure it out eventually. I'm going to beat you, just wait. She bit her lip, staring intensely at the board, trying to figure out her next move while Harry and Draco chatted about something else entirely. With him still feeling a bit shaken from earlier that day, was recounting his experience from the morning. I can't believe you dragged me there without any warning, Granger. A 3-headed monster of a dog? Really? Hermione laughed at the memory. She had proudly led Draco to the secret room that morning, hoping to show him the dog guarding the trapdoor. But she hadn't bothered to tell him what was waiting for him. When Draco saw the massive, 3-headed beast, he had frozen in his tracks, pale as a ghost, before he swore loudly. Naruto had not taken kindly to that. Don't you dare say that kind of language in front of me or my new pet, she had shouted, grabbing his ear and twisting it until Draco muttered an apology, backing out of the room and still glaring at her. As they sat now, Draco shook his head. I swear, you're going to get us all expelled one of these days. Bah, you worry too much, Naruto said, her eyes still glued to the chessboard. Besides, we didn't even get caught, did we? And that dog loves me. Draco sighed, running a hand through his slicked back hair. What I don't get is why there's a giant, three-headed dog guarding a trapdoor in the first place. What could they possibly be hiding down there? Harry, looking thoughtful, nodded in agreement. Yeah, I've been wondering the same thing. It's gotta be something important. Maybe it's some kind of treasure, or a secret weapon? Or maybe something dark, Draco added with a shudder, thinking about his father's warnings about dangerous magical artifacts. But Naruto wasn't paying much attention to their conversation. She was too focused on the chess game in front of her. Finally, she smiled triumphantly, eyes gleaming with competitive fire. Take this, small, she shouted, moving one of her pieces to capture one of Draco's. Draco didn't even flinch at her insult, he had long since gotten used to her brash, competitive outbursts. Instead, he looked at the board, sighed, and moved his piece. Checkmate, he said in a tired voice. Naruto's triumphant expression crumbled into disbelief as she stared at the board, realizing too late that she had walked right into Draco's trap. What the? She shouted, leaning back in her chair and throwing her hands up in frustration. How did I miss that? Draco stood up, stretching lazily. Because you don't think ahead, Granger. You keep charging in without planning. That's the fourth game today. Hermione groaned, slumping back in her chair and pulling at her hair in frustration. She hated losing at anything, and Draco was somehow unbeatable at this stupid game. One more game, she demanded, still glaring at the board, as if sheer willpower alone could change the outcome. Nope. I'm done for today, Draco said, walking over to sit next to Harry. We've got homework to do, remember? Naruto crossed her arms, her lips curling into a pout. She hated homework. Absolutely despised it. Ugh, homework is boring, she muttered, eyeing the chessboard one last time before grumbling under her breath. I'm never gonna beat you. Draco smirked, clearly enjoying her frustration. Maybe if you paid as much attention to homework as you do to chess, you'd actually finish it on time and get fewer detentions and more time for stuff you enjoy. Naruto shot him a look, but before she could argue, Draco added, tell you what. If you finish all your homework today, I'll play 2 games of chess with you tomorrow. Naruto narrowed her eyes, suspicious of the offer, but deep down, she knew Draco was one of the few people who could actually get her to focus on work. He and Harry had somehow managed to become her unofficial homework keepers, making sure she did at least the bare minimum required for classes. Fine, she muttered, dragging herself up from the chair and glaring at them both like they'd sentenced her to a terrible fate. But only because I'm going to beat you tomorrow. I swear it. Harry chuckled softly, watching as Naruto slouched toward them, looking as though she was heading to her doom. Draco, trying to suppress a laugh, glanced at Harry. You realize we're the only ones who can get her to do her homework, right? Harry nodded with a smile. Yeah. I don't know how we managed that. Naruto flopped down beside them, arms crossed over her chest, her face still twisted in an exaggerated pout. Homework is worse than fighting a giant snake, she muttered under her breath. Just as they were about to open their books, Naruto, ever restless, suddenly perked up, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Wait, I've got a better idea, she said, sitting up straight. Why don't we go see what's under that trapdoor instead? I mean, we've already met the dog. And the dog loves me, so it's not like we're in danger, right? Harry and Draco both looked at her in shock. They hadn't even realized she had been listening to them when they were talking about the trapdoor earlier. Draco leaned forward, narrowing his eyes. Are you insane, Granger? That dog may love you, but we have no idea what's under that trapdoor. It could be dangerous. Naruto shrugged, a grin spreading across her face. Exactly. Dangerous usually means fun, and I bet there's something awesome down there. Treasure, secret magic, who knows? Come on, we can check it out after dinner. Harry hesitated, glancing at Draco. I don't know, Hermione. It is a school. How great could it really be? Draco rolled his eyes, clearly torn between curiosity and caution. It's probably something the teachers are guarding. We'd get expelled if we got caught. But Naruto's excitement was infectious, and Harry found himself nodding despite his better judgment. Alright, fine. But after we finish our homework and sighing, realizing that Hermione has somehow talked him into doing another dangerous thing. Naruto groaned dramatically, throwing herself back onto the floor. Ugh, fine. But only because I want to see what's down there so bad now thinking about it. Draco stood up, pulling a couple of books from his bag. You're impossible, Granger. Better believe it, Naruto muttered, with it being a thing Draco says a lot about her, but still pouting as she let Harry pull her up by the arm and drag her toward the library. She slouched along behind them, mumbling under her breath about how boring and stupid homework was, but secretly, she was already planning their adventure for later that night. As they walked into the library, Draco couldn't help but smirk to himself, watching Hermione's exaggerated display of defeat. She was like a storm, chaotic, relentless, and impossible to ignore. But beneath the theatrics, Draco found himself oddly appreciative of her energy, even if it drove him to the brink of exhaustion sometimes. Alright, Draco said, flipping open his book and settling in beside Harry. Let's get this over with. Naruto sat down beside them with a heavy sigh. Already tapping her quill impatiently. Fine. But the second this is done, we're sneaking back to that dog. I bet there's something amazing down there. Draco shook his head with a quiet laugh. You just can't sit still, can you? Nope, Naruto said, grinning. Not when there's an adventure waiting for us, ... The boring mirror and the unexpected rock. Hermione, or Naruto, as she still stubbornly thought of herself, had imagined the adventure would be thrilling, full of excitement and danger. After all, they were sneaking beneath Hogwarts, past a three-headed dog, into a secret chamber. How could it not be fun? But, as the three of them navigated through the hidden passageway beneath the trapdoor, Naruto quickly realized that this wasn't quite the thrill she'd hoped for. There were puzzles, yes, but not the exciting kind. They were the boring kind. First, they had to get a golden key and Hermione just pulled out her wand and did a spell she knew, and it was in her hands in minutes. The next they'd faced a giant chess set, which should have been thrilling, but Draco quickly took control, directing each of them like pieces on the board, moving them around as if he were the puppet master, while Hermione tapped her feet on the ground hating having to wait for something to happen, and wished she was the one being the puppet master. But no, Drax said, let me handle this, his voice laced with authority. I'm the best at chess. Naruto had rolled her eyes. She hated how Draco was the one to be the best right now at chess, but it wasn't like she could argue. He was annoyingly good at it, and even though she wanted to play, both Harry and Draco had outvoted her. Harry wasn't thrilled with the game either, but he trusted Draco to win it for them. After the chessboard came the potions puzzle. Naruto's hopes lifted briefly. This was her chance to show off. She wanted to dive in, mix up the potions, and see what chaos she could create to stop the fire in their way. But Draco had once again stepped in. I'm the best at potions, too, he said with a smirk, and that was that. Naruto pouted, watching from the side as Draco carefully deciphered the riddle and mixed the potions. You never let me do anything fun, she muttered under her breath, crossing her arms as Harry shot her a sympathetic look. Once the puzzles were solved, they found themselves in what should have been the final chamber, the place where the great mystery awaited them. But instead of treasure or a dark secret, it was just a room with a mirror. At first, Naruto had thought the mirror was interesting. It was big and old, the frame ornate and covered in intricate designs. And when she stood in front of it, the reflection wasn't just her. In the mirror, she saw herself, or rather, both her as Hermione and her old self Naruto, standing tall, with Harry and Draco beside her. Behind them, her new parents stood proudly, beaming at her with pride. She could see all the friends she'd made at Hogwarts, the people she had met in the town where Hermione's family now her family lived, and even the faces of people from the Hidden Leaf Village, a place she did not want to go back to but still felt a deep connection to. The whole scene was a mishmash of her two lives, woven together into one surreal vision. For a while, she stared at it, feeling something warm in her chest. It was nice, but it also didn't take long for it to get boring. Naruto wasn't the kind of person who could just stand there and look at something for too long. Harry, though, was transfixed. His face was lit with a soft smile, the kind of smile Naruto hadn't seen from him before. When she asked him, she could tell why. In the mirror, Harry was looking at his parents, two people he'd never had the chance to meet in real life. For him, the mirror was something deeply special. Draco, on the other hand, had taken one look into the mirror, flushed bright red, and quickly turned away. He refused to tell them what he'd seen, though Naruto had teased him relentlessly. "I bet it was a naked girl you have a crush on," she said with a sly grin. "No." Draco had snapped, his face turning an even deeper shade of red. "It was something to do with my family, okay? And that's all I'm saying." After that, Draco sat on the floor, arms crossed and his face still a bit pink, clearly trying to act as if nothing had happened. But Naruto could tell the mirror had embarrassed him. Whatever he saw, it had rattled him in a way she wasn't used to seeing. They spent the next 20 minutes poking around the room, but there wasn't much else to find. No secret passages, no hidden treasures, just the mirror. Harry was reluctant to leave, but Naruto was getting impatient, and her stomach growled loudly enough to make her point. "Come on, Harry," she said, grabbing him by the arm and hoisting him up. "It's dinner time and I'm starving." Harry tried to resist, not wanting to leave the mirror just yet, but Naruto wasn't having it. With a grin, she picked him up as easily as if he were a sack of potatoes and started running out of the room, carrying him over her shoulder. "Put me down." Harry yelped, flailing slightly as Naruto sprinted down the corridor, leaving Draco behind in the dust. "Nah, you're too slow," she teased, her laughter echoing in the passageway. "We'll get to the Great Hall in no time now." Sure enough, Naruto made it to the dining hall in record time, 5 minutes flat, while carrying Harry, who had long since given up struggling. They burst into the hall, drawing a few curious stares from students at various tables as Naruto set Harry down with a grin. Draco, still red-faced from both the mirror and the run, appeared at the entrance of the hall about 15 minutes later, panting slightly as he caught up. "You are impossible," he muttered, glaring at Naruto, who just flashed him a toothy smile, saying, "You know it." After a lively dinner, filled with their usual banter and arguments, Hermione headed back to the Hufflepuff dormitory. She was still buzzing with energy, thinking about the day's strange adventure. It hadn't been the action-packed thrill she'd hoped for, but there was something about it, the puzzles, the mirror, and especially the look on Harry's face when he saw his parents, that made it feel special in its own way. As she reached her dorm room, Naruto flopped onto her bed, stretching out lazily. That's when she noticed something odd, a small, rough rock sitting at the bottom of her bag. She furrowed her brow, pulling it out and holding it up to the light. "Huh, where did this come from?" she muttered to herself. It was round and dull and red-looking, not particularly shiny or magical-looking, but there was something about it that seemed interesting. She couldn't remember when she picked it up, but it must have been during her exercise drill in the morning when she was doing jump rolls. Shrugging, she placed the rock on her bedside table, thinking it was just a harmless trinket she had picked up and forgotten about. It looked kind of cool, but it didn't seem important. With a yawn, Naruto settled into bed, the warmth of the blankets wrapping around her as she drifted off to sleep. Halloween surprises and an unexpected hug. Chapter summary. It's Halloween. Halloween at Hogwarts had turned out to be one of the most exciting weeks Hermione, Naruto, had ever experienced. In the world she came from, there wasn't anything like Halloween, so when she found out about it, she dove headfirst into the festivities. She'd dressed up as a ghost, complete with a white sheet draped over her head, for the entire week leading up to the actual day, much to the frustration of her teachers. They tried explaining to her that Halloween was only one day, and that dressing up for class beforehand was unnecessary, but only Professor Snape had the patience, or rather, the lack of patience, to give her detentions for it, twice. But Naruto was having too much fun to care about a few detentions. She loved Halloween, and she didn't see why it couldn't last a whole week. Harry had told her it was all about getting treats, though oddly, she hadn't gotten many yet. No matter, she still had fun pulling pranks, especially on her dorm mates, who were all grateful that Halloween was finally here so they wouldn't wake up to one of her tricks anymore. The Hufflepuffs, in particular, were near the breaking point. After a week of Naruto's antics, everything from water balloons to enchanted whoopee cushions, they were ready to throttle her if it meant they'd have peace. But despite all the pranks, the students couldn't help but love her wild energy, even if it meant constantly being on guard. Harry and Draco, on the other hand, had somehow become used to her pranks. Maybe it was because Naruto didn't target them as much, or maybe because she had already done things like turning their skin green for a whole day earlier in the week, or switching their appearances with a dose of stolen polyjuice potion from Snape's personal stash. She hated Snape and his rules about not experimenting. So naturally, Naruto had stolen the potion to see what would happen. Draco and Harry hadn't been too thrilled when they had to walk around looking like each other for 4 hours. Despite everything, Draco and Harry found themselves enjoying the week more than they would ever admit. They could tell Naruto was having the time of her life. Plus, it was hard not to laugh at her bold pranks, even when they were the victims. As they sat at the Slytherin table for the Halloween feast, where Naruto, as usual, was eating her 4th helping of food, Draco and Harry exchanged glances, marveling at how much she could eat without ever seeming to change. She was as athletic and energetic as ever, her muscles defined from all the physical training she continued to do in the mornings. Despite this, Draco couldn't resist teasing her about how much she'd changed recently. "You know, Granger," Draco said with a smirk, "for someone who claims not to be girly, you sure have been letting your hair down a lot lately. And wearing makeup, too." Naruto glared at him, huffing. "I'm not going girly, Malfoy. It just feels better when my hair's down, okay? And the makeup? I dunno, the girls in my dorm talked me into it. Doesn't mean I'm going soft or anything, I'm still the toughest witcher, and you know it." With her flicking Draco's forehead. Harry chuckled beside them, watching their usual banter with amusement. He could see that Draco and Hermione had become closer, even if Draco's teasing never let up. But before their conversation could continue, the defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Quirrell, came rushing into the great hall, pale and stuttering. "A tea-troll. In the dungeons," he shouted, his voice shaking. "There's a tea-troll in the school." Panic rippled through the hall as students screamed, and teachers immediately sprang into action. The headmaster, Ledor, rose from his seat, calling for calm and instructing all students to return to their common rooms. But while everyone else was screaming and looking terrified, Naruto's reaction was the exact opposite. Her eyes lit up with excitement, and she immediately leapt to her feet, ready to go after the troll. She had never seen a troll before, and the idea of finding it sounded like exactly the kind of adventure she'd been craving. "I'm going to see it," she shouted, already starting to move toward the door. But before she could take another step, Draco grabbed her arm. "No, you don't," he said firmly, pulling her back. "You're not going anywhere near that thing." Naruto shot him an annoyed look, but Draco wasn't budging. He knew her well enough to see the excitement in her eyes and knew she'd run straight into danger without a second thought. Harry quickly jumped in to help, grabbing her other arm. "Hermione, don't," Harry said urgently. "It's way too dangerous. You can't just charge at a troll." Naruto groaned but, seeing the concern in her friend's eyes, reluctantly sat back down. Fine," she muttered, crossing her arms and pouting. "But I really wanted to see it." Draco shook his head, muttering something about how she'd get herself killed one day with that attitude. Meanwhile, the Slytherins were being instructed to stay in the Great Hall, unable to return to their common room in the dungeons, where the troll had been spotted. Draco left for a moment to check what they were meant to do, leaving Naruto and Harry at the table. As she sat there, still fidgeting with the desire to go find the troll, Harry leaned over to her, his expression suddenly more serious. "Hey, Hermione," he said softly, his voice filled with a kind of gratitude she hadn't heard before. Thanks for making today easy. Naruto blinked, confused. What are you talking about, Harry? How easy? Harry hesitated, then quickly explained. Today's the day my parents died. He swallowed, glancing down at his plate. I usually feel really sad on Halloween, but with all your pranks and tricks this week, I haven't had time to think about it as much. It's actually helped a lot. Naruto's eyes widened in shock. She had no idea that this day was so hard for Harry, one of her best friends, and the fact that she had unknowingly made it better for him left her feeling both stunned and warm inside. Before she could respond, Harry suddenly leaned forward and hugged her. But it wasn't like their usual hugs. This one felt different. More personal. Like the kind of hug you'd give someone you cared about deeply, maybe even like family. Naruto froze for a second, not knowing what to do. She wasn't used to this kind of affection. Sure, she now had loving parents, but this felt different. It was filled with so much love and care that she didn't know how to respond at first. But then, instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Harry, returning the hug. For a moment, it felt like time had stopped. She wasn't sure how long it lasted, maybe just a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity filled with warmth and connection. When they finally pulled apart, Harry looked lighter, happier than she'd ever seen him. Good night, Hermione, Harry said softly, offering her a small smile as he stood up to leave, to go where all the other Slytherins are going with Draco waving him over. Feeling a strange sense of contentment. She'd never felt anything like that hug before. It was as if their souls had briefly connected, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something profound had just happened between them. It made her happy. Before she could dwell on it for too long, her roommates called her over, letting her know they were heading back to the Hufflepuff dorms. Naruto smiled, still feeling the warmth from Harry's hug as she skipped over to join her friends. As they walked and talked, her mind wandered back to Harry and how happy he had looked after the hug. She had no idea that she had helped him so much, and the thought of being able to make her best friend feel better on such a difficult day filled her with pride and joy. The battle for Harry's Christmas. Chapter summary. ITSSSS Christmas. It was the day before Christmas break, and Hermione, Naruto was on a mission. A very important mission. For the past week, she had been relentless in trying to convince Harry to spend the holiday at her house, but Harry kept coming up with excuses. Stupid excuses, in her opinion. I don't think your parents would want me there, he had said. Already asked. They're fine with it. Hermione replied, her arms crossed, staring him down with her fiery determination. They even think it's awful for you to be alone on Christmas. Harry, flustered and unsure how to handle her relentless persistence, with his latest, he won't let me go without permission from my aunt and uncle. That was the last straw. Hermione's eyes narrowed, and without another word, she grabbed Harry's arm and began marching him toward the staircase that led to Dumbledore's office. Hermione, you don't have to, Harry began, trying to reason with her, but she wasn't having any of it. Nope. Not listening. If Dumbledore is going to stop you from having a great magical Christmas, then I'll take it up with him myself, she declared, her voice echoing in the hallways as she stormed forward with Harry in tow. Harry, ever the nice guy, continued to protest, but Hermione was determined. There was no way in any world, magical or ninja, that one of her best friends was going to spend Christmas alone. She had her mind set, and there was no stopping her once she got like this. They reached the statue that led to Dumbledore's office, and Hermione immediately began a long tirade to the stone gargoyle. As if it would help her gain entrance faster, with Harry claiming he is probably not there and thinking that he wished he did not tell her where his office was. Listen, you, she said, pointing up at the unblinking statue. I don't care what you have to say. I need to talk to Dumbledore. It's not right that he's locking himself away and not letting one of his students have a proper Christmas. How can he? Just as Hermione was about to continue her rant, the gargoyle leaped aside, revealing the spiral staircase that led up to the headmaster's office. Hermione gave Harry a triumphant look. See? Knew that would work. Harry could only sigh, shaking his head but smiling nonetheless at all of this effort for him to be happy. He followed her as they ascended the stairs, his stomach churning with nerves. Hermione, on the other hand, was bouncing up and down with energy, fully prepared to take on the old man with everything she had. When they entered Ledor's office, the headmaster sat behind his desk, his long silver beard flowing over the table as he greeted them with his usual calm expression. "Miss Granger, Mr. Potter," he said with a twinkle in his eye. "To what do I owe this visit?" Hermione didn't waste a second. "Professor, I'm here because Harry needs to come to my house for Christmas break, and you're not going to stop him," she declared, crossing her arms and staring Ledor down. Ledor raised an eyebrow, seemingly amused by her boldness. "It is far safer for Harry to remain here at Hogwarts or return to his aunt and uncle's, Miss Granger. There are certain protections in place." "Protections, smetections," Hermione cut him off, rolling her eyes. "Harry's coming with me. He deserves to have a proper Christmas with people who care about him. My parents already said it's fine." She whipped out a letter from her parents, proof in hand. Ledor blinked, taking the letter, his smile fading slightly. "I understand your concern, Miss Granger, but ultimately, Harry's guardians." But Hermione wasn't done. "It's not fair to keep him locked up, and I don't care what rules say otherwise. If you don't let him come with me, I'll go to the papers about how you're treating Harry. And don't think I won't." Ledor's calm demeanor shifted ever so slightly. His eyes edged more into Foss's with the mention of the papers, and after a moment of silence, he gave a small sigh. "Very well," he said, holding up his hands in surrender. "Harry may go with you for the holidays." Harry's jaw dropped, and even Hermione looked momentarily stunned that she had actually won. But then, her face lit up with excitement, and she jumped into the air, punching her fist triumphantly. "Yes. I knew it." Harry blinked at her, then at Ledor, unable to believe it had worked. Thanks, Professor," he muttered, still a bit shocked. Ledor, with a weary smile, nodded. "You're welcome, Harry. Have a good Christmas." Without further delay, Hermione practically dragged Harry out of the office, her excitement bubbling over as they headed back toward the Slytherin dorms to find Draco. "This is going to be the best Christmas ever," she said, beaming. "I can't believe that old man was going to make you spend Christmas alone," was saying that while dancing excitedly for Christmas with her parents and now Harry. Harry, still recovering from the encounter, smiled. "Thanks, Hermione. I don't know how you did it." "I told you," she replied confidently. "When I'm right, I'm right. And I'm always right." They entered the Slytherin common room, which had become a second home for Hermione over the past week. Some of the Slytherins still gave her odd looks, but most had accepted her presence. After all, no one really wanted to get on her bad side. Most have seen what she can do with her body, with her not really body shy, with her exercising when even she can. They found Draco in his and Harry's dorm room, packing for the break. When Draco saw the two of them walk in, he smirked, not missing a beat. "So," Draco drawled, "how long did it take for Ledor to cave into our amazing Hermione?" Hermione, only hearing the part about being amazing, beamed. "Not long at all. 10 minutes, tops." Harry chuckled, dropping onto his bed. "Yeah, she's lethal to anyone it seems." Even Ledor didn't stand a chance. Hermione, overhearing Harry's comment, playfully smacked him on the back of the head. "I'm not lethal. I'm just always right, and you know it. Now come on, both of you, we've got packing to do." She immediately started helping Harry pack, although she had already packed her own things hours ago. Hermione was practically bouncing with excitement, looking forward to the holiday and the time she'd spend with her parents, and with Harry, of course. Draco, leaning against his bedpost, watched her with a small smile. "You know, I didn't think you'd actually pull it off," he said. "But here we are." "You really are something, Granger." "Better believe it, Malfoy." Hermione grinned, still rifling through Harry's trunk as she helped him organize his things. Christmas surprises. Chapter summary. It's Christmas weekend day. Christmas at the Granger house was everything Hermione had hoped it would be. The holiday season was filled with warmth, laughter, and the kind of peace she had never experienced before. Having grown up as an orphan in the chaotic world of ninjas, Christmas was an entirely new concept for her, and she was soaking it all in. But what made it even better was that Harry was right there with her, spending the holidays surrounded by family and friends for the first time in his life. From the very beginning of the break, Harry had gotten along surprisingly well with her parents. In fact, he had spent so much time with her dad that Naruto was starting to feel a bit left out. Her dad, who loved fixing up old cars and tinkering with machines, had instantly bonded with Harry over the small, beat-up car he was working on. The two of them spent hours together, elbow-deep in engine grease, with Harry eagerly learning how to fix different parts. Naruto, meanwhile, couldn't understand the appeal. "What's so fun about fiddling with metal?" she muttered to herself one day, watching from the kitchen window as Harry and her dad huddled over the car. "It's boring. I'd much rather be training." She didn't have to worry about feeling left out for long, though. Her mom had surprised her with a gift that had made Naruto's eyes light up, a set of shuriken, perfect for training. Even though Hermione's parents still didn't fully understand this ninja aspect of her new life, they were supportive and proud of the strong, confident young woman their daughter had become. Less than a year ago, Hermione had been shy and unsure of herself, but now, she was a whirlwind of energy, wearing a short skirt and a hoodie saying that she did not feel the cold weather on her legs, and flipping through the backyard while tossing shuriken with near-perfect precision at the target she and her dad made. Her mom watched with amazement as Hermione effortlessly hit the target and balloons tied to trees, while her friends she made in the neighborhood from the summer clapped and cheered her on. Even Harry, despite being busy with her dad, looked up every now and then to smile at her, clearly impressed. Christmas Day was even better than she had imagined. The house was filled with the smell of fresh pine, sweet treats, and the crackling of a warm fire. Hermione was overwhelmed by the amount of gifts she received, especially from her parents. She opened one present after another, at least 10 in total, each one thoughtfully chosen. Harry and Draco's gifts were great as well. Harry had given her a small fidget toy, something that was supposed to help her focus during class. It wasn't flashy or expensive, but it was clear that Harry had put a lot of thought into it, knowing how much Hermione hated sitting still. She loved it, not because of what it was, but because of the care behind it. "Thanks, Harry," she said, giving him a big grin and punching him lightly on the shoulder. "I'm going to need this next time Snape tries to bore us to death." Harry smiled sheepishly, happy to see her enjoying the gift. Draco's present, on the other hand, was a bit more extravagant, and a bit more. Draco. 2 owls had arrived at her house to deliver the gift. And it had taken both of them to carry it. When Hermione opened the box, she found a stunning, silky dress, complete with an invitation to the Malfoy family Yule Ball. Draco had written a letter, explaining that he had asked his mother if both Hermione and Harry could come, and apparently, it had been approved. The letter also included a somewhat cheeky comment about how Hermione would need to look like a girl for the event, and how the dress in the box would suit her perfectly. She rolled her eyes at Draco's typical teasing. "Ass," she muttered, though she couldn't deny the dress was beautiful. It was a soft mix of green and yellow, the colors shimmering together, and it flowed elegantly down to just below her knees. Her mom had taken one look at it and immediately started gushing about how lovely Hermione would look in it, holding it up against her as if imagining her at the ball. "Oh, this is perfect for you, Hermione," her mom said, beaming. Hermione, however, wasn't so thrilled about the idea of dressing up. She made a mental note to get back at Draco somehow for his comment, but for now, she smiled politely, deciding she would figure out what to do later. Harry had also received a few gifts, which he had been genuinely surprised by. Along with the presents from Hermione's parents, mostly clothes and a card inviting him back anytime, Draco had sent him something as well, a fancy, expensive broomstick. Harry had stared at it in disbelief, clearly not expecting such a lavish gift from Draco, but it was clear the gesture meant something to him, and Hermione did feel bad getting them three kicked off the field, drawing their first flying lesson. Christmas Day was everything Naruto had dreamed of. She loved watching her dad treat Harry like a son, talking to him with that same warmth and affection she had always hoped for growing up. From a distance, she could see Harry's smile, real, genuine joy lighting up his face as he talked and laughed with her dad and much less her mom. At one point, her dad had even ruffled Harry's hair, a simple gesture that seemed to make Harry's eyes shine with happiness. As the day wound down and the house grew quieter, Hermione and Harry retired to her room. They had been sharing it since the start of the break, much to Harry's initial hesitation. He had been nervous about sharing a room with a girl, but after some firm persuasion from both Hermione and her mom, he had gotten used to it. Now, the two of them fell into an easy routine. Harry slept on a pile of pillows and blankets on the floor, while Hermione stretched out comfortably in her bed. By this point, Harry had gotten used to seeing Hermione's casual habits, like the fact that she only slept in her underwear and a t-shirt. At first, he had been uncomfortable, unsure how to act, but now, after a few days of getting used to it, it no longer felt awkward. "Good night, Harry," Hermione said, yawning as she curled up under her blankets. "Good night, Hermione," Harry replied from his makeshift bed on the floor, already half asleep. As Hermione drifted off, her thoughts lingered on the day they had just spent. Christmas had been everything she had imagined and more. She had her best friend beside her, her parents who loved her, and a future full of adventures awaiting them. The Yule Ball and Hermione's payback. Chapter summary. A dance and a kiss? Hermione/Naruto was practically vibrating with excitement as she and Harry prepared for Draco's Yule Ball. This wasn't just any ball, this was payback. After Draco had sent her that frilly Christmas dress with the cheeky comment about needing to look more like a girl, Hermione had made up her mind to turn it into an opportunity to completely catch Draco off guard. She was going all out, full girly mode. The day had been spent preparing, and for the first time in her life, Hermione actually let her mom take control of the transformation. It started with her hair. Her mom had taken her to a local salon, where they'd tamed her wild hair into soft, sleek curls that cascaded over her shoulders. She'd even gotten her nails done, her fingers and toes, no less, painted a subtle but shiny pink. And to top it off, she'd allowed her mom to put on more makeup than she'd ever worn in her life. When she looked in the mirror, Hermione barely recognized herself. She still looked like an 11-year-old kid, but now a very pretty kid, with wide eyes and glowing skin. The green and yellow dress Draco had gifted her fit perfectly, flowing gracefully down to her knees, and her mom had even found a pair of small, delicate heels, nothing too high, since Hermione wasn't ready for that yet, but just enough to add a bit of height. "Wow," Hermione muttered, staring at her reflection. "I look really different." Her mom, standing proudly behind her, smiled. "You look beautiful, sweetheart," and Hermione said quietly, "Draco won't know what hit him," and grinned mischievously. When Harry saw her, his eyes widened in shock. "Hermione? Is that you?" He looked her up and down, trying to process the transformation. "Yep. It's me," she said with a smug grin. "Pretty, aren't I?" Harry blinked, unsure of how to respond, but eventually smiled. "Yeah, you look great." He was dressed in a simple muggle suit, which had already been a bit of an ordeal for him, but he looked sharp. The problem was, he had no idea how well that would go over at a ball filled with rich wizarding families. "Thanks, Harry. But let's be real, tonight is about me getting back at Draco," she said with a wink. "You ready?" Harry shrugged. "As ready as I'll ever be." They arrived at the Malfoy Manor via Portkey, what came with the dress and invites, and the grand entrance alone was enough to make Hermione's eyes widen in awe. The ballroom was filled with the finest decorations, twinkling lights, and elegantly dressed witches and wizards. Everywhere she looked, there were guests dressed in the richest fabrics, talking in polished accents that made it clear these were people of power and wealth. Most of them eyed Harry's muggle suit with thinly veiled disdain, but Harry, being Harry, shrugged it off. Hermione, on the other hand, was ready to knock everyone's socks off. As they stepped into the ballroom, Draco spotted them immediately. At first, he smiled when he saw Harry, ready to greet them both as usual. But the second his eyes landed on Hermione, his expression went blank, his mouth opening slightly in shock. Hermione couldn't resist. She walked up to him with a confident grin, twirling slightly in the dress as she reached him. "What's wrong, Draco?" she teased, her eyes sparkling. "Didn't expect me to look my best?" Draco blinked, seemingly at a loss for words. He opened his mouth to respond but nothing came out. Finally, he managed to say, "You look different." "Good different?" Hermione pressed, clearly enjoying his flustered reaction. Draco glanced away, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Yeah, good different," he muttered, still looking like he hadn't fully recovered from the shock. To Hermione's surprise, it wasn't just Draco who was impressed. His mother, Narcissa Malfoy, had noticed her too. She glided over, her elegant presence commanding the room as she greeted Harry and Hermione warmly. My, Miss Granger," Narcissa said, her eyes softening as she took in Hermione's appearance. "You look absolutely lovely. The dress suits you perfectly." Hermione beamed, not expecting to impress Draco's mother so easily. "Thank you, Mrs. Malfoy." Narcissa smiled. "And Harry, you look quite dashing in your muggle suit. It's a unique choice." Harry gave a nervous smile, not sure whether that was a compliment or not, but Narcissa's tone was kind enough to ease his nerves. The night unfolded with the usual Yule Ball elegance. Draco, Harry, and Hermione spent much of it together, talking, laughing, and, much to the surprise of the other guests, playing around. At one point, Harry ended up on the floor with Hermione on top of him, as they had been wrestling playfully. Well, her and Harry anyway, with Draco being happy enough to watch that part of their game. She had pinned him down, her skirt flaring out on the floor and over Harry's legs and her bum in her pants resting on Harry's stomach, much to the horror of a few onlookers. "Why do you always do this?" Harry groaned, looking up at Hermione, completely at her mercy. "Because I'm stronger than you," she said with a cheeky grin, leaning down closer to his face. "And because I always win, admit it." Harry sighed dramatically. "Fine. Your win." Hermione smirked triumphantly, hopping off him and straightening her dress as though nothing had happened. The onlookers, mostly the wealthy, stiff-necked wizards, continued to gossip about the odd behavior, but Draco didn't seem to care. If anything, he was amused by how carefree Hermione and Harry were, like siblings more than friends. He had come to expect Hermione's antics, and watching Harry simply go along with it was something he had gotten used to. As the night began to wind down, Hermione found herself standing by the refreshments table, nibbling on some sweets when Draco suddenly approached her. He looked slightly nervous, a rare sight for someone as typically confident as Draco Malfoy. "Hermione," Draco began, clearing his throat awkwardly, "would you like to dance?" Hermione blinked, surprised by the offer. She wasn't expecting that. But then again, the idea of dancing sounded like something fun and new, and Draco's sudden awkwardness was too amusing to pass up. "Sure," she said brightly, taking his hand without hesitation. They moved to the dance floor, where the soft strains of music filled the room. Hermione let Draco take the lead, which was a rare experience for her. She was used to being the one in control, but there was something oddly nice about letting Draco guide her through the steps. His hand rested gently on her waist, and though the dance was a bit stiff at first, Hermione found herself enjoying it. For once, Draco was in charge, and she let him have it. "Not bad," Hermione said with a smirk as they danced. "Didn't know you had it in you." Draco rolled his eyes, trying to maintain his composure. "My mother taught me. I've been doing this for years. She is the one who asked me to ask you to dance. I needed to with being the Malfoy heir and all." Hermione chuckled. "Yeah, I can tell, you're a good dancer." As the song came to an end, something unexpected happened. Draco, as if following some ingrained tradition, leaned down and kissed Hermione softly on the cheek. The moment it happened, both of them froze, Draco looking as if he had just realized what he'd done and Hermione standing there with wide eyes, her face heating up. For a second, they just stared at each other, both blushing furiously. And then, Hermione couldn't help it, she burst out laughing. "Wow. Lover boy," she teased, seeing Draco's red face grow even darker. "I didn't know you were so romantic." Draco groaned, running a hand through his hair, clearly mortified. "Shut up, Granger, it was by instinct," he muttered, but even he couldn't hide the embarrassed smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The clock struck 10, saving Draco, with the port key that Hermione and Harry had used to arrive was set to take them back at 10:05. Hermione, still grinning, walked over to Harry, who had been watching the whole scene with an amused expression. "Time for me to go, lover boy," Hermione called out, teasing Draco as she skipped toward the exit with Harry, her dress swishing around her legs. Draco rolled his eyes, but there was a faint smile on his face as he waved them off. Yeah, whatever. See you two back at school." Harry and Hermione said their goodbyes to Mrs. Malfoy, who gave them both a polite farewell. Mr. Malfoy, on the other hand, barely gave them a glance, uninterested in his son's muggle-born friends. As Hermione skipped toward the port key, wiggling her body happily, she couldn't stop laughing at how perfectly her night had gone. She'd managed to catch Draco off guard with her appearance, teased him about his kiss, and now have plenty of material to embarrass him with when they got back to school. "Best night ever," Hermione said with a grin as she and Harry held on to the port key. Harry smiled, holding on to the port key as well. "Yeah, it was pretty fun." With a final laugh, the two of them disappeared, whisked away back to the Granger household as the night at the Malfoy Manor came to an end. Back to school. It had been a week since Hermione, still Naruto at heart, had returned to Hogwarts after the Christmas break, and she was lying comfortably in her bed, tossing the strange rock she'd found in the air and catching it absent-mindedly. Life at school had picked up right where it left off, but with the added bonus of the memories from the Yule Ball still fresh in her mind, she was enjoying every moment. The holidays had been amazing, especially spending time with Harry and seeing her parents treat him like their own. She'd lost count of how many hugs they had given him, and how they practically demanded that Harry keep writing to them, something Hermione now made sure he was doing it, and surprisingly he has been doing them on a daily basis. It was funny to her, really. Harry seemed to be writing to her parents more than she did, but she didn't mind. It made her happy to see him so close with them. The first week back had been a good one. They'd had another flying lesson, but of course, Hermione had gotten herself kicked out, again. She was supposed to be practicing slow, gentle circles around the field, but that had been too boring for her. She couldn't resist the temptation to do a loop-the-loop instead, much to the horror of Madame Hooch, who promptly sent her back to the castle with a stern lecture about following instructions. Still, Hermione was looking forward to next year. She was convinced she'd be the best Quidditch player Hogwarts had ever seen. The moment she could try out for the team, she'd show everyone just what she was capable of. And then there was Draco. The relentless teasing about the kiss he'd given her at the Yule Ball had become one of her favorite pastimes. Draco couldn't escape her taunts, no matter how hard he tried to shrug it off. Every time he brought up how she'd dressed like a girl, trying to make her flustered, Hermione would just roll her eyes and say, "Well, I am a girl, Draco. What's your point?" "And you're the one who kissed said girl." For once, that shut him up. She had gotten comfortable with the fact that, yes, she was a girl now, and there was nothing wrong with liking makeup, nail polish, or fixing her hair so it looked nice. In fact, she had actually enjoyed how she looked at the Yule Ball, something she hadn't expected, and she had kept up the routine since. Every morning after her intense 5 a.m. training, which included flips, punches, kicks, running, push-ups, and a lot of jumping around, she would shower, then join her roommates to do her hair and put on a bit of makeup. Of course, she still didn't like the school skirts. They were too long and hard to control, always flying around in ways she found annoying. She preferred short skirts she had worn over the holiday, ones that were easier to move in. But for now, she was stuck with the Hogwarts uniform, so she made do. Hermione caught the rock once more, listening to her dorm room friends, her mind wandering as she remembered something else: Draco. The sly Slytherin had promised that if she showed up at the library at 4 p.m. to do her homework, he'd play chess with her again. She hadn't beaten him yet, but today was going to be the day. She could feel it. Glancing at the clock, her eyes widened. It was already 3:55. With a groan, she sprang off her bed and hurriedly grabbed her things. "Ugh, Draco. You and your stupid chess," she muttered, but there was an excited grin on her face. She still loved the challenge, and the thrill of trying to beat him. As she bolted out of her dorm, her roommates barely had time to react. They were in the middle of a conversation when Hermione jumped up and dashed out without a word, leaving them sighing. They were used to her impulsive behavior by now. Living with Hermione was like living with a hurricane, never a dull moment, always moving, always restless. Hermione raced through the hallways, dodging students as she made her way to the library. The thought of beating Draco at chess kept her fueled with energy, even though she knew deep down he was annoyingly good at it. But today would be different. With a smile on her face, Hermione pushed open the library doors, ready to take on Draco in yet another battle of wits, and, more importantly, ready to win. Well, after the homework they are going to force her to do. The final days of the school year. The rest of the school year had passed in a blur of chaos, laughter, and, of course, a fair share of detentions. Hermione remained inseparable from both Draco and Harry. Their little trio had become a common sight around the school, and while some students found the unlikely friendship between Slytherins and a Hufflepuff odd, no one questioned it anymore. They simply worked together too well, despite their differences. Hermione, for her part, still managed to get herself into trouble almost weekly, most often in potions. It wasn't her fault, really. Snape was a nightmare of a teacher, and every time she tried to follow his instructions, she either got bored or decided to experiment. 3 detentions a week had become standard for her, and Harry often found himself joining her for at least 1 or 2 of them. Snape had an unexplained grudge against Harry as well, which left him stuck cleaning cauldrons alongside Hermione more than he liked. Hermione always shrugged it off, saying it wasn't a big deal. She'd much rather be in detention than dealing with all the boring writing work. When Harry received a mysterious present a month after returning from Christmas, an invisibility cloak, Hermione had been thrilled. Hermione, Harry, and Draco used the invisibility cloak to explore Hogwarts at night. They wandered the vast castle, sneaking into secret passageways, avoiding Filch, and, of course, paying their weekly visits to Fluffy, the 3-headed dog. While Draco steadfastly refused to go into the room again, insisting that Hermione was insane for constantly climbing onto one of Fluffy's heads to pet him, Harry had gradually gained the courage to stroke one of the heads. He never got too close, though, always ready to run if the dog decided to act like the fierce guardian it was supposed to be. Hermione, meanwhile, showed no fear. She adored the giant dog, confidently sitting on top of one of its heads and scratching behind its ears. Even though the room beneath Fluffy had become a distant memory for the trio, the dog itself had become part of their weekly routine. And then there was the homework situation. As usual, Hermione struggled to stay on top of it, and it had become almost a tradition for Draco and Harry to bribe her into doing her assignments. Draco's go-to method was offering to play chess with her, which was both a reward and a challenge. Hermione had still yet to beat him, but that didn't stop her from trying. Harry, on the other hand, had learned how to guilt her into doing work. He would drop hints about how she might not make it into the same top classes with him next year if she didn't pull her weight, which somehow works on her. It wasn't that Hermione didn't care about school, she just preferred action over theory. Her spellcasting was top-notch, and she excelled in every practical class. But writing essays? She could barely sit still long enough to finish one. The end of the school year had come sooner than expected, and it was now the last day before everyone returned home for the summer. Hermione, Draco, and Harry had taken their final exams, and while Hermione was frustrated that she didn't place first in her year, she still managed to come in 12th, which was impressive given her half-hearted approach to homework and her essays. She'd been top in every practical exam, but with her struggles in potions and written work, it had been enough to pull her down. 12th place. Hermione had groaned earlier that morning, sitting beside Draco and Harry by the Black Lake. I should have been at the top, not 12th. That's so, ugh. Considering how little effort you put into your homework, Draco had replied with a smirk, I'm surprised you didn't end up lower. Draco had come second in the entire year, excelling in all subjects, and Harry had managed to land in 5th, thanks to Draco's help with studying. But Hermione had just shrugged off her potions failures, much to Draco's annoyance, with him saying it is a great thing to learn and she should have at least tried and done good next to you. She just said whatever. Now, the three of them were lounging by the lake again, enjoying the warmth of the day. Students from all years and houses were spread out across the grass, soaking in the rare heat. While Harry and Draco sat under the shade of a large tree, talking quietly, Hermione got bored just sitting still. She was, as usual, showing off her ninja-like flexibility. She couldn't stand sitting still when there was open space to move. For the past half hour, she had been flipping, jumping, and cartwheeling across the grass, her skirt flying as she moved, earning the occasional glance from students nearby. When she finally finished, she flipped one last time and landed right next to Draco, flopping down on the grass beside him. You're crazy, you know that? Draco said with a shake of his head. But there was a hint of admiration in his voice. You say that like it's a bad thing, Hermione replied, grinning up at him. Harry chuckled, looking at the two of them before Hermione turned to him for the 5th time that afternoon. So, Harry, why can't you just stay at my house for the summer? You hate your aunt and uncle, and you said they hate you. It's perfect. Harry sighed, leaning back against the tree. Because Ledor says I have to. It's safer there. Hermione rolled her eyes, clearly annoyed by the mention of the headmaster. The old fart doesn't know what's best for you, Harry. He's just wrong. She crossed her arms, determination flashing in her eyes. I'm coming to visit you, you know. I got your address out of you yesterday, and I'm not taking no for an answer. Harry groaned. He knew she wouldn't give up, and that is how she finally got him to tell her his address. You really shouldn't, Hermione. My aunt and uncle, they're not going to take well to you or anyone showing up. Hermione just shrugged, unfazed. I don't care. I'm visiting you the day after we get home, it'll be fun. Draco smirked, clearly amused by the whole situation. You're relentless, Granger. I almost feel bad for Potter. Almost. Harry shook his head, glancing at Hermione as she lay beside Draco, kicking her legs up and flexing her fingers one at a time, clearly full of energy. I just don't know what my aunt and uncle are going to think of you showing up out of everyone. You're you. Hermione grinned. Exactly. I'm me. And I'll get them to like me, trust me. She flashed Harry a determined smile before leaning back on the grass, staring up at the sky. She knew exactly what she was going to do once summer started. Harry wasn't going to spend another second feeling miserable around his relatives, not if she had anything to say about it. Ledor's frustration, and Hermione's surprise. Albus Ledor sat in his office at Hogwarts, his fingers steepled, staring intently at the trinkets and magical artifacts scattered across his desk. His expression was a far cry from the usual serene, twinkling-eyed facade he presented to the students. Instead, a frown lined his face, deepening with every thought. This school year had gone anything but according to plan, and for the first time in years, Ledor felt things slipping through his grasp. Harry Potter had been sorted into Slytherin. That had been the first major blow to his carefully laid plans. Slytherin was the house that had bred the darkest wizards, including Tom Riddle. It was not where the boy who lived should have ended up. Ledor had hoped that Harry would follow in his parents' footsteps and be sorted into Gryffindor, the house of the brave and noble. But no, the hat had placed him with the cunning and ambitious. Worse, Harry had gone on to make friends with Draco Malfoy, the son of one of the most influential dark families in the wizarding world. Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father, had close ties to Death Eaters, and Ledor had hoped to steer Harry far away from such influences. And then there was the girl, Hermione Granger. Ledor didn't know what to make of her. She was an enigma. She had come to Hogwarts bright and eager, but she had taken an unorthodox path from the very start. Running around the grounds at dawn, flipping and jumping like a circus acrobat. She was constantly in motion, her energy seemingly limitless. Her friendships with Harry and Draco had puzzled Ledor further. How had those three, so different in background and personality, become so close? But perhaps the most troubling development of all was the failure of his plan involving the Philosopher's Stone. Ledor had expected Harry to seek it out, to be drawn into the trap he had set beneath the three-headed dog, Fluffy. But Harry had never shown any interest. Worse, the stone had gone missing. Voldemort, or whatever was left of him, must have gotten his hands on it, which would mean he was one step closer to returning to power. Now Ledor faced the daunting task of explaining to Nicholas Flamel why the stone was gone and why the old alchemist might not be able to prolong his life any longer. Sighing heavily, Ledor glanced at Fawkes, his loyal phoenix, who sat perched on the edge of the desk, watching him silently. "Things are not going as I expected, old friend," he murmured. Fawkes gave a soft trill, but it did little to ease Ledor's worry. The headmaster leaned back in his chair, feeling an unfamiliar sense of frustration. This year was supposed to be the beginning of something great, a way to guide Harry on his path to eventually confront Voldemort. But now, with the stone gone and Harry aligning himself with Draco Malfoy of all people, the path forward was murky. For the first time in a long while, Ledor felt uncertain about the future, and he also needed to find another teacher for defense. Switch to Hermione/Naruto, the train station. Back at the Hogwarts Express station, Hermione was positively bouncing with energy. The school year had ended, and she couldn't wait to see her parents. The thought of going home for the summer was exciting, but even more exciting was the prospect of bringing Harry with her. She had been relentless in insisting that Harry spend the summer at her house over the break, and while he had been resistant at first and knew he won't be able to, even if she wasn't taking no for an answer. As she stood with Harry and Draco, waiting for the train to pull in, she threw her arms around Draco in a tight hug, completely ignoring the fact that he was looking around nervously, embarrassed at being hugged in front of everyone, with the doors opening to all the parents waiting and watching to see their kid come out. "Hermione, let go," Draco muttered, his face turning a faint shade of pink. "You're making a scene." Hermione just grinned and squeezed him tighter before finally releasing him. "You're going to miss me," she said playfully. Draco rolled his eyes, but there was a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yeah. Whatever, Granger. See you next year, maybe I will come to yours this summer." With a final wave to Draco with him seeing his mom, Hermione turned her attention to Harry, who looked nervous as always. She grabbed his arm and started dragging him toward where her parents would be waiting. "Come on, Harry. You're coming home with me. I told you, my parents want to see how you're doing if you are not, and I'm not letting you run off to those horrible relatives of yours you hear." Harry, trying to keep up with Hermione's enthusiasm, sighed. "Hermione, I don't think." "Nope." Hermione cut him off, determined. "You're coming with me. You hate your aunt and uncle, and they hate you. My mom and dad are way better, trust me." Harry smiled faintly, grateful for her insistence, even if he was still a bit uncomfortable with having to walk away from her soon, knowing he needs to go with it set being how it is. When they finally reached the station platform where her parents were waiting, Hermione skidded to a halt, her eyes going wide with shock. Her mother, who she hadn't seen in months 6-7 months, she looked different. Her mother was noticeably rounder, her belly protruding in a way that made Hermione blink in surprise. "Mum?" Hermione said, her brow furrowing. "Why are you so fat?" Her mother, instead of being offended, smiled warmly and opened her arms. "Honey, I'm pregnant," seeing you so happy at Christmas and not the timid girl anymore. We thought it might be nice for you to have a little brother or sister." Hermione's eyes widened in disbelief, and before anyone could say anything else, she flipped backward into a perfect handspring, landing with a whoop of excitement. "I'm going to be the best big sister in the world," she declared, practically bouncing up and down. Her parents laughed, clearly happy to see their daughter's excitement. Her mom pulled her into a tight hug, and her dad chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. "Glad to see you're thrilled, sweetheart." "I am thrilled." Hermione beamed, barely able to contain her excitement. The idea of being a big sister filled her with joy, and she was already imagining all the ways she could help with her new sibling. She couldn't wait to teach them everything she knew, especially all the cool flips and ninja skills. After a few minutes of celebration, they all turned to Harry, who had been standing to the side, watching with a smile. Hermione's dad stepped forward, holding out a hand. "Harry, nice to see you looking so healthy, and from yours and Hermione's letter had a great year." Harry shook Mr. Granger's hand, offering his own congratulations. "Thanks, sir." But Mr. Granger didn't let go after the handshake. He pulled Harry into a warm hug. "You know you're always welcome at Aries, Harry. Our door is open to you anytime this summer." Harry smiled, a little overwhelmed by the kindness. "Thank you, Mr. Granger. That means a lot." Hermione's mom followed suit, hugging Harry tightly and echoing her husband's sentiments. "We'd love to have you, Harry. Don't let those dreadful relatives of yours keep you away." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Hermione told them what he said about who he lives with, but he was still touched, so Harry nodded. "I'll try to come by." Hermione, always full of energy, hugged Harry as well, probably a little too tightly. "I'm still coming to visit you tomorrow, you know," she said, grinning as she pulled back. "Even if I have to drag you out of that house myself. But first, I need to decide what kind of big sister I'm going to be." Harry chuckled softly, shaking his head. "You're impossible, Hermione." Hermione just hugged Harry harder and said, "I do wish you would come with my parents and me and stay at Aries, but I guess I understand, with Dad saying it is your choice." As they all said their goodbyes and prepared to head back, Harry felt a pang of reluctance. Leaving Hermione and her loving, joyful family to return to the Dursleys felt wrong. His aunt and uncle weren't going to be happy to see him, and he would be back in his small cupboard, likely without contact from the magical world for the entire summer. He hadn't told Hermione about the reality of his living conditions, somehow managing to keep that secret from her. But as he looked at the Grangers, he couldn't help but wish that he could stay with them, stay in a place where he was wanted, where people cared about him. As Hermione grabbed the port key, which would take them to the closest drop-off point, ready to head back to her respective homes, Hermione smiled at him, her excitement still shining in her eyes. She couldn't wait to see Harry again tomorrow, and Harry, though dreading what awaited him, was grateful for her friendship and the warmth her family had shown him. The Rescue. Chapter Summary. They go and see Harry. Chapter 16, The Rescue. Hermione was determined. Nothing could stop her from visiting Harry the day after they returned from Hogwarts. Her dad had agreed to drive her to his, and as they neared Privet Drive, she couldn't sit still, her energy buzzing through her. She was wearing a fluffy white short skirt, paired with a pink hoodie, and her favorite skate trainers. She wanted to look casual, but cute, her usual style nowadays, but right now, all she could think about was getting to Harry. Her dad, always supportive, was behind the wheel. They had already talked about what might happen when they arrived. Hermione had warned him that Harry's relatives weren't exactly kind, but she hadn't expected what they were about to walk into. When they arrived at number 4, Privet Drive, Hermione hopped out of the car before it had even fully stopped. She marched right up to the door with her dad following closely behind. She rang the doorbell impatiently, glancing back at her father as she waited. The door creaked open, revealing a massive man, big, fat, with a face that was twisted into an unpleasant scowl. Behind him stood an equally sour-looking woman, with a long neck and beady eyes. "We're here to see Harry Potter," Hermione said, her voice confident and unwavering. The man snorted, crossing his beefy arms. "No Harry Potter here," he said gruffly. The woman beside him nodded in agreement, her lips pursed into a thin line. Hermione narrowed her eyes, not believing a word of it. Just as she was about to demand they let her in, she heard it. A faint noise, something like banging, coming from inside the house. Then, she heard a muffled voice. It was faint, but unmistakable. "Harry." "Help," came Harry's muffled cry, sounding desperate and pained. Without thinking, Hermione pushed past the large man, her dad right behind her. "Harry," she called, her heart racing as she followed the sound. The man's thick hand shot out, trying to stop her, but Hermione ducked under his arm, her dad stepping in to block him. They hurried through the narrow hallway, following the sound of Harry's voice until they reached the cupboard under the stairs. The door was small, barely noticeable, who would ever think it was a room? But Hermione saw the small padlock dangling from it and the scratches along the wood where the padlock had been used for years, and her heart broke. "Harry," she shouted, crouching down and pulling at the lock. It snapped open easily, and she flung the door wide. Inside, curled up in a cramped ball, was Harry. His face was pale, tear-stained, and his left eye was swollen with a nasty bruise. He had cuts along his arms and what looked like more injuries hidden beneath his oversized clothes. "Oh, Harry," Hermione whispered, tears stinging her eyes. Without waiting for permission, she reached in and started pulling him out of the tiny cupboard, wrapping her arms around him tightly. "We've got you." Just as she was helping Harry to his feet, a large hand clamped down on her shoulder. "How dare you, U.S., the fat man roared, his face red with anger. Hermione tensed, ready to twist the man's wrist and kick him in the face, when something unexpected happened. Her dad, usually calm and kind, moved faster than she'd ever seen. He stepped forward, and with a firm punch to the man's face, sent him sprawling onto the floor. "How dare you touch my daughter," her dad growled, his voice filled with protective fury. Vernon Dursley, the large man, wheezed from the floor, clutching the side of his face in shock. Hermione's dad quickly helped Harry to his feet, throwing an arm around him for support. "We're getting you out of here," he said firmly, his face set in determination. Together, they rushed Harry out of the house and into the car. Hermione helped Harry into the back seat, settling him down as gently as she could. Harry looked dazed, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he couldn't quite believe what was happening. His voice was small and shaky when he finally spoke. "Is this real?" he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Are you really here?" Hermione's heart broke at the question. She pulled Harry into a tight hug, pressing his head against her chest. "Yes, it's real," she murmured, her own voice thick with emotion. "We're here, and you're never going back to that place." "Not ever. One day they do this to you, Harry," she said in anger. Harry let out a choked sob, clutching at Hermione's hoodie as she held him. His tears soaked into her pink hoodie, but she didn't care. All that mattered was that Harry was safe now, away from those horrible people. Her dad drove in silence for about 10 minutes before pulling over to the side of the road. He took out his phone and quickly dialed the police, reporting Vernon and Petunia Dursley for child abuse. Hermione could hear the fury in his voice as he explained the situation to the authorities, and she felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude for him. Her dad was always calm and level-headed, but when it came to her or her friends, he was fierce. They waited for an hour, parked on the side of the road, while the authorities arrived at Privet Drive to deal with Vernon and Petunia. During that time, Harry had fallen asleep in the back seat, exhausted from the trauma of the day. Hermione sat beside him, stroking his hair gently, still reeling from the reality of what they had discovered. When the police finally called to confirm that the Dursleys were being taken into custody, Hermione's dad turned around in his seat to look at them. "They said Harry can stay with us for the summer," he said softly, relief evident in his voice. "But they'll need to sort out the formalities later." Hermione let out a breath she didn't realize she had been holding, her heart swelling with relief. "Good. That's good." She looked at the sleeping Harry, feeling a mix of emotions, sadness for what he had been through, but also an overwhelming sense of protectiveness. He wasn't just her friend anymore. He was her family now, her almost brother. I'm so mad at him, Hermione whispered, leaning her head back against the car seat. He never told me. How could he not tell me? Her dad glanced at her in the rearview mirror. He probably didn't want you to worry. People don't always talk about the worst things in their lives, Hermione. They want to fix it themselves and don't ask for help. She nodded, knowing her dad was right, but still feeling that twinge of anger. Harry had kept this horrible secret from her, from everyone. When he woke up, she would let him have it. She wasn't going to let him off the hook for keeping something so important from her. But for now, she just wanted to make sure he was okay. As they drove back home, Hermione leaned back, her hand resting on Harry's as he slept beside her. Her mind was already racing with thoughts of what the summer would bring. Harry would live with them, where he belonged, surrounded by people who loved him. She would make sure he never felt alone again. And when he woke up, she was going to give him the biggest talking to of his life. A summer of changes. Chapter summary. Stuff happens in the summer break. When Harry woke up the next morning, he felt a strange sense of peace, a feeling he hadn't experienced in years. He wasn't in his cupboard under the stairs. He wasn't with the Dursleys. He was in a warm, comfortable bed at the Grangers' house, and for the first time in a long time, he felt safe. But that peace didn't last long because as soon as Hermione realized he was awake, she stormed into the room, her face set in a determined scowl. "Harry James Potter!" Hermione yelled, standing at the edge of the bed with her hands on her hips. "Why didn't you ever tell me about your home life?" Harry blinked, still groggy from sleep. "Hermione, You should have told me," she continued, pacing back and forth. "I could have helped. My dad could have helped. You didn't have to suffer alone like that. How could you not say anything?" Her voice was sharp, but Harry could see the concern in her eyes. He knew she wasn't angry at him, she was angry at the situation. Still, guilt washed over him, and all he could manage was a soft, "I'm sorry." Hermione paused, her shoulders relaxing slightly as she sighed. She looked at Harry's sad face, and whatever frustration she had melted away. Without a second thought, she jumped onto the bed next to him and pulled him into a tight hug. Harry stiffened for a moment, then relaxed into the embrace, feeling the comfort and warmth radiating from her. "It's okay," Hermione said quietly, resting her chin on his shoulder. "At least you're here now. You're with us for the whole summer, and if my dad can get custody, you might never have to go back." Harry pulled back slightly, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Custody?" he repeated, shocked. "Your dad, he's trying to." "Yep," Hermione said, smiling proudly. "He's been on the phone all morning with the authorities. He's going to do everything he can to make sure you don't have to go to some random house. You might just be living with us permanently." Harry stared at her, completely overwhelmed by the idea. He had always imagined being stuck with the Dursleys forever, never having a family that truly cared about him. But now, here he was, with an amazing friend and her family who wanted to take him in, to give him a real home. He couldn't believe how lucky he had gotten. "Thank you," Harry whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "Thank you, Hermione." Hermione grinned, giving him a playful nudge. "No problem, little bro. I'm technically older than you by, like, a month, so that makes me your big sister now." She wiggled her eyebrows and added, "And as your big sister, I'm not letting you keep any more secrets like that from me." Harry couldn't help but laugh, rolling his eyes but feeling a warmth spread through his chest. Fine. You win, Hermione." They sat there for a moment, the room filled with comfortable silence. Hermione had a way of making everything seem better, even in the worst situations. Harry felt a sense of belonging that he had never felt before. The rest of the summer was everything Harry could have dreamed of. He spent his days getting to know the Grangers' neighborhood friends, who quickly became his friends as well. Hermione, always the energetic one, kept busy with her morning training routines, flipping through the air, tossing shuriken, and showing off her ninja moves. Her dad, however, had to have a talk with her about how she was getting a bit too old to be doing flips in short skirts. Apparently, some older boys in the neighborhood had been watching her a little too closely, which made her dad concerned. "Those boys were staring at your bum," her dad had said, clearly uncomfortable. "You're going to need to be more mindful of that, Hermione." Hermione, of course, wasn't too bothered by it. She loved the freedom that skirts gave her, and she wasn't about to stop doing her flips and jumps just because some boys couldn't keep their eyes to themselves. So, she compromised by wearing tights or sometimes even trousers when she knew she'd be training. But still, she found herself preferring skirts. It was odd, she had started off hating them, but now she liked the way they felt, how freeing they were, much more better than trousers. Her parents, especially her mom, couldn't have been happier. They had watched as their tomboy daughter gradually began to embrace more traditionally girly things, like skirts and makeup. But Hermione didn't see it as a complete shift. She just liked what she liked, whether that was skirts, training, flipping through the air or makeup. She was still herself, and that's all that mattered. Harry, on the other hand, had been spending a lot of time with Mr. Granger. They worked on fixing up the old car together, with Hermione always teasing Harry about how much time he spent fiddling with it. "It's just metal and oil," she'd say, sticking her tongue out at them. But despite her teasing, Hermione loved seeing Harry grow close to her family. "This is your dad now," Hermione had said one day, nudging Harry in the side. "You don't have to call him Mr. Granger all the time, you know." Harry had smiled shyly, still getting used to the idea that Hermione's family could be his family, too. But slowly, day by day, it was becoming real. He spent most weekends fishing with Mr. Granger with Hermione hated fishing. Within 5 minutes of sitting still with a fishing rod in her hand she jumped into the lake, so her dad was happy that Harry seemed to like it and was well happy to just sit and talk, and Harry and Mr. Granger kept on working on the car, and Harry learned things he never thought he'd experience in a real family. He felt like he truly belonged for the first time in his life. But as great as the summer was, not everything stayed simple. One afternoon, Hermione's mom took her out shopping, insisting that they needed to pick up a few things. Hermione didn't think much of it until they found themselves in a women's clothing store. That's when she realized what was happening. "Mom, do we really have to do this now?" Hermione groaned, eyeing the racks of clothes warily. "Yes, sweetheart," her mom replied, pulling her toward the fitting rooms. "It's time. You're growing up, and you need a training bra." Hermione sighed, knowing this moment would come eventually. But still wishing it would have been later. She stood in front of the mirror in the fitting room, wearing a training bra, feeling a mix of emotions. She had known for the past 2 months that her chest was developing, but now it was undeniable. The woman who measured her had even remarked that they are quite big for your first training bra. Hermione just rolled her eyes, trying to process it all. She wasn't going to let this stop her from being the strongest, toughest girl around. Her body might be changing, but she can still train, still flip, and still be herself. As she stared at her reflection, she felt a strange sense of pride. If she was going to grow into a woman, she was going to be a strong, confident one. A small smile crept onto her face. "If I'm going to have this girly body from now on," she thought, "I might as well become hot." Her mind flashed back to when she was Naruto and had perfected her lemony jutsu. That had been one of her most fun techniques. Now, though she didn't have chakra anymore, she had magic. And she still had her determination. She could be both strong and now beautiful, just like she had always wanted and wanted more now as a girl. With a final glance in the mirror, Hermione grinned. "All right, Mum," she said, stepping out of the fitting room. "Let's do this." The summer carried on, and it was filled with more adventures, training, and a growing sense of family between Harry and the Grangers. Harry was starting to see them as his own, and Hermione was right there beside him every step of the way. Even with all the changes she was going through, one thing was certain, she was going to be the best big sister, best friend, and strongest witch in the world. And nothing, not even a few new curves and bumps, was going to stop her becoming a family. Chapter Summary. This is messier than normal, I think. Sorry. It was getting closer to the end of the summer holidays, and Hermione could barely contain her excitement. Not only was her little sibling due to be born in just about a week, but she had also just celebrated her 12th birthday. The birthday party had been incredible, filled with the same kids who had attended Harry's birthday earlier in the summer. Harry had told Hermione's parents that it was the best birthday he had ever had, and that simple declaration had led to one of those warm, family-filled moments where both of Hermione's parents hugged Harry tight, welcoming him into their hearts more than ever. Harry had received cool presents from the Grangers and their neighborhood friends, but perhaps the most surprising part of the summer was how well Draco Malfoy had fit in. Draco had come to both Harry's and Hermione's birthdays, charming as ever, and Hermione's parents seemed to take a liking to him. He was polite, witty, and knew how to behave around adults, unlike his usual Slytherin persona. Hermione still teased him mercilessly, of course. On Hermione's birthday, one of the presents she opened had been a crop top with the words "Best Big Sister" printed across it. Hermione had loved it instantly and, with her usual carefree attitude, had thrown it on right in front of everyone. Her bra was briefly visible to all the kids at the party, and while most of the boys blushed and looked away, a few rolled their eyes or laughed, including Harry. They were used to Hermione's free-spirited ways by now. Her dad, however, had face-bombed, clearly still trying to figure out how to talk to his daughter about how she was developing and needed to be a bit more mindful about showing her body. Hermione's mom just smiled, though, proud of how confident her daughter was becoming, even as she entered the more awkward preteen years. The only time Hermione had really gotten embarrassed was when she opened a gift from her mom, a package of nice, proper bras. She turned beet red, quickly stashing the bras out of sight while muttering a quiet, "Thanks, Mum," hoping no one had noticed. Most of the kids were too distracted, but Hermione couldn't shake the blush from her face. She had complained a couple of days earlier to her mom that her training bras were getting tight, so the switch to a normal bra had been inevitable. But still, in front of everyone? Despite the minor embarrassment, her birthday had been amazing, and the summer overall was one of the best she'd ever had. And now, with only a week to go until her little sibling was due to be born, everything felt perfect. Except for one thing. Harry was so close to officially becoming a member of the Granger family. He would be Harry Potter Granger before long, but there was one last hurdle to overcome, Albus Dumbledore. Or, as Hermione had taken to calling him, Dumbledore. The old wizard had been the one pushing against the Grangers' adoption of Harry, insisting that Harry should return to the Dursleys. He argued that it was for Harry's safety, but Hermione wasn't having it. She didn't trust Dumbledore's reasoning, and she certainly didn't trust the man after what she and her dad had witnessed at Privet Drive. To her, he was just an old fool who couldn't see what was best for her brother. Thankfully, the Grangers had a strong case. The Muggle courts were happy to allow the adoption to go through, but since Harry was famous in the wizarding world, they also had to appeal to the wizarding courts. This had been a shock for Hermione. Harry was famous? She hadn't known about it at all. Apparently, Harry was famous for defeating a dark wizard when he was just a baby. That explained why people had stared at him so much during their first year at Hogwarts. When Hermione found out, she had been so surprised that she'd gaped at Harry for a full minute before blurting out, "How did I not know you were famous?" Harry had laughed, enjoying the rare moment when he knew something Hermione didn't, but in Hermione's fashion, she just shrugged the whole thing off after an hour. Now, the day had finally come. The Wizarding Court was set to decide Harry's fate, whether he would stay with the Dursleys or be adopted by the Grangers. The courtroom was filled with tension as the case began. Hermione and her parents sat together, and Harry was down in the middle, facing the council. Draco was there too, sitting with his mother, Narcissa Malfoy. His father, Lucius Malfoy, was one of the key figures in the case, so he was also in the middle, and Hermione felt her stomach twist as she watched him closely. Lucius was known for his power and influence, but Draco had assured her that he was on their side. The court proceedings were intense. Dumbledore had voiced his concerns about Harry's safety, urging the court to send him back to the Dursleys for the greater good, he would say. Hermione could barely contain her anger every time the old wizard spoke. She shot daggers at him with her eyes, mentally calling him Dumbledore in her head every time he made a point. But then came the pivotal moment. Lucius Malfoy, surprisingly neutral in his demeanor, requested that Harry's memories be viewed to show the truth of his life with the Dursleys. As a 12-year-old, Harry couldn't alter or fake memories, so the truth would be undeniable. Harry, nervous but brave, allowed his memories to be seen. The courtroom fell silent as the images unfolded. What they saw shocked and horrified everyone present. They saw the cramped cupboard under the stairs, the neglect, the verbal abuse, and the physical harm that Harry had endured for years. They saw the way Vernon Dursley had treated Harry like dirt, and the cold, uncaring demeanor of Petunia Dursley. But then, as the memories shifted, they saw the rescue. Hermione and her dad, bursting into the house, pulling Harry out of the cupboard, her dad punching Vernon to the ground in a moment of fierce protectiveness. The court watched it all from Harry's perspective, and when the memories ended, the room was filled with a heavy, stunned silence. The council members exchanged glances, clearly affected by what they had witnessed. Lucius Malfoy stood, his voice steady and commanding as he addressed the court. It is clear that Harry Potter cannot, under any circumstances, be sent back to his relatives. The Granger family has shown more care for him in a month than the Dursleys have in 12 years. A majority of the council members nodded in agreement. Even those who had been unsure at the start seemed swayed by the evidence. When the votes were cast, it was overwhelmingly in favor of allowing Harry to be adopted by the Grangers. The decision was made. Harry was officially a member of the Granger family. The moment the verdict was announced, Hermione couldn't contain herself. She leapt over the banister of the court's seating area and practically tackled Harry in a huge hug, beaming with joy. "Eat that, Dumbledore," she shouted, sticking her tongue out at the old wizard, who sat there looking thoroughly unimpressed. The courtroom erupted into laughter. Even some of the council members chuckled at Hermione's boldness. Ledore, the only one who had voted against the adoption, walked out fast, obviously not happy, and the papers the next day would run with the story under the headline "Ledore or Dumbledore," what it seems like some of his students like to call him put our Harry Potter in a Danvers home for 12 years. But none of that mattered to Hermione. What mattered was that Harry, her brother, was now officially part of her family. Her parents joined them, hugging their new son tightly, and the four of them stood there together, a true family at last. Harry, overwhelmed but smiling, felt something he hadn't felt in years, a sense of belonging, of being loved. As they left the courtroom, walking out into the sunlight, Hermione glanced at Harry and grinned. "Told you you'd be my brother. Yesterday." Harry smiled back, rolling his eyes but filled with gratitude. "Yeah, I guess you did." And with that, the Grangers walked out of the Wizarding Court as a family. A new addition to the Grangers. Chapter Summary. End of Year 1. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. It was finally happening. The day Hermione had been eagerly waiting for had arrived. Her mom was in the hospital, having the baby. She and Harry sat anxiously in the waiting room, bouncing with excitement. Their grandmother, a lovely 74-year-old woman who doted on her grandchildren, was there with them, smiling at the sight of her two new grandkids. Hermione's boundless energy contrasted sharply with Harry's calm demeanor. Harry had been officially adopted by the Grangers a week ago, and their grandma loved him as much as any grandson gets. The day had started with nervous excitement as they made their way to the hospital. No one knew the baby's gender, and Hermione's dad had come up with a fun little deal for the kids. If it was a boy, Harry would eventually share a room with his new brother once the baby was old enough to move out of their parents' room/crib. But if it was a girl, she would share a room with Hermione, something Hermione desperately hoped for. She was already imagining all the late-night chats, the fun they'd have, and how she would teach her new sibling everything, ninja skills, magic, and how to be the best sibling ever. The hours passed slowly. Hermione was talking a mile a minute, explaining to her grandma how she was going to be the greatest big sister in the world. Her enthusiasm was endless, and while her grandma smiled lovingly, she couldn't help but glance at Harry, who had smartly fallen asleep on a waiting room chair. It was nearing 3 a.m., and the older woman was beginning to get tired from the relentless energy her granddaughter was displaying. Hermione, as usual, couldn't sit still, bouncing from seat to seat, pacing, and even doing some ninja stuff. "I just can't wait to teach the baby all my ninja moves," Hermione exclaimed, practically buzzing with excitement. "Whether it's a boy or a girl, I'll make sure they can do all the best flips and kicks. And they'll be the best at magic, too. We're going to be the best family of witches and ninjas the world has ever seen." Her grandma chuckled softly. "I'm sure you will be, dear. You're certainly enthusiastic enough." As the night wore on, another hour passed. Hermione was still talking when the doors to the waiting room swung open. She jumped up and Harry woke up immediately, Harry snapping to attention while Hermione bolted out of her seat, when they saw their dad walking toward them, a tired but happy smile on his face. "Is it a boy? Is it a girl?" Hermione asked breathlessly, practically bouncing on her toes. Their dad grinned. "You've got a little brother." Without waiting for more, Hermione and Harry took off, racing toward the room where their mom was resting. Their grandmother and dad followed more slowly, smiling at their kid and grandkid's excitement. When they entered the room, they found their mom sitting in bed, looking exhausted but glowing with happiness. She held a tiny bundle in her arms, the smallest thing Hermione had ever seen. Her mom smiled tiredly at them as they approached, her eyes soft and full of love. "Come meet your little brother," she said gently. Hermione's heart swelled with emotion. She crept closer, her eyes wide as she took in the sight of the newborn. He was so small, so delicate. For the first time, Hermione felt something she wasn't used to, an overwhelming, protective love that made her throat tighten. She had never felt anything like it before. Her dad carefully handed the baby to her, and Hermione held him with the gentlest touch she could muster. As the tiny baby wriggled in her arms, Hermione's eyes welled with tears. She hadn't expected to feel this emotional, but holding her baby brother in her arms, she knew her life had changed forever. "I'm never going to let anything bad happen to you," Hermione whispered, her voice soft and full of emotion. "Ever." The room was filled with warmth, love, and quiet laughter. Harry stood beside her, looking down at his new brother with awe in his eyes. Their grandmother smiled at them, while their parents exchanged tired but happy glances. Hermione had always been confident, strong, and full of energy, but in that moment, holding her baby brother, she felt something new, a deep sense of responsibility. She was going to be the best big sister ever, and nothing in the world was going to stop her from protecting and loving her little brother. Chapter end notes. So in that nice note that is the end of year 1, smiley face. The return to Hogwarts and the mysterious Gilderoy Lockhart. Chapter summary. Year 2, here we come. The day had finally arrived. Harry and Hermione's second year at Hogwarts was about to begin. The air was filled with excitement as they stood at platform 9 3/4, saying their goodbyes to their parents and little brother, Alex, who was comfortably nestled in his pram. After a long and eventful summer, the prospect of another magical year was both thrilling and bittersweet for Hermione. She was bursting with energy, ready to return to Hogwarts, but leaving her baby brother was tougher than she'd expected. The summer had been a whirlwind, especially their shopping trip to Diagon Alley. This year, Hermione had outdone herself in terms of her boundless energy. Last year, she had driven shopkeepers to their wits' end by touching everything in sight, testing every quill, flipping through books, and trying out all sorts of magical gadgets. This time, most of the shops had learned to spot her from a distance, and she found herself barred from entering several of them, much to her chagrin. The joke in the Granger family was that Hermione wasn't a customer, she was more of an interactive experience in shops. However, one place that welcomed her with open arms was Gringotts, the Wizarding Bank. When Harry went to withdraw money from his vault, the goblins, with their sharp eyes and stern expressions, had immediately taken a liking to Hermione. Her bubbly personality was the complete opposite of their usual demeanor, but for some reason, they found her delightful. As she bounced around the marble halls of the bank, asking the goblins questions and marveling at their sleek operations, they seemed to indulge her with surprising patience. At one point, one of the goblins even suggested that Hermione open her own account, offering a package that started with as little as 5 Muggle pounds. Hermione's parents, who had grown used to their daughter's antics, put in £100 just for fun. "It'll be worth it," her dad had said with a chuckle. "She is part of this world now." Meanwhile, Harry and Mr. Granger had handled the rest of Hermione's shopping as she spent time talking to Alex, already bonding with him in ways that showed just how much she adored her baby brother. One of the most peculiar moments of their summer had been meeting Gilderoy Lockhart, Hogwarts' newest defense against the dark arts professor. The man was, in Harry's words, unbearably annoying. Lockhart had paraded around Diagon Alley with his pearly white smile, perfectly coiffed hair, and autographed copies of his latest book in hand. Harry couldn't stand him, rolling his eyes at every chance he got, but Hermione, well, Hermione found him charming. She didn't realize it at the time, but she had developed a slight crush on the professor, like many girls and women across the wizarding world. Lockhart's charisma and perfectly tailored robes had a way of making hearts flutter, and Hermione wasn't immune. Even her mom had raised an eyebrow at him when they crossed paths. Harry and Mr. Granger, seeing the way the girls in their lives swooned over Lockhart, exchanged a resigned look, muttering as shared girls, under their breath. As much as Hermione would later deny it, there had been a moment when her heart skipped a beat as Lockhart signed her book with a flourish, flashing her one of his famous smiles. Harry had snickered at her dazed expression, but Hermione had insisted it was just because he's nice and that she didn't see what all the fuss was about. Now, standing at the station, Hermione couldn't stop bouncing. She leaned over Alex's pram, cooing at her baby brother and fussing over him with a love that had grown fiercely over the end of the summer. "I'm going to miss you so much, little bro," Hermione said, her voice thick with emotion. "I'll send you loads of pictures, okay? Don't forget me." "Mum, you have to send me a picture of Alex every day." Her mom chuckled, brushing a strand of hair behind Hermione's ear. "I will, sweetie. Every day. You'll get so many pictures, you'll be sick of them." Hermione's dad placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "You two have a great year. And Harry," he added with a smile, "you're part of the family now. Don't let Hermione boss you around too much." Harry grinned, feeling a sense of warmth and belonging that was still new to him. "I'll try my best," he joked, though they all knew it was a losing battle. With one last hug to their parents and a soft kiss on Alex's head, Harry and Hermione boarded the Hogwarts Express. They quickly found a compartment and slid inside, only to spot Draco lounging comfortably in one of the seats, his face lighting up as soon as he saw them. "Hermione! Harry!" Draco exclaimed, standing up to greet them. "About time you got here. Thought you'd decided to skip out on me." Hermione beamed, rushing forward to give Draco a tight hug. "I've barely seen you all summer. We've got so much to talk about." They settled in, catching up on everything that had happened during the summer. The conversation naturally turned to Harry officially becoming a Granger, which Draco found both amusing and heartwarming. "So, you're officially part of the family now, eh?" Draco said with a smirk. "Harry Potter Granger. Has a nice ring to it." Harry chuckled, leaning back in his seat. "Yeah, it feels good. Like I've finally got a place." Hermione smiled at Harry, grateful for how close they had become as siblings. "You are family now," she said firmly. "And Draco, don't think you're off the hook either. You're practically family too at this point." Draco rolled his eyes but smiled nonetheless. "I'll take that as a compliment." Just as their conversation was getting lively, the compartment door slid open. Standing in the doorway was a girl with long, messy blonde hair and wide, dreamy eyes. She wore an assortment of mismatched clothes, but there was something oddly ethereal about her presence. "Hi," the girl said in a calm, soft voice. "I'm Luna Lovegood. Is it all right if I sit here?" Hermione's face lit up with excitement. "Of course. Come in, Luna." We've got plenty of room. Luna sat down next to Hermione, her serene demeanor contrasting with Hermione's energetic vibe. Luna opened a small book and started reading quietly, seemingly unfazed by the trio's dynamic. So, Luna, Hermione began, curiosity getting the best of her, what are you excited about Hogwarts? Luna looked up from her book and blinked slowly. Nargles and other animals. Hermione's eyes widened. Nargles? What are those? And just like that, Hermione and Luna were deep in conversation, with Hermione asking question after question, intrigued by Luna's odd and fascinating worldview. Harry and Draco exchanged amused glances, clearly entertained by the unlikely pairing. As the train began to move, signaling the official start of their journey back to Hogwarts, the compartment was filled with chatter, laughter, and the buzz of excitement. Hermione, Harry, Draco, and now Luna were ready to take on their second and first year, each of them bringing something unique to the table. But before the year even began, one thing was certain: Hermione's energy, her new family bond with Harry, and the unlikely friendship blossoming with Draco and Luna were going to make this year just as memorable and chaotic as the last. As they sped toward Hogwarts, Hermione couldn't help but grin, bouncing in her seat. Between the excitement of new teachers, like the enigmatic Gilderoy Lockhart, and the promise of new adventures, Hermione was more than ready for what lay ahead. The truth about Gilderoy Lockhart, and the throwing of the book to the head. The great hall was alive with the usual start-of-term energy, the long tables filled with chatter and laughter as students settled back into life at Hogwarts. Hermione was seated at the Hufflepuff table, clapping extra hard for the new first years as they were sorted. She remembered how annoying it is when you don't get into the house you want. She had been during her own sorting and wanted to make sure every new Hufflepuff felt as welcome as she had. Between applause and beaming smiles, she took time to introduce herself, reassuring them that they were now part of the friendliest and best house at Hogwarts. After dinner, Hermione spent the entire evening in the Hufflepuff common room, chatting excitedly with her roommates about the big changes in her life. "I've got an amazing baby brother now," she told them, her eyes sparkling with joy. "His name's Alex, and I'm going to be the best big sister ever." "Oh, and Harry, yeah, he's my brother now too. It's so cool. I mean, I've got 2 brothers now." Her roommates listened with wide eyes, intrigued by the whirlwind of Hermione's life. As always, her energy was infectious, and by the end of the night, they were laughing, sharing stories, and making plans for the new year. Hermione was sure this year was going to be even better than the last. She was determined to rock it. The next day at lunch, Hermione found herself sitting in the Great Hall with Harry and Draco, who had just come from their first defense against the dark arts class with Gilderoy Lockhart. Both boys were clearly unimpressed. "That class was a disaster," Draco muttered, scowling. "He spent more time talking about himself than actually teaching. We didn't learn a single spell." Harry nodded in agreement, pushing his food around his plate. "He made us do a quiz with questions about his hymn, not even real defensive magic. I thought this guy was supposed to be good." Hermione, still oblivious to the fact that she had a mild crush on Lockhart, rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. "Oh, come on, you two. You're just not appreciating the brilliance of his material and life. Maybe you didn't understand the work he gave you. I'm sure I'll rock it when I have his class after lunch." Draco raised an eyebrow, but didn't argue further, while Harry smirked knowingly. "We'll see, Hermione," Harry said with a grin. "Let us know how it goes." After lunch, Hermione walked into Lockhart's classroom with confidence, still defending him in her head despite Harry and Draco's complaints. The class began with Lockhart flashing his trademark grin, launching straight into a quiz. As Hermione scanned the first 5 questions, her stomach dropped. Every single question was about him, his favorite color, his greatest achievements, how many times he had won which weekly's Most Charming Smile award. Not a single question had anything to do with actual defense against the dark arts. "This is pretty easy, but this isn't right," Hermione thought, frowning. She raised her hand. "Professor Lockhart, shouldn't we be learning defensive spells?" This quiz doesn't seem relevant to what we're supposed to be studying. I want to be the best which there ever was, and this is not helping to that. Lockhart's smile faltered for just a moment before he brushed off her question with a dismissive wave. My dear girl, he said, his tone condescending, there's no need to question the way I run my classroom. You should be focusing on the material I give you instead of, well, trying too hard on your looks, which I must say is not working for you, and besides, questioning a mind like mine. It's not a good look for you. He gave her a pointed look, his gaze sweeping over her, as if she didn't measure up. Hermione blinked, stunned by his patronizing response. She felt a flush of embarrassment and anger rise within her. Lockhart had not only brushed off her question, he had insulted her intelligence and her appearance. Without thinking, Hermione stood up, grabbed her copy of Magical Me, and hurled it straight at Lockhart's head. The book hit him squarely in the forehead with a satisfying thud, sending him stumbling backward. The entire class went silent. Excuse me? Lockhart gasped, clutching his head where the book had struck him. But Hermione didn't stick around for his response. Fury boiling over, she marched out of the classroom, ignoring the shocked faces of her classmates. She needed to cool off. This guy is a complete fraud, she thought as she stomped outside into the fresh air. Hermione spent the next 2 hours outside, working off her frustration through her favorite form of stress relief, exercise. She was flipping, kicking, punching, and doing complex jumps around the grassy field near the lake, completely lost in the rhythm of her movements. Her anger had faded, replaced by the familiar burn of exertion, but she hadn't noticed the small group of boys who had gathered nearby, watching her with wide eyes as her skirt flipped and fluttered with every move, unintentionally giving them glimpses of her pants she hadn't considered. Harry and Draco found her not long after, spotting her in the middle of an impressive backflip. As usual, she was completely unaware of her skirt situation, not caring in the slightest that her jumps and flips were attracting attention, and that said group of attention disappeared when they saw Harry and Draco appear, knowing that she is going to stop and not wanting to be seen watching a girl in such a way. Still doing flips, eh? Draco called out with a grin as they approached. Hermione landed neatly, breathing hard but looking satisfied. Needed to cool off after that class, she said, walking over to them and plopping down on the grass. You were right. Lockhart's a complete phony. Draco and Harry exchanged smug looks, barely holding back their laughter. Told you so, Harry said, trying not to sound too pleased with himself. So, how was it? Hermione glared at them both, then huffed in frustration. He's worse than I thought. He insulted me for asking a question, said I was trying too hard and called me ugly. She scowled, clearly still fuming, so I threw his stupid book into his head. Harry and Draco burst into laughter, which only made Hermione's glare deepen. It's not funny, she protested, though a small smile was tugging at the corners of her lips. I mean, Draco said between laughs, it kind of is. We warned you. And you still threw the book at him, it all over the school. Shut up, you two. Hermione said, giving each of them a light smack on the back of their heads. Don't you know it's rude to make larth at a girl who is feeling down? Still chuckling, Harry rubbed his head where Hermione gently smacked it. Sorry, Hermione. But really, welcome to the I Hate Lockhart fan club. Looks like you're already out. Hermione sighed, finally relenting and letting out a laugh of her own. Yeah. Okay. You were right. He's terrible. Draco smirked, reclining back on the grass. Just don't throw any more books at teachers, alright? As much as I enjoyed hearing about it, Snape might actually hex you if you try that in his class. Good call, Harry said, laughing as he stretched out beside her. But for the record, you definitely rocked that exit, people are talking about how cool you are doing that. Settling into Hogwarts life, again. The school year at Hogwarts had been going surprisingly smoothly for Hermione, Harry, and Draco. There had been no major incidents or dramatic events, at least not yet. But life at Hogwarts was never boring, and the trio had settled into a rhythm. Harry and Draco had taken on a shared responsibility, keeping Hermione on track with her homework. It was no easy task, and they had to get creative. Draco's tried-and-true method of offering chess games in exchange for Hermione finishing her assignments still worked, but not all the time. As the year progressed, Hermione grew more resistant, and Draco had to up the stakes, sometimes offering explorations of the castle's hidden areas as a reward. That tactic worked wonders, especially when Harry added his invisibility cloak to the mix. The trio had already gone on several nighttime adventures, wandering the halls of Hogwarts unseen, discovering hidden rooms and secrets. However, Harry and Draco had made one thing clear: they would never let Hermione use the invisibility cloak on her own. Both boys had a vivid imagination of the kind of chaos she could cause with it, knowing full well that her penchant for mischief and pranks would land her in trouble faster than they could stop her. Beyond their explorations, the year was shaping up to be exciting in other ways. Quidditch had become a major part of their lives, and Hermione, to no one's surprise, had made the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. But rather than playing a position that required finesse, she had taken on the role of beater, where her skills in aiming and hitting things were perfectly suited. She had no qualms about knocking bludgers at opposing players; if anything, she enjoyed it. Hermione played with a reckless abandon that made her both feared and admired on the pitch. Despite her aggressive playing style, she had never crashed, a feat that baffled even her teammates. Harry, naturally, had become Slytherin's seeker, his skills honed and sharp, often the deciding factor in their victories. Draco, too, had joined the Slytherin Quidditch team as a chaser, proving that while he was competitive, he had a sense of teamwork that surprised many who saw him play. They had already played their first games, and while Slytherin hadn't faced Hufflepuff yet, Hermione wasn't shy about telling Draco and Harry how her team was going to wipe the floor with them. Hufflepuff had obliterated Gryffindor in their last match, with Hermione putting 3 players in the hospital wing, something she casually shrugged off as just part of the game. But despite her competitive nature, Hermione still found time to visit the injured players afterward, making friends with them. Her charm, once again, worked its magic, and the Gryffindor players, despite their bruises, ended up liking her. While Quidditch had become a major focus of their lives, another unique dynamic had emerged. Luna Lovegood, the peculiar first-year Ravenclaw, had officially become part of their group, which also comes and goes with having 4 other groups. But despite her oddness, as some called it, Luna had quickly earned their respect, especially Hermione's. And the early hours of the morning, before the rest of Hogwarts was awake, Luna had begun training with Hermione. It had started innocently enough. Luna had approached Hermione one morning training, fascinated by the physical exercises she saw Hermione doing near the Black Lake. Hermione, always up for a challenge, invited her to train with her, and Luna accepted. Every morning since then, the 2 girls met before sunrise to practice flips, kicks, and agility drills. Luna, despite her airy nature, was coming along impressively better than Draco and Harry, who quit after an hour. Now, after 4 months of training, she could do front flips and had mastered basic kicks. Luna's commitment had earned her a permanent place in their group. Though her personality was unlike anyone else's, Harry found her oddness fascinating, and the 2 often spent hours talking about the strange creatures Luna believed in. Theories on magic, and other topics that no one else seemed to understand. Draco, while initially skeptical of Luna, had grown to appreciate her unique perspective and often found her unpredictability amusing and interesting to watch. As usual, Hermione was sitting at the Slytherin table during dinner, a place that had become a second home for her despite being in Hufflepuff. She sat between Harry on her left and Draco on her right, a spot she had claimed for herself since the beginning of the year. The other Slytherins had grown used to Hermione's presence, no longer batting an eye at her sitting with their house despite belonging to another. Hermione's sheer force of personality had integrated her into the group as naturally as breathing. As she sat down, she happily showed Harry and Draco the latest picture of Alex. Every day, her mom sent her a new photo of her baby brother, and she had made it a habit to share them with the boys. Harry, who now considered Alex his little brother as well, smiled fondly at the picture. "He's getting bigger," Harry said, admiring the photo of Alex cooing in his crib. "Can't wait to see him again during the holidays." Hermione beamed, her heart swelling with pride. I know, right? He's going to grow up so fast. I just hope I don't miss too much, and doesn't forget us. Draco, who had long since grown tired of seeing baby pictures every day but still smiled to please Hermione, glanced over and gave a polite nod. Yep, he's definitely bigger, he said before turning back to his dinner, though he couldn't help but grin when he saw how happy Hermione was. Across from them, Luna sat serenely, picking at her food and reading a book as she listened to their conversation. She had become a staple of their group, her calm, airy demeanor a perfect counterbalance to Hermione's energetic spirit. Luna had a way of making even the strangest topics seem normal, and Harry, in particular, enjoyed their conversations. He found her insights fascinating and had spent hours talking with her about everything from magical creatures to the mysteries of the universe. As they sat together, their conversations drifting between the normal animals and the magical animals, Hermione couldn't help but smile. Everything felt right. And with a sly grin, she leaned over to Harry and whispered what was louder than when she talked, "Just wait until Hufflepuff crushes you in Quidditch next month." Harry chuckled, shaking his head. "We'll see about that, Hermione." Draco smirked. "Yeah, we'll see. Just don't put us in the hospital wing." And with that, they all burst into laughter, their bond growing stronger with each passing day. Quidditch Mayhem and the Petrified Cat. Chapter Summary. Hermione cannot be alone, she just a magnet for trouble, smiley face. The tension on the Quidditch field was electric. It was finally time for the much-anticipated match between Hufflepuff and Slytherin, and Hermione was bouncing with excitement. She had been talking all month about how her team would destroy Harry and Draco's team, and now the time had come to prove it. Hermione, playing beater for Hufflepuff, gripped her bat tightly as she zoomed through the air, her sharp eyes tracking the bludgers like a predator hunting prey. Harry was the Slytherin seeker, scanning the sky for the snitch, while Draco flew as one of the chasers, darting through the air with his usual grace. The game started off intense, with both teams putting up a fierce fight. But Hermione had one goal in mind: take down Harry and Draco. Not because she disliked them, but because it was part of the game, and she loved the game, and wanted to prove to them that she was better. Within minutes of the match starting, Hermione saw her opportunity. One of the bludgers was flying toward her, and with a sharp swing of her bat, she sent it hurtling straight at Harry. Harry, caught off guard while focusing on the snitch he saw, barely had time to react before the bludger slammed into him, knocking him off his broom and sending him plummeting toward the ground. He crashed hard, cracking his arm on impact. The crowd gasped, but Hermione didn't flinch. It was part of the game, after all, and she needed to concentrate on the game. Draco, seeing his best friend go down, tried to rally his team, but Hermione wasn't done. Moments later, she saw another bludger coming her way. With ruthless precision, she sent it straight at Draco, who was flying toward the Hufflepuff goalposts. The bludger struck him hard in the shoulder, sending him spiraling downwards. Draco crashed to the ground, clutching his other arm from Harry's in pain. Both Harry and Draco were out, leaving Slytherin at a massive disadvantage. Hermione's fierce playing style paid off. Hufflepuff won by a landslide, with her knocking out 2 of Slytherin's key players and another 3. By the time the game ended, Hermione's team was celebrating wildly, while Harry and Draco were rushed to the hospital wing. Later that evening, Hermione sat with Harry and Draco in the hospital wing, gloating over her team's victory despite her 2 best friends lying in beds, each with a cracked arm feeling the uncomfortable feeling of the bone repair potion going through them. "I mean, you guys have to admit, I crushed it out there," Hermione said with a mischievous grin, leaning back in her chair. Harry rolled his eyes, his arm still wrapped in bandages. "You crushed something all right," he muttered. "Like my arm." Draco, his face pale but still managing a smirk, added, "You're lucky we're friends, Hermione. Otherwise, I'd be planning my revenge right now." Hermione laughed, completely unapologetic. "Oh, come on, it's just part of the game. You'll both heal, and then we can play again. Maybe next time you'll actually win." She continued to tease them, her energy never fading even as Madame Pomfrey insisted they needed to rest. Eventually, the nurse stepped in, threatening to ban Hermione from future Quidditch matches if she didn't leave her friends to heal properly. Reluctantly, Hermione agreed and left, though not without giving Harry and Draco one last smirk and a small hug before walking out of the hospital wing. The next day, Harry and Draco were still recovering in the hospital wing, and Hermione found herself wandering the corridors alone after breakfast. The castle was quiet, the shadows long as the sun began to set. She was lost in thought, thinking about her next Quidditch match, when something caught her foot. Hermione stumbled, looking down to see what she had kicked. Her eyes widened when she saw it was a cat, a very familiar-looking cat. But something was off. The cat was stiff, its fur rigid, its eyes wide and unmoving. It didn't look injured, but more like frozen. Hermione frowned, crouching down to get a closer look. The cat looked like one of those stuffed animals she had seen in Muggle shops, rigid and lifeless. "What the?" Hermione muttered under her breath, poking the cat lightly. No response. Her heart started racing. She wished Harry and Draco were with her now, but they were still in the hospital wing, and now she was standing alone in a deserted corridor with what appeared to be a petrified cat. She didn't know what to do. Before she could think of a plan, the caretaker, Argus Filch, appeared out of nowhere. His face twisted into an expression of pure rage when he saw the scene in front of him. "What have you done to my cat?" he bellowed, his voice echoing down the hall. Hermione jumped to her feet, her instincts kicking in. "I didn't do anything. I just found her like this." But Filch wasn't listening. His face was turning purple with fury, and he pointed a shaking finger at her. "You've hurt Mrs. Norris. You'll pay for this, you filthy little brat." "I didn't touch her." Hermione shot back, her voice rising to match his. She wasn't going to back down. If there was one thing that Naruto's upbringing had instilled in her, it was to never admit to something she didn't do and never give up. "I found her like this, and if you're too stupid to believe me, that's your problem." By now, a crowd had gathered. Students from all houses were peeking into the corridor, whispering and staring as Hermione and Filch continued to argue. Most of the students knew Hermione's fiery personality. She was loud, proud, and never admitted defeat. The teachers knew it too, and more than a few of them had learned not to challenge her stubbornness unless they had solid proof. "I didn't do this," Hermione repeated, her voice filled with frustration as more students gathered, whispering among themselves. She could see their curious looks, but she wasn't going to let anyone think she'd hurt the cat. She crossed her arms and glared at Filch, standing her ground. Before the shouting match could escalate further, Professor Ledore and Professor Snape appeared at the scene. Ledore's eyes flicked to the frozen cat, then to Hermione and Filch. Snape's gaze lingered on Hermione, his face unreadable. "What has happened here?" Ledore asked, his voice calm but authoritative. "She's done it," Filch cried, his voice hoarse from shouting. "That girl. She's hurt Mrs. Norris." "I didn't," Hermione said firmly, staring right at Ledore. "I found her like this. I'd never hurt an animal." Ledore's eyes twinkled, though his face remained serious. "We shall see." Snape, however, sneered at Hermione. "What have you done, Miss Granger?" he said in his cold voice, taking a step closer. "I've always known you to be reckless, but this is a new low." "I didn't do anything." Hermione shot back, her frustration boiling over. "She was already like that when I found her." Without another word, Ledore nodded to Snape, and they carefully levitated the cat, along with an upset Filch, away from the corridor. "Come with me, Miss Granger," Ledore said calmly, motioning for her to follow. "We need to get to the bottom of this." As Hermione was led away from the scene, she cast one last defiant look at the gathering students. She wasn't about to go down without a fight. Whatever had happened to the cat, she was going to figure it out, and prove she had nothing to do with it. Ledore's Dilemma. Chapter Summary. What is Dumbledore planning? Ledor sat in his grand office, surrounded by the strange, ticking gadgets and soft golden light that usually brought him comfort. But today, he felt none of it. His long, bony fingers tapped the surface of his desk as he listened to the commotion just outside his door. Voices, raised and urgent, echoed through the castle's stone corridors. At the center of it all, once again, was Hermione Granger. The previous hours had been nothing short of a spectacle. Hermione's fiery personality had been on full display as she loudly proclaimed her innocence to anyone who would listen, teachers, students, even ghosts. The discovery of the petrified cat, Mrs. Norris, had sent waves of fear through the school, but instead of feeling scared, Hermione had been defiant. And, Ledor had to admit, she was convincing. The scene had unfolded like a storm. Filch had been inconsolable, screaming accusations at the top of his lungs, while Hermione yelled back with equal fervor, refusing to be blamed for something she hadn't done. As much as Ledor liked to remain neutral, simply observing the chaos, it was becoming increasingly clear that Hermione had nothing to do with the incident. Several teachers had already spoken up in Hermione's defense. Professor Sprout had been especially vocal, passionately declaring that Hermione could never harm anyone on purpose, let alone an animal. "She's one of the kindest, most caring students I've ever known," Sprout had insisted, and others quickly agreed. McGonagall had chimed in too, noting that despite Hermione's loud and mischievous nature, she wasn't capable of cruelty. Even Hermione's roommates had stood up for her, telling Ledor that she had been with them not 2 minutes before finding the cat. The timeline didn't add up, and Hermione's story was beginning to hold more weight with each passing moment. After all, why would a Muggle-born student, one who had been so openly proud of her family, of her baby brother Alex, and of Harry now being officially adopted as Harry Granger, write something as hateful as the Chamber of Secrets has been opened? Enemies of the heir, beware? It made no sense. Ledor stared out the window of his office wishing it was her, with watching as students from all 4 houses mingled together, talking and laughing in the fading sunlight. He sighed deeply, feeling a familiar frustration building inside him. The plan he had carefully constructed, the years of strategy, were slowly unraveling before his eyes, and Hermione Granger was the catalyst. Hermione wasn't just any student. In her own way, she had become a force of nature at Hogwarts. Her relentless energy, her refusal to back down, and her loud, infectious personality had broken down the barriers that separated the houses. What Ledor was witnessing outside his window was a direct result of her influence, Slytherins laughing with Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs chatting animatedly with Ravenclaws. The divisions he had worked so hard to maintain were crumbling, and in their place was something that terrified him, a united school. It hadn't been part of his plan. His carefully orchestrated efforts to keep the houses separate, to fuel the underlying tensions, had all been for a reason. A divided school was easier to control, and Harry Potter, the Harry Potter, whom Ledor had prophesied would be the key to defeating Voldemort, was meant to remain isolated, unsure of where to place his trust. But now, Harry was thriving. With his newfound family, his best friends by his side, and the bonds he was forging with students across all 4 houses, Ledor's plan was slipping away. Hermione had ruined everything. Ledor closed his eyes, the weight of his own schemes pressing down on him. The truth was, he had never anticipated anyone like Hermione. She was supposed to be a side character in his grand story, another bright, but ultimately inconsequential, Muggle-born student. Instead, she had become the glue that held everyone together. Her infectious nature had brought Harry and Draco closer than ever, and she had even made friends across the houses, breaking the very foundations he had worked so hard to build. Harry was no longer the isolated boy he had hoped to mold. He was confident, supported, and, most ingly, happy. Ledor's fingers tightened around his desk as he realized that the Chamber of Secrets incident was his last hope. The opening of the chamber should have driven fear through the school, creating paranoia, suspicion, and ultimately, division. But Hermione, with her loud declarations of innocence and her ability to rally students around her, was disrupting that plan too. She was too loud, too brave, and too much of a fighter for people to be good, for anyone to believe she could have done such a thing. A knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts. Professor Snape entered, his expression as grim as ever, but Ledor could sense the frustration beneath the surface. "She is still denying it," Snape said, his voice clipped. "Refusing to admit any wrongdoing." Ledor nodded slowly, knowing Snape had little chance to make her think she did it with his ways of getting into people's heads. Of course she was. Hermione Granger would never admit to something she hadn't done. She would stand her ground, even if the entire world were against her. "And the students?" Ledor asked, though he already knew the answer. "They believe her," Snape replied, his lips thinning into a frown. "Most of the teachers too." "Of course." Ledor glanced out the window again, watching as students from all houses interacted without the usual undercurrent of tension. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. His plan to groom Harry into the savior he needed was gone, and Hermione was at the center of it all. Ledor sighed heavily, feeling the weight of years of plotting and scheming settling on his shoulders. Perhaps he was getting too old for this. Perhaps it was time to rethink his approach, to consider that his vision for the future was no longer aligned with the reality unfolding before him. Hermione Granger had changed everything. She had created connections that weren't supposed to exist, brought unity where there was supposed to be division without even knowing, and ruined the delicate balance Ledor had crafted. As Ledor gazed out at the students below, watching them laugh and talk as if nothing had happened, he couldn't help but feel a pang of something he hadn't felt in a long time. Doubt. Maybe his time at the top, pulling the strings, was coming to an end. For the first time in years, Ledor wondered if his grand plan to use Harry as the tool to defeat Voldemort was, in fact, falling apart, and if the future of the wizarding world no longer rested in his hands. He sighed again, looking away from the window. Maybe it was time to reconsider everything, but he guesses he could see where it goes with it being him who opened the chamber and gave the book to that ginger girl. He will see how it plays out? Chapter 25. Chapter Summary. Again, never leave Hermione alone to make her own ideas. They usually are over the top or dangerous. Harry and Draco were growing increasingly frustrated as they searched for Hermione. They had just been released from the hospital wing after a day of recovery. Thanks to Madame Pomfrey's expert healing magic, their broken arms were good as new, and they were itching to find their fiery friend, especially hearing she got into some trouble with a cat and Ledor got involved. They had searched everywhere. It was a perfect day for Hermione to be out near the Black Lake, doing her usual flips, kicks, and punches, surrounded by her fan club of boys who, much to Hermione's oblivion, weren't there to admire her martial arts skills. Harry and Draco knew full well that the boys weren't watching her because of her moves, they were there because Hermione, still growing into her body, had developed some curves that caught their attention. She might only be 12, but so were the boys who watched her, seeing the early signs of maturity had started to show, and she was completely unaware of how her body had changed. As usual, Hermione would train in her shorts or school skirt, her powerful movements flashing more than she realized. But no matter how much Draco and Harry tried to hint at it, Hermione never seemed to catch on. She thought they were just fans of her athletic ability and her fighting style, clueless about their true motives. It made Draco roll his eyes every time. But today, the Black Lake was empty. Hermione was nowhere to be found, and that worried them. She was never not there on a Saturday. "Where is she?" Draco muttered as they wandered the grounds, growing more irritated by the minute. "I don't know," Harry replied, frowning. "Maybe she's hiding somewhere, working on one of her pranks?" Just as they were about to give up and head back to the Slytherin common room, Draco paused, a thought crossing his mind. "Wait. The one place we have not looked, and she hates more than anything, the library." Harry blinked in disbelief. "No way. Hermione? In the library?" "It's so crazy it might just be true," Draco said, shaking his head. "Let's go." The boys made their way to the Hogwarts library, the one place Hermione had declared multiple times to be worse than. She hated the idea of sitting in silence, poring over books when she could be outside, training or exploring the castle. Hermione had even once said she would rather endure detention with Snape than be stuck doing homework in the library. Yet, when they walked into the vast, quiet space filled with rows upon rows of bookshelves, there she was. Hermione was seated at a large wooden table, her face practically glowing with excitement. Books were scattered all around her, and she looked up the moment she saw Harry and Draco, her grin wide and filled with relief. Finally, she exclaimed, leaping out of her chair and rushing over to them. Without hesitation, she pulled them both into tight hugs, squeezing them fiercely. "You're out of the hospital. I've been waiting all day for you too." Harry laughed, hugging her back. "We've been looking for you everywhere." "Yeah," Draco added, rolling his eyes as he hugged her. "The library was the last place we thought we'd find you. You hate it here." "Well," Hermione shrugged, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "That was before I found these." She gestured to the pile of books on the table, her enthusiasm radiating from her, and by find be told about by a friend saying how such subjects could help her stay out of trouble. Well, one of them anyway, the other she found by mistake. Harry and Draco exchanged curious glances before sitting down with her. "Check this out," Hermione said, pushing one of the books that looked like no one had touched in over 100 years toward them. "This one's about a spell that lets you make copies of yourself. Imagine how much we could get done if we could be in 5 places at once, training, studying, exploring, all at the same time." Draco raised an eyebrow, intrigued but skeptical. "And this works how exactly?" "Sounds too good to be true." "I've already started reading it," Hermione said, her eyes lighting up. "It's tricky, but it's doable. We could all learn it, and it would make things so much easier." Harry leaned in, looking at the text with interest. "That does sound cool. And that's not even the best one, I just found that one on the bottom row somewhere," Hermione continued, sliding another book across the table. "I found this, and I can't wait to try it. It's all about animagus transformations." Draco's eyes widened in alarm. "Animagus? Hermione, do you have any idea how dangerous that is? People train for years to become an animagus. It's not something you just do." Hermione, completely unfazed, grinned like she had just discovered the secret to immortality. "Oh, I know it's dangerous, but that's what makes it exciting. I'm going to do it. Now to after Christmas, we're all going to start learning how to become animagi. Just think about it, being able to transform into an animal. How cool would that be?" Draco looked horrified, shaking his head in disbelief. "No way. That's insane. Do you know what could happen if something goes wrong? You could get stuck halfway between human and animal. Or worse." Harry, on the other hand, seemed more intrigued than concerned. "Actually, that sounds kind of amazing. It could be useful, too." "Harry!" Draco sputtered, giving him a shocked look. "You can't be serious." Hermione leaned forward, her excitement palpable. "Come on, Draco. Don't be such a coward. We'll be careful, and we'll learn everything we need to know before we start. I've already mapped out the steps." She flipped through the book, showing him the process. "We can totally do this. When has anything I planned never worked out?" Draco groaned, running a hand through his hair. "You're going to get us killed." But Hermione wasn't about to give up. She reached over and playfully tackled Draco, pinning him to the ground and sitting on top of him. He yelped in surprise, his face turning bright red as she grinned down at him, completely unaware of how uncomfortable he was feeling with her skirt brushing against him and feeling her bum on his belly. "Come on, Draco," Hermione said, her voice teasing. "Admit it, you're curious too. And if you don't agree to do this, I'm going to tickle you until you give in." Draco's face went even redder, his mind racing as Hermione began tickling his sides. He squirmed beneath her, trying to suppress his laughter, but it was no use. Okay. Okay. Stop. Christ, we are in a bloody library, Draco gasped, his breath coming in short bursts as he tried to wriggle free. Fine, I'll do it. Hermione stopped, sitting back with a satisfied smile. See? That wasn't so hard. Draco shot her a glare, still lying on the floor. I swear, you're impossible. Harry couldn't help but laugh, watching the scene unfold with amusement. You've really got a way of convincing people, Hermione. Hermione stood up, dusting herself off. It's a gift. As Draco sat up, still catching his breath, he muttered, yeah, a gift for chaos, and to do inappropriate things. The two Harry and Hermione shared a laugh as they sat back at the table, Hermione bubbling with excitement as she went over the steps for becoming animagi. Despite Draco's protests and feelings of annoyance, he couldn't deny that the idea was intriguing, and with Hermione's relentless enthusiasm, it was hard to say no. As the day ended, the trio left the library with plans to start their animagus journey now and after Christmas, each of them secretly excited for the adventure that awaited them, even Draco, though he'd never admit it, not wanting to give Hermione any wins after tickling him of all things. The calm before the holiday. Despite the excitement and chaos of the last 2 months, the mysterious Chamber of Secrets incident had mostly been forgotten, at least by Hermione, Harry, and Draco. Ever since the petrified cat had been found, things had quieted down. There were no more attacks, no more blood-written messages on the walls, and no students turning up frozen like statues. For Hermione, the whole thing was beginning to feel like another boring mystery, much like the one with the enchanted mirror last year. It wasn't as thrilling as she had hoped, so she brushed it off, and her attitude quickly rubbed off on Harry and Draco. The trio had their own concerns, especially with their latest adventure in the works, becoming animagi. After spending a month carefully sucking on a mandrake leaf, a crucial first step, they were fully committed to completing the animagus transformation. Draco had taken charge of preparing the potion, which required meticulous care. His trust in Hermione's enthusiasm didn't extend to her potion-making skills, and he made sure to keep her far away from the cauldron at all times, fearing she might add something unpredictable that could kill them all. Harry, on the other hand, was fine following Draco's lead, though he remained more curious than cautious. Luna, who had become a sort of wandering member of their group, was in and out of their lives as usual. She would disappear for a week or so at a time, joining other groups of students for random adventures, only to return as if she had never left. When Hermione invited her to join them in becoming animagi, Luna had simply smiled dreamily and declined, saying, I'm content as I am. But I'll cheer you on. And that was that. It was the last day before Christmas break, and the three of them, Harry, Draco, and Hermione, were hanging out in the Slytherin common room, surrounded by the soft glow of the emerald green lamps and the low hum of conversations from other students. The fire crackled in the large stone fireplace, casting dancing shadows on the dark walls. Hermione was once again locked in a heated chess battle with Draco, her frustration palpable as Draco, unsurprisingly, continued to beat her. She had been trying for over a year to best him at chess, but no matter how hard she tried, Draco always seemed to be 10 steps ahead. She nearly pulled her silky, now finer and tamer hair out in frustration, muttering under her breath about how she was going to destroy him one of these days. Draco, as usual, sat calmly across from her, his expression neutral as he moved his pieces with practiced precision. Checkmate, he said softly, leaning back in his chair as Hermione groaned in frustration. How do you keep doing this? Hermione cried, throwing her hands up in the air. I've been practicing. Draco, for once with his chess game with Hermione, decided to be kind. You've gotten better, he said with a rare smile. You're not losing as quickly as you used to. Hermione's mood immediately brightened. Really? She asked, her eyes wide with hope. You think so? Draco nodded, though inside he wasn't sure why he had decided to be nice. He usually enjoyed teasing her about her chess losses, but something about seeing her so frustrated made him relent this time. Meanwhile, Harry was sitting on the couch with Luna, the two of them engrossed in a conversation about the existence of mythical creatures like the Loch Ness Monster and Bigfoot. Harry, who had never given much thought to such things, found himself fascinated by Luna's whimsical stories. She spoke about the creatures with such certainty that Harry couldn't help but be drawn into her world, even though he wasn't sure how much of it was real. Across the room, Draco was reminding Hermione and Harry about the animagus process, as he did every day. You both need to remember the spells to preserve the effect of mandrake leaf in your mouth with, not wanting to do it again, he said, his tone serious. The final transformation has to happen during a thunderstorm. If you mess this up, you could be stuck halfway between forms. Yeah, Hermione said, waving him off, her excitement already bubbling up. It'll be easy. I bet my animagus form will be the best. Of course, it will, Draco replied sarcastically, rolling his eyes. Hermione puffed out her chest. I'm serious. Just wait. You'll see. Luna, who had been listening quietly, smiled in her usual dreamy way. I'm sure you'll be quite magnificent, Hermione. Hermione smiled at Luna but couldn't help feeling a rush of excitement at the thought of transforming into an animal. She'd spent weeks reading up on animagi transformations, fascinated by the idea of having a magical animal form. Whatever she became, she was certain it would be awesome, and forgetting a certain old book she also took from the library at the bottom of her chest. As they settled back into their routine of talking and playing games, everything seemed peaceful. Harry and Hermione were already looking forward to Christmas break. They had both received daily pictures of their baby brother, Alex, from their parents, showing him growing up day by day. At 3 months old, his curly brown hair was starting to thicken, and his bright eyes made every picture even more adorable. They couldn't wait to see him in person. But then, just as Draco was about to start another chess match with Hermione, the door to the common room burst open. A Slytherin boy they knew barged in, out of breath and wide-eyed. There's been another attack, he shouted, his voice echoing off the stone walls. The Chamber of Secrets, it's been opened again. Hermione's eyes lit up with excitement. Finally, she exclaimed, jumping to her feet. Without a second thought, she bolted out of the common room, eager for whatever adventure awaited. Hermione, wait. Draco called after her, but it was no use. She was already out the door. He sighed, standing up and looking at Harry. This is exactly what I was afraid of. She's going to get herself into trouble. Harry, standing up as well, grabbed his wand and nodded. We'd better go after her. A Christmas to Remember. Chapter Summary. It's Christmas again. It had been one wild week since Hermione had thrown herself into her investigation of the Chamber of Secrets' latest attack. Well, for the day they still was at Hogwarts. A second-year student had been petrified, a quiet boy whom even Hermione barely knew, which was surprising, given how well she'd gotten to know most of Hogwarts. Still, her method of investigation was nothing short of chaotic. She spent the day darting around the castle, questioning random students and piecing together nonsensical clues. Her idea of solving the mystery mostly involved jumping to conclusions and enthusiastically pointing at random things that didn't fit together. By the end of the day, Harry and Draco had been exhausted just trying to keep up with her. They spent most of their time trailing behind her, rolling their eyes as she bounded around like an overexcited puppy. Maybe we should leave this to the teachers, Harry had suggested gently, as they sat together in the Great Hall that evening. Draco had nodded in agreement. Yeah, Hermione. It's not our job to solve this mystery. And besides, it's Christmas break tomorrow. Hermione had pouted for a moment but eventually agreed. There was something about Christmas that lifted her spirits in a way no mystery could. By the time they boarded the Hogwarts Express the next day, Hermione had mostly forgotten about the petrified boy, her mind completely focused on going home to her family and celebrating with Harry and little Alex. 1 week later, it was Christmas Day, and the Granger house was filled with warmth and laughter. The living room was decked out in festive decorations, a large Christmas tree twinkling in the corner, its branches heavy with ornaments and lights. Hermione was positively glowing as she sat by the fireplace, surrounded by piles of presents, most of which were for her baby brother, Alex. Hermione had gone all out, as usual. She had gotten Alex 20 presents, all of which revolved around her dream of him growing up to be the greatest ninja and wizard ever. There were baby-sized kunai, tiny robes that made him look like a miniature ninja, and even a small wand that made soft sparkles whenever he waved it, with a bit of help from magic. She had also bought him a onesie with the words "Best Big Sister" ever embroidered on the front, beaming proudly as she showed it off to everyone. Harry, sitting nearby, couldn't help but roll his eyes at her over-the-top efforts. "Hermione, he's not even old enough to know what any of this is," Harry said with a laugh, watching as Alex seemed far more interested in the brightly colored wrapping paper than any of the gifts. Hermione huffed, waving a hand dismissively. "Details, Harry. It's about preparing him for the future. He's going to be amazing, and I'm just helping him along." Harry chuckled, shaking his head. "I'm sure he will be. But for now, he seems more interested in my gift." He pointed to the pile of 4 baby toys he had bought for Alex, soft, squeaky toys and a magical mobile that played lullabies. Unsurprisingly, Alex loved them, cooing happily as he reached for the toys in his baby chair. But other than the gifts, Christmas Day was filled with love and laughter, but it was Harry who got the biggest surprise of all. Hermione had been planning his gift for months, and when she handed him a neatly wrapped present, he could already tell it was something special. He opened it slowly, revealing a beautifully crafted, homemade picture book. The cover was simple but elegant, with the words "Our Family" etched in silver across the front. When Harry flipped through the pages, his breath caught in his throat. It was filled with pictures from the summer, pictures of him with his new family, from the days he had spent with Hermione's parents to moments with little Alex. One photo showed Harry cradling Alex in his arms, another had Hermione's parents beaming at him as if he were their own son. There were pictures of Harry and Hermione, laughing together in the park, training, and even Draco smiling, and in some of the later ones. As Harry reached the last page, which was a picture of all of them sitting together as a family, a lump formed in his throat. He had never had anything like this. Never felt this kind of warmth, this kind of love. He wiped away a tear, feeling overwhelmed with gratitude. "Hermione," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. It's the best present I've ever gotten. I don't even know what to say." Hermione smiled, her own eyes misting over as she wrapped Harry in a tight hug. "You don't have to say anything, Harry. You're family now, and I'm so glad we found each other." As they hugged, Hermione's parents joined in, pulling them into a warm group hug. Even Alex, sitting in his baby chair next to Hermione, seemed to want to join in, his tiny hands reaching out towards them. It was a moment of pure happiness, the kind of moment Harry had always dreamed of. Draco, for all his bravado, had softened considerably over the last year. He had brought Harry a thoughtful present, an enchanted book of magical creatures that could fly off the pages when you opened them. It was a gift that Harry, being fascinated with magical creatures, absolutely loved. Of course, Draco couldn't resist getting Hermione a gift as well. He had bought her another dress, this one a lovely emerald green with silver accents, along with 2 more invitations to the Malfoy Yule Ball. Hermione had practically bounced with excitement, completely forgetting about the ball until now. With a year and a half of being a girl under her belt, Hermione had embraced her new life. While she was still the fierce, energetic girl who loved training and adventure, she had grown to love wearing dresses, doing her hair, and, when she was in the mood, makeup. She was definitely more girly than she had ever imagined she'd be when she first became Hermione, and is happy that she is a girl as well. "I can't believe I forgot about the ball," Hermione exclaimed, holding up the dress and twirling it around. "I'm going to look so good." Harry rolled his eye. Her mom took an interest in the lovely dress and her dad smiled. The rest of the day was filled with laughter, presents, and moments of pure joy. As the evening wound down, the Grangers allowed Harry and Hermione to do something special. They were allowed to put Alex to bed on their own. It was a simple thing, but it felt important to both of them. As they gently laid Alex in his crib, Hermione kissed his forehead softly, whispering, "Good night, little ninja." Harry stood beside her, smiling down at their baby brother. "It's been the best day ever, hasn't it?" Hermione nodded, her heart full. "Yeah, it has. I couldn't ask for a better Christmas." As they stood there, watching Alex drift off to sleep, the warmth of family and love surrounded them. Harry had finally found the family he had always longed for, and Hermione, now fully embracing her role as a big sister, knew that life was perfect, at least for now. The Yule Ball. The Yule Ball. The night of the Yule Ball had finally arrived, and Hermione stood in front of the large mirror in her room, adjusting the emerald green dress Draco had given her. It was elegant, shimmering under the light, and paired with the silver accents and the delicate makeup she had decided to wear, Hermione couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. She still loved her ninja training, still loved the flips, kicks, and everything that kept her moving, but after a year and a half of being a girl, she'd come to enjoy these moments too. She loved feeling pretty and wearing pretty things. For the first time, she realized she felt more comfortable in her own skin than she ever did in the boy's body when she was Naruto. Harry, standing nearby in his dress robes, watched her with a grin. "You look great, Hermione," he said, adjusting his own outfit, which was far more formal than the muggle clothes he was used to. After the awkwardness of last year's Yule Ball, they both had a better idea of what to expect, and Harry, though still feeling out of place, was ready for the night. He was happy to be spending it with his closest friend and sister. "Thanks, Harry," Hermione replied, giving him a playful nudge. "But don't go getting all sappy on me. You don't look too bad yourself." Harry rolled his eyes but smiled warmly. "Come on, let's get going. Draco's probably waiting." The ballroom at Malfoy Manor was breathtaking. Chandeliers glittered overhead, casting a warm, golden light on the polished marble floors. Guests from prestigious wizarding families mingled, their robes and dresses swirling as they moved through the crowd. There was an air of sophistication that Harry didn't entirely fit into, but they didn't care. Draco, already waiting near the entrance, straightened up when he saw them arrive. His gaze lingered on Hermione, a small smile pulling at his lips. "You clean up well, Granger," he teased, though there was genuine admiration in his tone. Hermione, as usual, rolled her eyes. "Is that your way of saying I look amazing, Malfoy? Because if it is, you're terrible at compliments." Draco smirked, offering her his hand for the first dance. "Fine. You look amazing. Happy now?" Hermione took his hand, with him straight away this year asked her to dance, her heart racing slightly, though she wasn't sure if it was from the dance or Draco's compliment. "Much better." They moved onto the dance floor together, and Hermione was surprised at how comfortable it felt. Unlike the last ball, where she had been stiff and awkward, this time she allowed herself to relax. Draco led the dance confidently, and she followed with ease, twirling around him as they moved across the floor. There were a few moments where he made remarks about how pretty little thing she looked, and each time, Hermione shot back a playful glare. "You know, you're incredibly rude for someone who's supposed to be polite, and a gentleman dancing with an amazingly good-looking lady," Hermione said, rolling her eyes for what felt like the 100th time. "I think you'd prefer me rude," Draco quipped, his smirk still in place. They danced twice as more than they had last year, and Hermione couldn't help but enjoy it. Being a girl felt easier now, and while she still had moments of awkwardness, she found herself feeling more at home in her dress and makeup. Draco, for his part, seemed more comfortable too, happy to have his friends with him on a night that could have been painfully boring. As the night wore on, Hermione switched partners and danced with Harry, though their dance quickly turned into a playful scuffle. It wasn't long before their light-hearted teasing escalated into a full-on wrestling match, with Hermione easily pinning Harry to the floor in front of several stunned onlookers. All right. You win." Harry laughed, lying on the floor while Hermione grinned triumphantly above him. Draco, watching from the sidelines, shook his head with a sigh. "You two never fail to cause a scene?" Harry just shrugged, still laughing as he stood up and brushed himself off. "What's the fun in behaving?" Draco glanced around, knowing full well that his father would have something to say about the spectacle. But as always, Draco would remind him that these were his friends, and nothing was going to change that. He would just let Lucius say what he wants later, as he always did, but it did shock him that overly Hermione is rubbing it on Harry. Just when the ball seemed like it was winding down, Luna Lovegood made her grand entrance, 3 hours late, as usual. She floated into the room, her dress an odd mix of bright colors and whimsical accessories, and immediately caught Harry's eye. There was something about Luna that fascinated him, and tonight was no different. Hermione and Draco exchanged amused glances, knowing exactly what was happening. It was obvious to both of them that Harry had developed a bit of a crush on Luna, though he didn't seem to realize it himself. "Think he'll figure it out this year?" Draco asked with a smirk, watching Harry's face light up as Luna approached. Hermione laughed softly. "Not a chance. He's as oblivious as ever." Still, it was endearing to watch. Harry and Luna shared a dance, Luna moving with her usual carefree grace while Harry smiled, "Look happy." As the night drew to a close, Hermione found herself back with Draco, who had spent most of the evening either dancing with her or chatting with Harry or her or Luna. They had all had a great time, but it was the goodbye that caught everyone's attention. Hermione, never one for subtlety, pulled Draco into a tight hug, squeezing him so hard that it knocked the air out of him. "Write to me before school starts, okay? And don't forget, Luna and I will use you as a training dummy if you don't." Draco chuckled, though his face turned a little red when he noticed his mother watching them with a knowing smile. "All right," he promised, patting her back before they pulled apart. Narcissa Malfoy, standing nearby, let out a soft laugh as she watched her son. She could tell Draco had developed a crush on Hermione, though he hadn't admitted it to himself yet. It amused her, seeing how energetic and excitable the girl was, and she found herself liking Hermione more than she would have expected. If Draco were to date Hermione one day, well, Narcissa wouldn't be against it. The papers and the storm is coming. The past 2 months had flown by in a blur of excitement, mystery, and, of course, Quidditch. Since returning to Hogwarts, Hermione, Harry, and Draco had fallen into their usual rhythm, balancing school, their ever-growing circle of friends, and their shared knowledge about becoming animagi. And yet, despite the looming shadow of the Chamber of Secrets, their days were filled with as much laughter as they were with danger. Hermione, now the star beater of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, had quickly made a name for herself as the best player in the school. Her speed, strength, and accuracy with the bludger had made Hufflepuff unbeatable. It wasn't just the students who noticed either, professors often spoke of her prowess on the field, and she was quickly becoming known as the player to watch. But it wasn't just her Quidditch skills that gained attention. When it was time to say goodbye to her baby brother, Alex, after Christmas, Hermione had nearly refused to let go of the pram. Harry and Draco had found her in tears, clinging to the baby carriage, unable to bear the thought of leaving him behind. It took both boys to pry her away and lead her to the train, Hermione muttering that she'd visit him as soon as she could, even if she had to find a way to sneak out of Hogwarts, with most of the school seeing and hearing it. Life back at school, however, wasn't all fun and games. As the weeks went on, more students turned up petrified, frozen in states of terror. The entire school was on edge, whispers of the Chamber of Secrets spreading like wildfire. But despite the growing fear, Hermione, Harry, and Draco didn't feel it was their job to solve the mystery. After all, they had no idea where to start and they were students and they knew it was the teachers' jobs to figure it out, and besides, Hermione was more focused on her Quidditch career and her daily antics with her friends. Yet, even Hermione couldn't ignore the eerie silence in the hospital wing. She took it upon herself to visit the petrified students regularly, sitting by their sides and talking to them, even though they couldn't respond to her. The head nurse, Madame Pomfrey, had remarked multiple times how loving and caring Hermione is doing such a thing, especially since the students' families were the only other ones to visit most of the time. Hermione had made a habit of spending time with each victim, speaking to them as if they were simply asleep, hoping that maybe, just maybe, they could feel her presence hear her. With her telling them all about the school going-ons. Her kindness didn't go unnoticed. Hermione's popularity soared, and soon she became known throughout the school not just for her Quidditch skills but also for her compassion. The second-year student, who had once been the loud, hyperactive girl causing trouble in class, was now a beloved figure, especially by the younger students. Whenever a new petrified student was found, Hermione would visit them in the hospital wing, trying to lift the spirits of those affected by the mysterious attacks. The situation was grim, but Hermione didn't let the darkness of it all pull her down. To her, the real adventure lay in the friendships she was building and the hope for friendships she is making, even if the Chamber of Secrets remained elusive. Harry, however, had started hearing strange whispers whenever they passed certain corridors in the castle. They had led him, Draco, and Hermione to the abandoned girls' bathroom, where they discovered a rather unusual inhabitant, moaning Myrtle, a sad, teary ghost who spent her afterlife sulking in the toilets. Myrtle had reluctantly told them that she had seen something near the sinks, something coming from the pipes, but every time they tried to investigate further, Myrtle would disappear or hide, and the taps were just that, taps. Hermione, always one for adventure, promised Myrtle she would visit her once a week, even bringing her random trinkets and stories to try and cheer her up. Though they hadn't found any concrete clues about the chamber's entrance, Hermione remained alert to info of it, even if it meant befriending a ghost in the process, what she was happy to do. The one thing Hermione refused to do, however, was attend defense against the dark arts. Their so-called teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart, had proven to be nothing but a fraud. After he'd called Hermione ugly in front of the entire class for daring to question his ridiculous quiz, she had stormed out of the room, fuming with anger. From then on, she refused to attend his lessons, much to Draco and Harry's relief. Neither of them had any interest in Lockhart's absurd tales or false teachings as well, and also did not go going to the library instead. While Hermione had enlisted Fred and George Weasley's help. The twins, always up for help their best partner in crime, had started sneaking Hermione advanced defense book spells for 3rd years and above, so she could learn real spells. She was far ahead of her class now, mastering spells and hexes that her peers wouldn't learn for another year or two. Despite her resistance to theory, Hermione's natural talent for spellcasting was undeniable. Draco, of course, made sure she didn't fall behind in her theoretical knowledge either. He constantly reminded her that she needed to pass her tests, which led to an agreement: Hermione would study for her exams in exchange for 3 chess games a week. She still hadn't beaten Draco, but the challenge kept her competitive spirit alive. Then came the day that changed everything. Hermione made the front page of the Daily Prophet. It had been a week after yet another student had been petrified, and the paper ran a special article on the young Hufflepuff star on the second page and the petrified student of course on the front page. The headline for Hermione read, "The Rising Star of Hogwarts, Hermione Granger, a student to watch out for." The article gushed about Hermione, calling her not only the best Quidditch player in the school but also a caring, selfless student who went out of her way to look after others. It talked about how she was known to visit the petrified students in the hospital wing and how she was a natural leader who had sparked a school-wide walkout against a fraudulent teacher who should not be teaching there. The article even mentioned her unique ninja training and how she was skilled in both magic and physical prowess, a rare combination in the wizarding world. Hermione had been ecstatic, sending copies of the article home to her parents. Her mom had been so proud, and her dad had joked that she was going to become a famous witch before she even graduated. Even little Alex, just crawling around now, seemed to sense the excitement when Mom read it to him. Well, that is what her mom said in her letter. Draco and Harry, on the other hand, had been stunned. They were used to seeing negative headlines about themselves and families in the paper, so seeing Hermione praised so highly was a shock. Of course, Hermione, being Hermione, had taken it all in stride, swinging her legs excitedly under the Slytherin table during meals and showing off the article to anyone who would listen, and one happy matron working in Hogwarts happy that they ran the stories she sent them about Hermione. It was now a quiet evening at Hogwarts, the warm light from the great hall's enchanted ceiling casting a golden glow over the students as they ate dinner. Hermione sat at the Slytherin table, swinging her legs beneath her as she happily ate alongside Harry and Draco. Luna had wandered off to join one of her other groups, as she often did, leaving the trio alone for the moment. "Enjoying your newfound fame?" Draco asked with a smirk, watching as Hermione practically bounced in her seat, the article still tucked under her arm. Hermione grinned, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course. I mean, they didn't lie, I am awesome. Harry rolled his eyes, though he was smiling too. You do realize this is going to make you even more known than you already are? I know. Hermione beamed. Isn't it great? Draco chuckled, shaking his head. Well, don't let it go to your head too much. We've got bigger things to focus on. Hermione raised an eyebrow, her interest piqued. Like what? Draco leaned in slightly, lowering his voice. The storm next week. It's happening. Hermione's eyes widened with excitement, and she barely contained herself from shouting out loud. The storm was finally coming. The storm they needed to complete the animagus transformation. They had been preparing for months, following every step carefully, repeating the incantation Amato Animo Animato Animagus daily, to be able to drink the potion without anything going wrong. So next week is when we... Hermione whispered, her heart racing. Draco nodded. Yes. We'll finally become Animagi. Harry and Hermione exchanged excited glances, their hearts pounding with anticipation. The idea of transforming into their animal forms filled them with an overwhelming sense of excitement and curiosity. Hermione could barely sit still, the thought of her animal form making her want to flip and jump around the room. But they couldn't tell anyone. This was their secret, one they had been keeping for months. As the meal continued, Hermione's mind raced with thoughts of the storm, the transformation, and what lay ahead. Hogwarts was full of mysteries, but this animagus journey, was something she was ready for. The Storm of Transformation. Chapter Summary. Time for Animagi. The night of the storm had finally arrived. The three of them, Hermione, Harry, and Draco, stood in the pouring rain. Their hearts pounding with a mixture of excitement and nerves. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and lightning illuminated the dark sky above. This was the moment they had been preparing for over the last 4 months, the final step in their animagus transformation. Hermione, as usual, couldn't contain her energy. She bounced in place, her bright outfit standing out starkly against the dark, gloomy backdrop of the storm. While Harry and Draco both wore hooded cloaks, their expressions serious, Hermione's clothes seemed wildly inappropriate for the weather, her vibrant colors clashing with the muted tones of the night. You really didn't think to wear something less noticeable? Draco muttered, pulling his hood down tighter over his face as the rain poured around them. Come on, Draco. It's exciting. Hermione grinned, her face lit up with exhilaration. We're going to become Animagi. I can't wait. Harry shot Draco an amused look, shaking his head. Let her have her fun. She'll be fine. With the rain soaking their clothes and the wind whipping around them, the three of them finally made their way to a secluded spot, away from any prying eyes. It was dry here, sheltered under a large canopy of trees in the forbidden forest. They could hear the storm raging just beyond the tree line, but here they were hidden, isolated, and ready. Draco carefully pulled out the potion he had worked so hard to prepare. The final step in their journey. He handed it to Hermione first, who practically snatched it out of his hand in her eagerness. Me first. Hermione declared. Draco sighed, but Harry smiled in support. Go for it, and remember only a gulp. Hermione lifted the vial to her lips, downing the potion in one quick gulp. She shivered for a moment, the potion's effects coursing through her body, Draco taking it from her, and then, it began. Her form shimmered, shrinking and morphing before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, she was gone, replaced by a sleek, red fox. But not just any fox. Draco and Harry stared in shock as they realized what had happened. Hermione wasn't just a regular fox, she had 9 tails, each one swaying gracefully behind her. Bloody. Draco breathed, wide-eyed. Harry's mouth dropped open. Hermione has 9 tails? They both looked at each other, neither of them knowing that Hermione was, in fact, a boy named Naruto once upon a time, and this fox form, complete with 9 tails, was no coincidence. It was the form of the nine-tails demon fox from another world, a creature of immense power and destruction. But Hermione, now a fox, had no idea. She didn't realize her form was unusual at all. Instead, she was thrilled by the sensation of her new body, feeling the agility and strength of her animal form. She pranced around happily, her tail swaying behind her, completely unaware of the significance. Harry knelt down, grinning as he reached out to scratch behind Hermione's fox ears. "Well, you're still cute, Hermione." Draco, always the cautious one, took a step back, though he couldn't resist a smirk. "Better behave that you're a sly fox now. Can't have a fox running around trying to make friends with all the animals now." In response, Hermione growled playfully, making Draco flinch and laugh. The three of them enjoyed the moment, with Harry and Draco both petting the fox Hermione for a few minutes. Surprisingly, she found it quite nice, relishing the attention and how good it felt her friend scratched behind her ears. But after about 5 minutes, Draco cleared his throat. "Alright, that's enough. Time to change back." Hermione tilted her head, then, remembering Draco's instructions, she concentrated on turning back into her human form. However, in her excitement, she forgot one crucial detail: to picture herself with clothes on. With a flash, Hermione returned to her human form, but she was completely naked. Harry and Draco, having prepared for this possibility, immediately threw a cloak over her. Both turned their heads, trying not to laugh, but Draco, who would not admit it, wanted to see Hermione's body, and couldn't help but steal a quick glance. His face turned bright red when he saw Hermione's well-formed, athletic body, chest and he quickly looked away, embarrassed with what he did not even meaning to do such a thing. "Oi! You peeking, Draco?" Hermione teased, completely oblivious to Draco's having a thing for her, and finding it just funny that one of her friends was trying to have a look at her body. Draco stammered, pulling his hood over his face. "And no, I wasn't." "Right," Hermione said with a grin, quickly wrapping herself in the cloak, not really caring about the rain, still just in a cloak. Next, it was Harry's turn. He drank the potion, and before long, his body shimmered and shifted until, standing in his place, was a small stag. It wasn't as large as a full-grown one but still magnificent in its own right. His antlers curved proudly, and though he was too big to pick up, Hermione couldn't resist giving him an affectionate pat on the head and then a hug. Draco, with his usual deadpan humor, stroked Harry's stag form, and Hermione, now back in her fox form, barked excitedly, wanting to play. She and Harry began chasing each other around the clearing, the stag and fox moving in sync as they raced through the trees. Draco watched them with a smirk, though he quickly reminded them, "We've still got one more to go." Me. After a few more minutes of playful running, Draco finally drank his potion. His transformation was a bit slower, but when it was done, he stood in front of them, as a tiny, spotted cat. Hermione's eyes lit up back in her human form, but still in the cloak. "Ah, look at you. You're so cute." She immediately swooped down, grabbing Draco in his cat form and hugging him tightly to her chest. Draco's tiny cat body wriggled in protest, but Hermione scratched behind his ears, cooing over how adorable he was. For a moment, Draco let his animal instincts take over, enjoying the affection, until he nipped at Hermione, reminding her who he really was. "Ouch!" Hermione yelped, dropping him. Draco in his cat form glared up at her before transforming back into his human self, his face bright red with frustration. "Do not do that again." Hermione, unfazed, grinned. No promises, with that being the end of the night. Well, they did spend like an hour running around in their forms. For the next week, the trio spent every night sneaking into the Forbidden Forest to play in their animal forms. It felt exhilarating, freeing even. Hermione, in her nine-tailed fox form, had quickly become the leader of their little group, using her agility and power to outrun and outmaneuver Harry's stag form. Draco, now aware that he wasn't just any cat but a small Sumatran leopard, used his stealth and cunning to keep up with them. The three of them spent hours playing their version of Hunt, with Hermione and Draco teaming up to chase down Harry, their stag target. It was like nothing they had ever experienced. It's a secret, magical world where they could shed their human selves and embrace their animal instincts. But as the week wore on, Hermione began to notice something odd. She finally realized her fox form had 9 tails, a detail she hadn't caught on to before, to the tired surprise from her Harry and Draco by now. The revelation shocked her to her core, bringing back memories of her previous life as Naruto and the terrifying power of the 9-tails demon fox. The realization left her feeling unsettled, though she kept it to herself, knowing she couldn't share that part of her past with anyone, not even Harry or Draco. Draco, meanwhile, had spent time researching his animagus form in the library and discovered that he wasn't just a regular cat, he was a small, rare breed of leopard. The news excited him, though it didn't stop Hermione from teasing him mercilessly about how cute he looked in his animal form. She would frequently sneak into the Slytherin boys' dormitory, scoop him up while he was in leopard form with only Harry in the room, and scratch behind his ears. Though Draco would yell at her to stop, part of him secretly enjoyed it. And again with the 3 of them in the Forbidden Forest once again, their animal forms running wild under the cover of night. Hermione, using her 9 tails, tackled Harry's stag form as Draco, in his leopard form, darted around them. They played like carefree children, the forest their playground and their transformations a secret they held close to their hearts. As Hermione used her tails to pin down the stag, she felt a strange sense of peace. The unexpected end of the chamber being opened? The unexpected end of the chamber. Hermione wasn't entirely sure how they had ended up in this bizarre chamber beneath Hogwarts. It had all started when she, along with Harry, Draco, and Luna, had decided to visit Moaning Myrtle in the girls' bathroom. Hermione had dragged them there, convinced that the ghost might be fun and the start of an adventure. When they arrived, Myrtle, ever the melodramatic ghost, had pointed at the sink with a cryptic, "The thing came from there." Hermione had immediately perked up, her curiosity piqued. As Hermione heard hissing and saw all the sinks shifted open, revealing an entrance, Hermione practically bounced on her feet with excitement. Harry, surprisingly, had spoken Parseltongue to open the entrance, something Hermione found incredibly cool. She hadn't questioned it, in fact, she had immediately hugged him, gushing about how awesome it was that he could talk to snakes. Harry, Draco, and Luna had exchanged glances but didn't argue. They were too used to Hermione's enthusiastic approach to life by now, with Harry shrugging, saying, "I just copped the hissing in my head, it seemed like the right thing to do," shrugging it off, with only Draco seeming surprised at it. And so, there they were, walking through a dark, damp tunnel into the Chamber of Secrets. The chamber opened up into a large, eerie space. Statues of serpents lined the walls, their stone eyes staring coldly at the intruders. But what caught their attention was not the room's ancient architecture, it was the scene unfolding before them. A boy, older than them, with dark hair and a strikingly handsome face, stood over the prone form of a ginger-haired girl. The girl, Ginny Weasley, was lying on the cold stone floor, seemingly asleep. Hermione recognized her as the same girl who had been mean to nearly everyone she met, including her own twin brothers. Ginny had a reputation for being a bit of a bully, snapping at anyone who so much as looked at her the wrong way. The only person she seemed to get along with was her brother, Ron, which, in Hermione's mind, wasn't exactly a ringing endorsement. As they approached, the boy, who introduced himself as Tom Riddle, looked up, smiling in a way that seemed a little too friendly for the situation. He didn't seem like a threat, and before long, they found themselves chatting with him seeming kind of a nice guy, well, a really nice guy, smiling and seeming to get Hermione and her friends straight away. Surprisingly, they all shared a few laughs, mostly at Ginny's expense, as Tom complained about how annoying she is and how Hermione pranked her once, which got Tom laughing out loud as Hermione said in detail Ginny's reason to getting green hair and green skin, even while she was asleep. They all agreed that Ginny was better off in this state, with Hermione liking most people, but when it comes to Ginny and Ron, she could not help but think they are bad people. But just when the conversation seemed like it couldn't be more casual, Tom's smile turned dark, his eyes narrowing as he revealed his true intentions. He wasn't just some nice boy looking out for the annoying girl, No, he was a memory, a shadow of Voldemort, preserved in a diary that Ginny had been clutching. He explained, in an eerily calm voice, that he was the one who had opened the Chamber of Secrets. Well, it was like someone like him in, but still, he did it, and now, he was going to use Ginny to return to life. He raised his wand as if preparing to summon the legendary serpent, the basilisk, to finish them off, but when he looked at Hermione, Harry, Draco, and Luna, they didn't react the way he expected. Hermione stood there, smiling while obviously thinking. Harry seemed like he was going to do what Tom expected but looked at Hermione and seemed to calm down. Draco was visibly shocked but didn't seem overly concerned. Luna, of course, looked as dreamy and unbothered as ever. "You're really not scared?" Tom asked, genuinely baffled by their lack of panic. Hermione stepped forward, still smiling. "Lots of people have said stuff like that before. It's fine if you want to take over Ginny. You'll probably be a better Ginny anyway, and we can be friends then. Oh, one more friend to my friend list." Tom shocked himself looking over to Harry, knowing his adult self killed his parents, but Hermione carried on seeing what he is trying to doing. "Harry has said to me before that he has made peace with his parents' killer and that our parents are his now, and he is happy thinking that, and has let go off his anger, right, Harry?" Harry let out a breath but smiled and said, "Yes, I have no hard feelings. I am done with feeling angry over you or your real self." Tom blinked, clearly unsure how to respond. "No hard feelings? Friends? But I want to take over the world," he said, as though reminding them of his evil master plan would change their minds. Hermione shrugged. "That's fine. It would probably be easier if you took over Ginny. You could do it through politics this time. Play the long game growing up. You know, slowly rise to power as a light witch. Use her family's reputation and build up a following in the wizarding government. You'll have control eventually, without needing to be a monster, and also, you won't be seen as some evil mastermind like the other you." Tom looked genuinely stunned. "I could do that." His eyes flickered with realization. He could manipulate the world through a different method now. He is going to be a light pure blood witch. It was subtle, brilliant even. He didn't need to rush it. "Yes, I could be Ginny Weasley, a light witch, and use that to get what I want." He grinned, turning to the unconscious Ginny on the floor. "It's time for me to live again." With that, Hermione wishing him good luck, and Harry and Draco seemed more uncomfortable that a boy was taking over a girl's body more than anything else, while Luna was looking somewhere else, thinking she had seen something more interesting. Tom Riddle vanished, leaving the chamber quietly for a few moments. Then, Ginny's eyes fluttered open, and she slowly stood up. But this was no longer the mean, spiteful Ginny they knew. Her posture was different, her expression calm, almost amused. "Well, this is odd, Ginny," now Tom said, glancing down at her hands. "Being a girl is definitely different, but I'll get used to it." He, or rather, she, extended a hand toward Hermione, Draco, Harry, and Luna. "Friends?" Hermione, Draco, and Harry exchanged glances. With a collective shrug, they each shook Ginny's hand. Draco, ever practical, asked, "So, can you unpetrify everyone now you are free and got a plan?" The new Ginny laughed softly, clearly still adjusting to her new body. "Oh, of course. We'll make it look like you all saved poor little me." And that's exactly what happened. When the five of them emerged from the Chamber of Secrets, Ginny put on a convincing act of being rescued, and the students and teachers never suspected that the real Ginny Weasley was no more, and got them all 100 points each. With the school year wrapping up, things returned to some semblance of normal. Harry, Draco, and Hermione rode the train back to London, sitting together in their usual compartment. Draco, predictably, had once again placed first in their year, while Harry had managed a respectable fourth. Hermione, however, was sulking. She had only come 10th, a rank she deemed completely unfair. "It's ridiculous," Hermione grumbled, curled up against Harry's shoulder like an annoyed cat. "I should have been first." Harry sighed, rubbing his temple. Hermione, for the 100th time, you need to put more effort into the written part of the exams. Exactly, Draco added, his arms crossed as he leaned back in his seat. And maybe not blow up half the potions classroom next time. Hermione huffed. That was a minor explosion. Draco rolled his eyes. You nearly poisoned everyone. Well, at least I'm better at practical magic, she shot back, clearly not over the fact that she had missed the top spot. Harry, ever patient, smiled softly at his sister. Look, you're still amazing. But maybe try a little harder next time, okay? You can't expect to come first if you don't even try with the theory. Hermione pouted, her chin resting on her knees. Fine, fine. Next year. I'll try. Then, with a sigh, she perked up. At least we'll get to see Alex soon. Draco chuckled, shaking his head but not taking his eyes off her and said. You never change, Hermione. As the train rolled on toward their destination, the three of them chatted about their summer plans, about the year that had passed, and the adventures that still lay ahead. Summer games and sleepovers. Hermione, in her fox form, darted around the garden, her 9 tails swishing gracefully as she led little Alex in a merry chase. The toddler/baby, just over a year old, was wobbling on his unsteady legs, his chubby hands reaching out for her tails as he giggled in delight. Foxy, he squealed, his voice full of joy. It had become a routine over the summer. Every day, Alex would call for Foxy, the name he'd given Hermione in her animal form, and she would oblige, transforming into the sleek red fox with 9 tails. It had turned into their special sibling game, and it always brought a smile to her face. Alex loved it, and Hermione found peace in those moments, enjoying the carefree time with her little brother. From the back porch, her parents watched with a mix of amusement and mild concern. They knew about her animagus transformation and that Harry could turn into a stag as well, but Hermione had explained to them in no uncertain terms that it was against magical law for witches and wizards to be animagi without people knowing. So, don't tell anyone, she had insisted, flashing them a grin. Not that her parents had any magical people to share this with, but it still made them a bit nervous. Seeing their toddler son playing with a magical fox, especially one with 9 tails, wasn't exactly ordinary. As Alex caught one of her tails, tugging on it gently and giggling, Hermione allowed herself to be caught, playfully rolling over and letting him cuddle against her. In her fox form, she let him stroke her soft fur and nuzzle against his face. It was heartwarming, and she reveled in the love she felt for her baby brother. But the moment she turned back into her human form, Alex's happy expression melted into a pout. Foxy? He asked, his bottom lip trembling. Hermione giggled, ruffling his hair. You'll see Foxy tomorrow, okay? Alex crossed his arms, clearly unimpressed, but before he could argue, Hermione stood up, dusting herself off. Now, where's Harry? She wondered aloud. Her parents looked up from where they were sitting on the porch, exchanging a brief glance or knowing what is to come. Oh, Hermione, her mother began, Harry's over at Draco's for a sleepover. He's spending the night with some of the boys from Slytherin. You know, it's an only boys' day. Hermione froze. What? She asked, the word coming out sharper than she intended. Draco didn't invite me? And Harry didn't tell me? Her father tried to explain, his tone calm and measured. Sweetheart, sometimes boys just need time with other boys. It doesn't mean they don't want to spend time with you. It's just different. But Hermione didn't care. It wasn't fair. So they're both in Slytherin, and they get to do all these boys-only things without me? And now they are having sleepovers without me because I'm a girl? She stomped her foot, crossing her arms tightly. Her rare anger, which scared her mom and dad and everyone who knew her, started to show at the thought of being left out. She could feel the sting of betrayal creeping up. Sure, she understood that Draco and Harry were boys, but that didn't mean they should be excluding her. She wasn't just any girl, she was Hermione, the one who'd stuck by them through everything, and their best friend. Without another word, Hermione stormed off into the house, her mind already whirring with plans. If Harry and Draco could have their boys' sleepover, then she could have an even better sleepover with her own friends. She wasn't going to be left out. Not for 1 second. And she knew just the people to invite. By the time Hermione had cooled down enough to think straight, she had sent out invitations to Luna, Ginny, or rather, the newly reformed Ginny, now housing Tom Riddle's soul, and all of her roommates from school. Her parents had raised their eyebrows and sighed when she announced the impromptu sleepover and shopping trip, with her not telling them till she sent the invites. Later that morning, she and her friends gathered in London for a day of shopping. Hermione was excited to take her friends around, especially Luna and Ginny, with none of them having been into Muggle London before. Well, Ginny had, but that was over 50 years ago. As they wandered through the stores, with none of her roommates saying that they would make it to London and all but one saying they were on holiday, with the one saying that she would come to the sleep evening, what she did not mind. Hermione noticed Luna studying her with her usual dreamy expression when they were showing Ginny what would look good on her, and they getting changed in the same changing room. "Your chest is bigger than the rest of ours," Luna said, her tone as casual as if she'd been talking about the weather. Hermione blinked, momentarily stunned. She had noticed that her body had started developing, her hips were more defined, and her chest had grown noticeably in the past few months, but Luna's blunt comment caught her off guard. Thanks?" Hermione replied, trying not to sound too awkward, but looking down at the no-tassel bumps. Ginny, Tom, technically, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you're maturing faster than us. Must be all the training I saw you do once I start being Ginny," Ginny said, adjusting to her new role as a girl with surprising ease. Hermione had been the one helping her learn how to navigate the world of being female. Ginny often relied on her and Luna for advice on everything from clothes to makeup, and that if it is okay to imperious curse her new mom with her being a bitch, and before Hermione could write back no, with it being not really right but she did sound like a not very nice mom to have, it seemed she was too late. She had done it, saying the whole family is happier with their mother and wife being much more submissive now. But back to shopping, Hermione, still a little self-conscious, smiled sheepishly. "I guess I'm just going to have the best body and be the hottest ever," she joked, though a part of her did feel proud of how strong and healthy, and good-looking she looked. After spending hours picking out cute outfits, trying on dresses, and giving Ginny pointers on how to mix and match clothes, with Luna offering her odd but insightful suggestions, and Hermione will only being a girl for less than 2 years her tips what she had learned, they headed back to the Granger house for the sleepover. Hermione was pleased to see that her other roommate from Hufflepuff had arrived just in time. The night was filled with laughter and chatter as the girls settled into Hermione's living room, their sleeping bags spread out around the TV. After a movie and snacks, the conversation eventually drifted toward boys, as it always seemed to with girls, which Hermione always felt oddly with. "So, Hermione," her roommate asked, her tone teasing, "do you fancy any of the boys at school like Draco?" Hermione's face turned beet red. "No," she practically shouted, feeling her heart race and face turn red. "He's just a friend, an annoying friend. What might look nice but still just friends." The girls laughed, and even Luna gave a whimsical smile. "It's just, you spend so much time with him," her roommate continued. "It's hard not to wonder." Hermione crossed her arms, pouting. "I spend time with Harry too." "That doesn't mean anything, he is my brother, and Draco is the same." Still, the embarrassment clung to her, and she quickly changed the subject, asking Luna about the invisible monkey she had mentioned earlier. Luna, happy to talk about magical creatures no one else could see, launched into an animated discussion that successfully steered the conversation away from boys. As the night wore on, the girls eventually drifted off to sleep, curled up in their sleeping bags. Hermione lay awake for a little while longer, staring at the ceiling and thinking about everything that had happened in the past few weeks. From the bond she shared with Harry and Draco to the strange reality of being a nearly 13-year-old girl with a fox form with 9 tails, her life was anything but normal. She did feel something for Draco, but she does not think it is fancying him well, she does not even know what that feels like yet. But despite that and the challenges and surprises, Hermione smiled to herself. She had friends, family, and a new little brother to protect. And even though Harry and Draco had their boys-only moments, she knew they'd always be there for her. With that final thought, she closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the sleepover around her as she drifted off to sleep. French Countryside Adventures, Summer Holiday. Chapter Summary. They go to the French countryside. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. French Countryside Adventures. 3 weeks had passed since Hermione had given Harry the cold shoulder for not telling her or convincing Draco to invite her to his all-boys sleepover. Harry had spent 3 days trying to explain that it was just a sleepover with boys, but Hermione wasn't having any of it at first. She had been properly annoyed. However, her frustration couldn't last long, especially not with Harry. After all, he was her brother now, and she couldn't stay mad at him forever. In the end, Hermione forgave him, though not without a few lingering grumbles. To make up for it, but that was 3 weeks ago, now her parents had a special surprise. They were all going to France for a week to visit her and now Harry's uncle, who lived in a charming countryside village in the south of the country. The idea of a peaceful escape filled with hikes, exploration, and amazing food made Hermione forget about the plane she was making to get back at Draco for his stupid sleepover. Even Harry seemed excited, and soon enough, the whole family was buzzing with anticipation. The week in France was like something out of a dream. The village was picturesque, with old stone buildings clustered around a centuries-old church that sat proudly atop a hill. Surrounding the town were lush, rolling hills dotted with ancient castles, crumbling towers, and dense woods that seemed to whisper with the weight of history. Hermione was in heaven. Every day, she convinced either her mom, dad, or Harry to join her for a hike through the hills. She couldn't resist climbing the steep trails, exploring hidden paths that wound through the woods, and discovering forgotten ruins and towers. The air was crisp, and the scent of wildflowers filled the breeze as they hiked, Hermione's excitement infectious. She always led the way, her boundless energy propelling her forward, while Harry and their parents trailed behind, sometimes struggling to keep up. "Do you ever slow down?" Harry groaned after one particularly steep climb, his hands on his knees as he tried to catch his breath in the hot, sunny country of France. Hermione, standing on top of a rocky outcrop, grinned down at him. "Nope. Come on, Harry, you've got to keep up. You wouldn't want your little sister to outlast you, would you?" Harry just rolled his eyes, but there was a smile tugging at his lips as he watched his sister's uncontainable energy. Despite his complaints, he was having just as much fun as she was. It was well-timed fun, but it was still fun. Each evening, the family would go out to dine at one of the quaint little restaurants in the village. The food was incredible, rustic French dishes that Hermione couldn't get enough of. But what really caught her by surprise was how much she'd changed in her approach to getting ready for these dinners. Gone was the Hermione who would rush through her appearance without a second thought. Now, she spent nearly 2 hours every evening preparing for dinner. Dresses were carefully chosen, hair was styled to perfection, and she made sure her makeup was just right. The boy who had once been Naruto, carefree and indifferent to appearances, had fully embraced her feminine side. As she stood in front of the mirror each night, adjusting her dress and perfecting her look, she couldn't help but admit to herself that any lingering boyish tendencies were long gone. Harry, of course, didn't understand the fuss. "Hermione, why do you take so long?" "It's just dinner," he groaned one evening as she checked her reflection for what felt like the 10th time. "Keeping everyone from going for an hour so she can be just right." She turned to him, hands on her hips. "Because, Harry, it's important to look nice. And you should stop complaining," she said, eyeing him sternly. "And don't let Alex hear you say that. I don't want him picking up on your bad habits with girls." Sure enough, later that evening, little Alex, copying Harry's earlier complaints, had said, "Hurry up, Foxy," when Hermione was adjusting her hair in the restaurant's reflection before the family went to sit down. That had been a mistake. Without missing a beat, Hermione had grabbed Harry and unceremoniously dragged him and tossed him into the nearby river as a lesson for both of them. Harry came up spluttering, his glasses askew, while Alex stared, wide-eyed, clearly getting the message. "See, Alex?" Hermione said sweetly, kneeling down to his level and ruffling his hair. "It's not very nice to complain to your sister or any girl or woman like brother Harry does." Alex nodded solemnly, his wide eyes taking it all in. "Okay, Foxy." Harry, still dripping wet in the background, just sighed. "Really, Hermione? I give up." Despite the occasional family squabble, the trip was filled with good memories. Canoeing down peaceful rivers, enjoying quiet moments in the serene countryside, and dining on delicious food every night. The villagers were initially taken aback by Hermione's energy and vibrant personality. In such a quiet, close-knit community, someone as lively as Hermione stood out. But by the end of the week, even the locals had warmed to her. Well, most of them. One evening, after dinner, the town mayor, who was eating out at the same place as them, had bent down to speak to Alex, saying something in French that, to Hermione, sounded suspiciously inappropriate. Without thinking, she reacted, swiftly and brutally, delivering a well-aimed kick to his privates. The mayor crumpled to the ground, clutching himself in pain, while Hermione stood over him, glaring. "Don't say anything creepy to my little brother," she declared. Her uncle had rushed over, explaining with a nervous laugh that the mayor had merely been complimenting Alex on how cute he was. Hermione blinked, her face turning red with embarrassment as she realized her mistake. She quickly apologized, though the mayor seemed more than happy to keep his distance for her and her family the rest of their stay. When they got back home to England, Hermione returned to her usual routine. On one warm afternoon, she was running around the garden once again, this time in her fox form, with Alex chasing after her. The little boy was just about to be a year old and a month, tottering on his legs with the determination of someone much older. He giggled as he tried to catch her, his small hands reaching for her fluffy tails. Hermione allowed him to catch one, slowing down just enough to let him grab hold and tumble into a pile of giggles. She turned back into her human form, scooping him up and cuddling him as he pouted, clearly wanting Foxy to come back. Chapter end notes. Hey, I would like to know if this is getting too random, with things happening out of nowhere. If so, I will try and make it less, but no promises. Thank for reading, smiley face. Shared birthdays and unseen realizations. Chapter summary. B-days and swimming. Shared birthdays and unseen realizations. The sun shone brightly over the Granger household as the day arrived for Hermione and Harry's shared birthday celebration. They had officially entered their teenage years, both turning 13, and the entire house buzzed with excitement as preparations for the party were underway. Their birthdays had always been close, but now that they were siblings, it only made sense to celebrate together. For Hermione, this birthday was different from any she had experienced before. Over the past year, she had grown taller, her body taking on a more womanly shape, which hadn't gone unnoticed by either her parents or her friends. Her birthday gifts reflected this change. While Harry was gifted practical items he needed for being a teenage boy, like a new broom cleaning kit and Quidditch gloves, Hermione's gifts took a decidedly more feminine turn. She unwrapped a collection of cute skirts and tops from her mom, a few of them shorter and more revealing than her dad seemed to like. As soon as she lifted the pastel-colored skirt from the wrapping, her dad's face drained of color, looking like he might keel over. "Hermione, maybe you should, start wearing longer skirts," her father said, trying, and failing, not to sound too panicked. Hermione raised an eyebrow, not understanding why he was making such a fuss. "What? They're perfectly fine," she replied, looking at the skirt before flashing a mischievous grin. "Besides, I can't help it if short skirts are just more comfortable for jumping and running around in." Her dad sighed, his hand running through his hair in frustration. "You're getting older, Hermione. You need to cover up more?" Hermione finished his sentence, rolling her eyes. "Dad, I'm 13. Relax." The real shock came when her mom handed her a small box, and inside it was her first sports bra. Hermione raised an eyebrow at it, tilting her head in curiosity. It wasn't like she hadn't noticed her body changing. Her chest had grown noticeably over the last few months, but her dad looked ready to faint at the sight of the sports bra. "Love," her dad muttered to his wife, "are we seriously?" "It's fine, dear," her mom said gently, patting her husband's arm. "She's growing up, and we need to support now." Her dad nearly got a nosebleed when Hermione took the sports bra and her new short sports shorts and ran off to try them on. She came back a few minutes later, looking pleased with herself. She twirled in the living room, showing off the outfit to Harry, her parents, and little Alex, who clapped happily at the sight of his big sister looking so grown up. But her dad? He just looked like he was about to pass out, completely unprepared for his little girl becoming a young woman. He knew full well that the boys in the neighborhood, friends of both Harry and Hermione, were teenagers now too. They hung around a lot, and he'd noticed their looks lingering on Hermione's body a little longer than he liked. Harry, ever the protective brother, raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. Hermione and Harry had grown close, more like siblings than anything else, and though he was usually easygoing, there was a spark of discomfort at seeing how some of their male friends looked at his sister, and seeing her show some much skin makes him feel a little protective over what their friends are going to think of her in it. But still, he trusted Hermione to handle it in her usual carefree way, and knew she could easily take care of anyone who tries anything with her. The real celebration took place at a water park just outside the city. Hermione and Harry had invited their closest friends, Draco, Luna, and Ginny, who was still growing into her new identity as Tom Riddle trapped in a girl's body. The excitement was palpable as they spent the day playing in the water, sliding down massive slides, and splashing around in the pools. Hermione couldn't stop smiling as she ran around in her new swimsuit, enjoying the freedom of the water and the company of her closest friends. Draco, of course, was right by her side the entire time. He had been growing closer to Hermione over the past year, and although Harry seemed oblivious to the shift in Draco's feelings, Hermione hadn't even noticed. And Ginny does not understand why girls have to wear such uncomfortable swimwear, with Luna and Hermione then saying it is what girls have to put up with, lathing with Ginny once Tom finds out the wood of being a girl over this summer. To her, Draco was her best friend. Someone she could always count on, someone to playfully tease or sometimes like Harry wrestles with. And someone she had complete trust in. But today, Draco had other plans. After a particularly fun game of splashing each other in the pool, Draco pulled Hermione aside, his expression a little more serious than usual. They were standing in a quiet corner of the park, away from the others, and Hermione, still bouncing with energy, didn't notice how nervous he seemed. "Hey, Hermione," Draco began, shifting on his feet. "There's something I've been meaning to ask you." "What's up?" Hermione asked, tilting her head and giving him her full attention. Draco cleared his throat, feeling the weight of the moment settle on him. "So, I was thinking, when we get back to school, maybe you'd want to, come with me to Hogsmeade. On our first weekend there?" Hermione's face lit up. "Sure. That sounds fun. I'd love to spend the day with you." Draco blinked, a bit thrown off by how easily she said yes. But then, he realized she hadn't fully understood. He tried again. "No, I mean, like, just the two of us. Because I like you. A lot. You're fun and exciting and, well, I think you're amazing." Hermione smiled brightly. "Aw, Draco, that's really sweet of you. I think you're amazing too." She patted him on the back, missing the slight tension in the air. "I'm so excited for Hogsmeade." Draco stood there, as Hermione skipped away to rejoin the others, completely unaware that she had just agreed to go on a date with him. She was happy to spend time with Draco, but she didn't grasp the full meaning of what he'd said. She thought it was just going to be another fun day with her friend. Draco, on the other hand, was walking on air. As Hermione jumped back into the pool, doing a cannonball and splashing water everywhere, Draco couldn't stop himself from doing a small victory dance on the spot, grinning like an idiot. She said yes, he whispered to himself. She actually said yes. He knew Harry would be in for a surprise when he found out she said yes, but Draco didn't care. Hermione was going to Hogsmeade with him, and to him, that meant everything. The day continued with laughter, swimming, and playful wrestling in the water. Draco was more playful, always finding a reason to play/stay with Hermione. They splashed each other, wrestled a little, and had fun as they usually did, but Draco seemed more eager than normal. Hermione didn't think much of it, assuming that Draco was just in a particularly playful mood. Draco, still grinning, couldn't help but stare up at her, water dripping down her face as her eyes sparkled with excitement. For a moment, his heart skipped a beat, realizing just how much he liked her. But before he could dwell on it too long, Hermione leaped up, cannonballing into the pool once again, leaving him shaking his head, amused by her endless energy. The day ended with the four of them, Hermione, Harry, Draco, and Ginny, walking back to the car, soaked and tired but laughing all the same. It had been a perfect day. Hermione couldn't stop smiling, not realizing that Draco was thinking about their upcoming date at Hogsmeade. Hermione's thoughts, as they drove home, drifted to the fun they'd had and the upcoming adventures at Hogwarts. But she couldn't shake the feeling that things between her and Draco had changed, she just didn't know how yet. New beginnings and old habits. Chapter summary. Back to school. But something stops the train? The familiar hustle and bustle of the train station filled the air as Hermione held her baby brother, Alex, close, planting a kiss on his chubby cheek. Alex, who was just over a year old, babbled happily, looking around with wide, curious eyes as he took in the crowded station, the flashing lights, and the blur of bustling travelers. Oblivious to the fact that his sister was about to leave him for another long school year, Alex was content in Hermione's arms, delighting in her warm embrace and animated chatter. "I'm going to miss you so much, little man," she whispered to him, stroking his soft, curly hair. "But I promise to write, and you'll get a picture of me every day, just like last year." Alex just giggled, grabbing a handful of her hair with his tiny fists and tugging happily. She laughed, pressing her nose to his, savoring the last few moments together. Hermione's parents stepped forward, gently taking Alex from her arms. Her mother wrapped her in a hug while her father placed a kiss on her forehead. "We'll send pictures every day, just like last year," her mom assured her. "We know you'd never forgive us otherwise." Hermione grinned, blinking back the slight sting of tears. "Thanks, Mum. You know I'd never let you forget if you didn't," with her saying that with Harry giving his little boar a nice hug and kiss on the head, saying he is going to miss him with. Alex sang happily, hi to the analysis of Hermione who Alex had not even tried to say. After a final round of hugs, Hermione, Harry, and Draco, who they met on the way to the train, headed to their compartment on the train, ready for another year at Hogwarts. Once settled, they found themselves in an otherwise empty compartment, except for a scruffy, sleeping man slouched in the corner. His clothing was mismatched and worn, his hair an unruly mess, and he looked like he'd seen better days. Draco wrinkled his nose, nudging Hermione and Harry with a curious expression. "That's supposed to be our new defense against the dark arts professor," he muttered, lowering his voice. "But honestly, he looks more like a homeless man than a teacher." Hermione, sitting beside Draco, nodded in agreement. "What was Dumbledore thinking?" she whispered back, glancing skeptically at the man's tattered coat and scuffed shoes. Harry shrugged, though he seemed slightly uneasy. "Maybe he's better than he looks?" Draco rolled his eyes, clearly unconvinced, but Hermione just leaned back with a smirk, dubbing him the scruffy professor in her mind. Hours later, as the train sped through the darkening countryside, it suddenly shuddered to a halt, casting their compartment into a tense silence. Just as they began to wonder what had happened, a chill swept over them, and an eerie, shadowy figure floated into their compartment. The creature, tall and cloaked in darkness, loomed over them, its skeletal hands reaching toward Harry as if it were drawing something from him. Hermione acted on instinct, her body coiled and ready as she tried to tackle the creature. She jumped forward, her hand swinging through the air, but it was as if she were reaching into smoke. The creature's form was incorporeal, slipping right through her grasp. As the cold intensified, she struggled to fight off the heavy, numbing despair the creature radiated, yet she found she was almost immune to it, having little sorrow or regret to draw from and kept on trying to kick it and punch it with just going through it. The scruffy professor awoke with a start, his eyes narrowing as he took in the scene. "Expecto Patronum," he shouted, his voice firm and clear. A bright, silvery light shot from his wand, forming a protective shield that drove the creature back. Hermione, Draco, and Luna watched in awe as the creature fled, the chill dissipating from the room. The professor then handed Harry a piece of chocolate, urging him to eat it. "It'll help with the cold feeling," he explained, his tone gentle but tired. Harry, still pale and shaken, managed a weak smile. "Thanks, Professor." Lupin, who the man replied with a slight smile. He turned his attention to Hermione, who was studying him intently, and sighed. "You can call me Professor Lupin, though Scruffy Professor works too." Hermione blinked, momentarily embarrassed, but then smirked. "It suits you," she teased, accepting the chocolate he handed her, which she really did not need but wanted chocolate, so why not? The train eventually resumed its journey, and they soon arrived at Hogwarts, where the castle loomed in the distance, its familiar silhouette promising new adventures and challenges. As they gathered in the entrance hall, Hermione found herself reluctant to let Harry go after the terrifying encounter on the train. She gave him a fierce hug, holding him tightly. "Promise you'll tell me if anything feels wrong, okay?" Harry, clearly embarrassed by his sister's protectiveness, rolled his eyes but returned the hug. "I don't need a babysitter." "Hermione," he muttered, trying to hide his smile. Draco, who had been standing nearby, watching the exchange, nodded seriously at her. Hermione, always the overprotective older sister, turned to him, her expression firm. "Draco, if anything happens to my brother, I'm coming after you." Draco chuckled. "Don't worry, Hermione. I've got him covered." With one last squeeze, she let Harry go, watching as he joined the other Slytherins. She then made her way to the Hufflepuff table, the familiar warmth of her house greeting her as she took her seat. The welcome feast began, and Hermione was in her element, introducing herself to the new Hufflepuff first years and welcoming them with open arms. Her enthusiasm and friendliness were contagious, and soon, she was surrounded by a small group of younger students eager to talk to her. "Feel free to treat me like an older sister," Hermione declared, her grin lighting up her face. "If you need help or have questions, just find me." One of the second-year students, a boy with round glasses and an eager expression, raised his hand, a little shy. "When do you do all that cool ninja stuff we've heard about?" he asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Hermione laughed. "I train every morning at 5 a.m. down by the lake. Anyone is welcome to join, but only if you can keep up." A few of the first years exchanged excited glances, their interest piqued. Two of the second years, a boy and a girl, nodded, asking if they could come along with some of their friends as well. Hermione didn't hesitate. "Sure. The more, the merrier. Just remember, if you fall behind, don't feel bad. Even Harry can't keep up with me most days." She winked, feeling a warm sense of pride as she imagined their group expanding. As the meal continued, Hermione chatted animatedly with her friends, sharing stories from her summer and her plans for the coming year. The Hufflepuff table was lively, filled with laughter and good-natured teasing. By the end of the night, Hermione felt that familiar sense of belonging settling over her. First date in Hogsmeade. Chapter summary. Well, date day is here, and well, I'm not great at writing such stuff, with this not really feeling like the Hermione I have made in this story, so if you think the same, sorry, I did try, and I feel I did rush this a bit as well, with Draco and Hermione getting together, but this is meant to be just fast writing and easy going for me, nothing amazingly compacted, so most likely love and such will be well rushed, I'm afraid. But hey, I think it is nice and Hermione will help Draco in the future, smiley face. First date in Hogsmeade. It was a crisp Saturday morning at Hogwarts, and the excitement in the air was unmistakable. It was Hogsmeade weekend, the first of the year, and for Hermione, it was going to be special for an unexpected reason. Hermione sat on a stool in her dormitory, trying to stay calm as Luna and her other roommates surrounded her, brushing makeup across her face and sifting through her clothes. "Is this really necessary?" Hermione asked, her cheeks flushed. She'd never felt so fussed over, but her friend seemed determined. Luna smiled, leaning in with a brush. "Of course it is. Draco's been talking about this day for weeks, and you're his girlfriend now." Hermione's mouth dropped open, a blush spreading across her cheeks. "Wait, girlfriend?" One of the girls grinned, pulling out a summer dress that fit her perfectly. "You were going on a date with him, after all." Hermione's mind spun for the 10th time that hour, memories of Draco asking her to Hogsmeade at her birthday swirling in her mind. He'd been so excited, and it finally dawned on her, this wasn't just a friendly outing. He'd meant it as a date. A real date. As the girls added the finishing touches, Hermione allowed herself to feel a rush of excitement. Draco was handsome, nice, and smart, and after 3 years of friendship, she knew he genuinely cared for her. She suddenly realized when Luna told her that morning, she was going on a date, not just friends going to have fun. She liked the idea of dating him straight away. "This is exciting," she murmured, her smile growing. "Finally ready." Hermione turned to the mirror and couldn't believe her reflection. She now does do lot to herself to look nice. But her friends had worked wonders. Her skin glowed, her eyes seemed larger and more expressive, and her outfit, a soft, fitted summer dress, hugged her figure just right. It highlighted her developing curves and made her look older than she was, but still herself. She noticed her body in a way she hadn't before. She was growing up, and her figure was beginning to reflect that. For the first time, Hermione felt truly beautiful and saw herself as a woman then and there. Luna's voice broke her thoughts. "Draco's going to be speechless." Hermione grinned, a flicker of nervous energy sparking in her chest. She met up with Draco at the main entrance to Hogwarts, his expression going slack for a moment when he saw her. Dressed in a fitted, casual summer shirt and slacks, he'd clearly put thought into his outfit as well. He looked effortlessly handsome. "You look incredible, Hermione," he said, almost stunned. Hermione's cheeks warmed, but she managed a grin. "You don't look too bad yourself, Malfoy." Draco extended his hand, and she took it, feeling an unexpected thrill run through her, knowing this was not the Draco she was going to be friends with but maybe more. "Shall we?" he asked. Hermione wasn't the type to suddenly go all soft and proper, so with a grin, she tugged him into a light run, laughing as they dashed down the path toward Hogsmeade. The guards and Dementors HP in the sky lined the route, a reminder of the dark times what is going on keeping bad people out, but Hermione kept her focus on Draco and the happiness of the day. She'd decided that she wasn't going to let anything ruin their time together. They explored the streets of Hogsmeade, darting in and out of shops, each new discovery filling Hermione with excitement. She chattered on about her new classes and plans for the school year, with Draco happily listening, laughing at her stories and keeping her close as they wandered. At Honeyduke's, Draco insisted on buying her some treats, introducing her to new sweets that Hermione had never tasted before. As they sampled different sweets, she caught herself thinking how lucky she was to have a friend who made her feel so appreciated. Their next stop was a small flower shop. Hermione's face lit up when Draco handed her a rose, the delicate petals soft under her fingertips. It was simple, yet surprisingly touching, and she found herself admiring him in a way she hadn't before. Draco seemed to be enjoying every second, watching her reactions with a smile that made her heart race. After exploring the village, they decided to stop at the Three Broomsticks. The warmth of the pub wrapped around them, and they settled into a cozy booth near the fireplace, laughing as they shared a butterbeer with Hermione, drinking 4 while Draco was still on his first one. Draco watched her intently, his eyes soft, looking at Hermione's beauty and happiness. "I'm really glad we're here, Hermione," he said, his voice sincere. You're always so amazing." "I've always thought so." Hermione's smile grew as she held his gaze. "I'm glad too. I didn't realize until today just how much I liked spending time with you, and I didn't realize how nice it might be to be with you like this." For a moment, they simply looked at each other, and it was as if the entire pub had faded away. Finally, with a shy grin, Draco reached out, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. The simple gesture sent a shiver down her spine, but she didn't look away. As the day wound to a close, they returned to a quiet, shaded corner of Hogsmeade, far from prying eyes. Draco turned to her, his face flushed but hopeful. "Hermione, would it be alright if I kissed you?" Her breath caught, and she could only nod, feeling a unique excitement. The kiss was gentle, their first, and filled with a quiet excitement that left her smiling. Draco pulled back, looking as if he couldn't believe his luck. "Does this mean we're—" Hermione nodded, smiling up at him. "Boyfriend and girlfriend?" "Yeah, I think so, and we are going to be the best boyfriend and girlfriend in all of Hogwarts, thought." He grinned. Hearing his now girlfriend's over-the-topness, wrapping his arms around her as they shared another, longer kiss, a gentle connection growing into something they both realized was more than just friendship. Hermione couldn't help but feel like she was exactly where she belonged, with the boy she never released. Until today, she will be the boy she spends the rest of her life with. The early morning training and a growing legacy. Chapter summary. Hermione is now a teacher. Wait, what? It was barely dawn, the first light of day spilling softly over Hogwarts grounds, as Hermione stood at the edge of the lake with Luna stretching beside her, the sky a blend of cool blues and warm pinks. She couldn't stop smiling. Only yesterday, she had her first date with Draco, and now he was officially her boyfriend, the best boyfriend in the world, she thought with a smirk. Her excitement bubbled up, making her practically beam. She wanted to be the best witch, for herself and for Draco, and she felt like she was more than ready to take on anything. Hermione took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, soaking in the peace of the morning, until she heard soft murmurs and footsteps behind her. She turned to see, to her surprise, a large crowd of younger students gathered in front of her. There were nearly 25 first and second years, most of them from Hufflepuff, but she also saw a mix of Gryffindors, Ravenclaws, and even a handful of Slytherins. The boy and girl who had first asked to join her stood at the front, looking eager and ready. Luna stood to the side, flashing Hermione a knowing grin. "Well," Hermione said, looking at the sea of determined faces. She hadn't expected this many to show up. She only thought it was going to be the three that asked, but she couldn't help the swell of pride as she took in the sight. "Looks like we have a few more than I thought." The students chuckled nervously, but their excitement was contagious. Hermione clapped her hands together and began, knowing right away how she was going to teach so many, many people. "All right. Let's see what you lot can do. Line up. Luna, can you help with one side?" Luna nodded, moving smoothly to the opposite end of the line to assist with half the group. After nearly a year of training with Hermione, Luna's own skills had come a long way, and she kept up effortlessly with Hermione's instructions. Together, they led the younger students through a rigorous workout that combined basic stretches, balance exercises, and some simpler versions of the kicks and punches Hermione had been perfecting for years. Hermione had expected a lot of the students to drop out, especially when they saw how intense the training was. But as the hours passed, she was impressed. Most of them were determined to keep going, even though their faces flushed and their breath came out in ragged gasps. To them, Hermione was not just a friend or older student, she was becoming their role model. With her strength, skills, and confidence, she had captured their admiration. They saw her as the coolest older student at Hogwarts, someone who was incredible at magic and could also perform amazing physical feats like flips, fast punches, and swift kicks. To the girls, Hermione was a role model, they wanted to be just like her, and to the smaller amount of boys, she was a girl who was well cool and wanted to be as good as her one day. She kept her encouragement high, cheering on anyone who needed it and calling out advice and tips. At one point, a second-year Gryffindor boy stumbled in his stance, nearly toppling over. Hermione caught his arm, steadying him with a warm grin. "Don't worry. You're doing great," she said, giving him a high five. "Trust me, I've seen students older than you who couldn't keep up like you all are." The group's morale soared, and her encouragement seemed to light a fire in them. Though she knew only a few would be able to match her and Luna's level eventually, Hermione was thrilled to see so many of them pushing their limits. By the end of 3 hours, most of them were breathless, red-faced, and wobbling on tired legs, but they were still there, smiling and proud. When they finally wrapped up, Hermione gathered them in a circle. "I'm seriously impressed," she said, her voice full of admiration. "You all kept up with Luna and me, and that's something my friends my age can't do." She gave a wink, high-fiving each student and giving them quick hugs, telling them they had all done amazingly well. "Meet me here again tomorrow if you're ready for more," she said with a grin. "And don't hesitate to find me if you need help with anything, okay?" The younger students nodded, faces glowing with excitement and pride as they headed back to the castle, already eager for the next session. As they left, Luna gave Hermione a proud smile. "You're making an impact," Luna said softly. "They all really look up to you." Hermione beamed, filled with a happiness she couldn't fully put into words. She was creating something, a legacy of her own, and it felt fantastic, and she could not think back to her old life where the whole village thought she was going to become nothing, and that look at me now asses. After the training session, Hermione practically skipped through the castle, her energy boundless. She couldn't wait to tell Draco about the morning, and she looked around for him eagerly. She found him leaning casually against the wall just outside the Great Hall, his arms crossed as he waited for her. He didn't have to wait long. Hermione spotted him, broke into a grin, and skipped over, jumping into his arms. Draco caught her with a laugh, his hands on her waist as she looked up at him, her face glowing with happiness. "Good morning to you too," he teased, leaning down to brush a kiss against her lips. Hermione returned the kiss with a smile, still buzzing with energy. "Guess what?" she said, her voice filled with excitement. "Like 30 students showed up this morning. They want me to teach them ninja skills." "Isn't that amazing?" Draco chuckled, amused by her enthusiasm. "That's incredible, Hermione. You're basically the coolest person here, you know that," he said, stroking her cheek affectionately, just seeing said students from all 4 houses happily chatting with one another about how cool Hermione is and how they are going to keep going and become as good as Hermione one day. She laughed, giving him a playful nudge. "Obviously," she replied, grinning up at him. "But seriously, it felt really good. I didn't think so many would stick it out." Draco smiled, pressing another kiss to her forehead. "Well, I'd expect nothing less from you, Hermione. Now, come on. Let's get you some breakfast before you go running off to train the next generation of ninjas, wishers, and wizards again." Hand in hand, they walked toward the Great Hall, both looking forward to what the rest of the day had for them. A quiet morning at the lake. Chapter summary. A nice summer afternoon. It was early autumn at Hogwarts, and the grounds were golden with leaves as Hermione, Draco, and Harry sat near the edge of the Black Lake, books open on the grass as they worked on homework in the morning sun. Hermione sat comfortably in Draco's lap, his arm loosely wrapped around her as they exchanged the occasional, soft kiss. They were supposed to be studying, but after a month of dating, Draco seemed to know exactly how to motivate her to get her work done without bribing her with chess games as he used to. Instead, all it took was his gentle encouragement and steady presence to keep her focused. Harry sat nearby, quill in hand as he glanced over, visibly uncomfortable. He shifted his gaze back to his book, finally blurting, "You know, it's not exactly comfortable watching my sister and my best friend acting all lovey-dovey while I'm right here. Couldn't you two save that for, I dunno, somewhere private?" Hermione rolled her eyes, grinning as she leaned back against Draco. "You should be happy, Harry. I mean, it's pretty amazing your sister and your amazing best friend found love with each other, don't you think?" Before Harry could respond, Luna, who'd somehow slipped over without any of them noticing, peered over her book, her voice calm and amused as she added, "Harry, I wouldn't worry. They're just in the honeymoon phase. It'll pass." Her tone was as matter-of-fact as ever, but somehow calm like it is always. Hermione looked at her in shock, blinking with genuine surprise. She hadn't even sensed Luna approaching, which was rare. But beyond that, the idea of their feelings for Draco ever passing was unthinkable. "Really?" she asked, her voice slightly concerned. "It just passes?" Draco chuckled softly, his arm tightening around her. "Don't worry, Hermione," he whispered with a warm smile. "All that matters is that we'll always love each other." He pressed a kiss to her forehead, and Harry, finally taking Luna's cue, buried his nose in a book, muttering, "All right, I'll just be over here." Definitely not paying attention to the lovebirds. The sun rose higher, warming the lake as they enjoyed the peaceful morning together. After another hour, they'd all made some progress on their homework when one of Hermione's younger students, a shy Ravenclaw first-year named Jason, approached, his face flushed as he came up to them. Big sis," he said, glancing nervously from Draco to Harry to Hermione, who offered him a welcoming smile. Since she'd started her early morning training, more than half of the younger students called her Big Sis now, a term of respect and admiration she'd come to cherish. "What's up, Jason?" she asked with a smile. He gestured over to a group of first and second years from all 4 houses gathered nearby, some of them attempting spins and kicks. "We need your help," he said. "We can't quite get the roundhouse kick down, like you showed us." "Can you show us?" Hermione's face lit up, and she cast a glance at Draco and Harry, who both smirked at her, though they teasingly referred to her students as her cult members. She'd usually respond to their teasing by bopping them, flicking them hard on the head or giving them an eye roll. But to her, these students weren't a cult, they were like students who needed guidance, and if they wanted it from her, she would give it. She'd embraced her role as their mentor, finding it natural to let them call her Big Sis, just as young students back in the Leaf Village had called their mentors. They felt like older siblings. Jumping to her feet, she placed a hand on Jason's shoulder, towering a head taller than him and the other first years who awaited her guidance. "Of course," she replied, guiding him toward the group with an encouraging grin. As they walked, she chatted with him, making Jason laugh along the way as they joined the rest of the students. She looked back briefly to see Draco and Harry watching her fondly, then turned her attention back to her young trainees, thrilled to help them grow stronger. Big sis, big plans, big black dog, and a winter hunt. The school year had been oddly calm, almost eerily so. Sure, rumors circulated about a notorious murderer lurking beyond the safety of Hogwarts, and the Dementors guarding the school grounds kept a menacing presence. But for Hermione, life had fallen into a rhythm that felt peaceful. The lack of life-threatening secrets meant Hermione could focus on her students, who, she was proud to see, had come far since their first training session. She had even convinced the house elves to set up an unused classroom as a practice room, stocked with mats and mirrors for flexibility drills and footwork practice. Every morning, the room came alive with her group, a mix of first and second year students eagerly practicing flips, kicks, punchers, and stretches. It thrilled her to see her students grow stronger, more disciplined, and closer as a group, each week mastering something new and seeming more and more like siblings to one another. As she taught, Hermione found herself embracing her role as Big Sis. The title made her smile, and she genuinely cherished the way her students looked up to her. It was a new experience, an unexpected joy, to feel like someone who could be trusted and depended on. And her heart swelled when they ran up to her in the halls, asking for advice or just sharing a laugh, calling her Big Sis as if she were a real sister to all of them. Though Draco always teased her for it. Every time one of her younger students dragged her away from him, he'd pull her close in a playful hug and say, "Big Sis, huh? Did you make them call you that?" Hermione would only laugh and deny it, swatting him away as she went off with her students. Even though her relationship with Draco had settled into a comfortable routine, she cherished their time together. They hugged and kissed every day but were also beginning to find their own spaces and rhythms, spending time with friends and pursuing their own interests. It felt right. One day remained before the Christmas holidays, and Hermione, Harry, and Draco took the chance for a final escapade into the Forbidden Forest. Cloaked under Harry's invisibility cloak, the three barely fit now. At 13, they'd grown enough that their feet poked out comically from the edges. They laughed as they tripped over each other, making their way deeper into the forest for one last adventure before the break. Once safely hidden within the trees, they shifted into their animagus forms. Hermione loved her fox form, especially when it came to their favorite game, hunt. As she leapt across the forest floor, her 9 tails trailing behind her, after what felt like 2 hours, she thought she saw something, a flicker of dark movement, a large black dog watching them from the shadows. But when she stopped and turned, the figure had vanished. Shrugging it off, Hermione focused on the chase. The thrill of the hunt was pure excitement. She and Draco in his sleek leopard form raced after Harry, whose stag form thundered through the trees. Harry loved being chased, the thrill of escaping his hunters as he dashed through the trees, antlers low. The scent of earth and wildness filled their senses, and adrenaline spurred them on as they darted through the dense woods, Hermione and Draco strategizing their approach in silent competition, each determined to be the first to catch Harry. It was always exhilarating. Hermione and Draco raced each other, taking shortcuts and leaping over logs they had got familiar with over the year, playing in their animagus forms in pursuit of Harry's lithe form, a shared rush coursing through them as they tracked him down together. Harry, in turn, darted and dodged with ease, laughing in his own way as he evaded them at the last second each time. As they finally made their way back to the castle, the excitement of the night still buzzing through them, Hermione reminded Draco about his promise. For days, minimum, she said firmly, as they transformed back into themselves. You have to spend some of the holiday with us. My parents want to get to know my boyfriend, and you promised little Alex you'd come. Draco grinned, his usual confident smirk softening into something warmer. Don't worry, Hermione. I'll be there. Harry rolled his eyes at the exchange, laughing as Hermione gently elbowed him. Their friendship, unbreakable and true, made the moment even better. With each adventure they shared, each challenge they faced, Hermione felt more certain that they were becoming a family, not just by blood but by choice. The Christmas Day slight and smelly bum who is Draco. Chapter Summary. It's Christmas and Draco is in for it, without even knowing it. Christmas was in full swing at the Granger household, with twinkling lights strung across the living room, festive music softly playing, and the scent of pine and holiday spices lingering in the air. It was a magical scene, yet a certain annoyance was brewing within Hermione as she watched her family, Harry, and especially little Alex revel in the holiday spirit. The season's warmth seemed to melt her frustration, but only until she remembered why she was fuming in the first place. Her boyfriend, Draco Malfoy, had somehow forgotten to get her a present for Christmas Day. As she thought back to the hours she'd spent picking out the perfect gifts for him, carefully chosen, beautifully wrapped, and even mailed to the Malfoy estate a day early so he could open them right on Christmas, Hermione felt a fresh wave of irritation bubble up. And yet, on Christmas morning, there had been nothing from Draco. Not a card, not a gift, not even a message. She couldn't believe it. For Draco to forget or ignore such a cherished tradition, especially with how much it meant to her, was a bitter disappointment. But worse still was the feeling of being forgotten on such a special day. Her mind raced with explanations. Had he genuinely forgotten, or was he wrapped up in some Slytherin scheme? And if so, she thought, how dare he? Refusing to be consoled by her parents' gentle reassurances or Harry's attempts at distracting her, Hermione fumed on the living room sofa, her arms crossed tightly over her new Ninja Spirit hoodie, her foot tapping impatiently. Her family tried to lighten the mood, teasing her and reminding her that Draco would be over the next day and would surely have a gift for her then. But she wasn't hearing it. Tomorrow isn't Christmas, she huffed, glancing at the twinkling lights on the Christmas tree. I'm not even religious, but Christmas gifts are supposed to be for Christmas. If he's not wearing the shirt I got him with, I have the best girlfriend ever, on it, he's in for it. Hermione's protest even managed to recruit little Alex, 1.5 years old now, who was perched eagerly on her lap, clapping his hands. She whispered to him, her tone laced with dramatic mischief, "Say it, Alex. Draco is a smelly bum." Alex's eyes sparkled with delight at the phrase, and he echoed, "Draco is a smelly bum," breaking into a gleeful giggle, his laugh infectious enough to make Hermione smile despite herself. She held him a little tighter, her annoyance softening into amusement. Her family exchanged glances, trying to stifle their laughter at the sight of Alex's joy, but the moment wasn't enough to completely shake Hermione's holiday irritation. Alex continued to babble about Draco in his high-pitched voice, occasionally whispering smelly bum, smelly bum with a conspiratorial grin that had even Harry struggling not to chuckle. Later that afternoon, still carrying the remnants of her frustration, Hermione decided to head outside and work off some steam. She tugged back on her ninja spirit hoodie and pulled on a pair of her favorite blue leggings, with a short enough skirt to do flips in, intending to burn off her feelings with an energetic workout. With a light mist in the air and the last traces of frost clinging to the trees, she found the perfect spot in the yard to practice her flips and kicks. The cool winter air brushed against her cheeks as she moved, her hair swinging with every leap and every turn. Two of her friends from the neighborhood happened to be walking by and stopped to watch her with fascination, offering cheers and small claps as she showcased her acrobatic moves. They listened as she caught them up on her life, regaling them with stories of her time at boarding school and the quirks of her friends, but their attention seemed divided, sneaking glances at her between sips of hot cocoa from their travel mugs, with her like always not realizing how much of herself she is showing off. Hermione, who was rarely self-conscious, noticed the attention but thought they were just impressed of her skills. She laughed it off, challenging them to join her. After a good hour outside showing her friends how to punch properly, feeling a bit winded but refreshed, Hermione's spirits had lifted somewhat. Her annoyance with Draco, though still present, had dulled enough to allow her to refocus on the holiday celebrations. Returning inside, she dusted off her hoodie, feeling a hint of holiday magic rekindle within her as she stepped back into the warm house, where laughter and delicious smells wrapped around her like a comforting hug. She resolved to let her irritation with Draco slide, for the day, at least. Tomorrow, she decided, she would deal with him directly. For now, though, there were board games and friendly competitions to dive into. With Harry, her parents, and Alex around her, Hermione spent the next few hours immersed in back-to-back games of Clue, Uno, and a few rounds of Exploding Snap. She won each game, much to Harry's exasperation, especially as she chanted her victory song with each triumph. I won, she sang, shaking her hips playfully as she danced in circles around him. Harry rolled his eyes, crossing his arms as he watched her victory dance. You're insufferable, you know that? Hermione grinned, hands on her hips. What's wrong, bro? Can't handle a little competition? Their banter continued until the smell of dinner wafted through the house, calling them to the dining room. The holiday feast was spread out beautifully on the table, adorned with candles, ribbons, and an assortment of dishes that reminded Hermione of past Christmases. Her heart warmed as she looked around the table, catching glimpses of her family, their faces lit by the soft glow of candlelight. As they sat around, laughter and conversation flowed as easily as the spiced cider, filling the room with an atmosphere of warmth and love. Little Alex, full of energy despite the late hour, clung tightly to Foxy, a stuffed fox Hermione had given him, the gift his most prized possession since he'd opened it earlier that morning. Throughout dinner, Alex looked over at Hermione, murmuring, "More Foxy," in a sleepy chant as he held the plushie close. Unable to resist his soft plea, after dinner, Hermione grinned and shifted into her animagus form, a sleek, copper-colored fox with large, attentive eyes and a soft, bushy her 9 tails. She bounded over to him, nudging his cheek with her nose, sending Alex into a fit of giggles. He hugged her furry neck tightly, squealing with delight as she circled around him a few times, gently pawing at his side until he laughed himself to sleep, clutching his beloved Foxy toy, and the real Foxy. Once Alex had drifted off, Hermione returned to her human form and shared a soft smile with her family, their holiday joy reflected in their eyes. The evening continued with a few more rounds of card games, Harry challenging her in a bid to reclaim his pride. But once again, Hermione proved victorious, winning every game with a delighted, triumphant laugh, and dancing to claim her victory. Exasperated, Harry leaned back in his chair and muttered, "What does Draco even see in you?" His teasing grin took the sting out of the words as he ruffled her hair, making Hermione giggle. what's not to love, she replied, shrugging her shoulders and standing in a stance showing off her maturing, muscular body, in mock modesty, prompting Harry to roll his eyes once more as he tried not to laugh. Finally, the night began to wind down. After a round of goodnight hugs and kisses from their parents and a drowsy hug from Harry, Hermione headed upstairs, her heart content but her mind still on Draco and his grievous Christmas slight. Lying under the warm blankets, she allowed herself a small smile, her thoughts drifting to the mischievous plan she was already brewing for him. "He's going to pay for this," she murmured into her pillow, already plotting the perfect comeback to let him know exactly how she felt about the whole Christmas fiasco. Despite her irritation, she could still picture the smirk he'd wear when he realized she hadn't let him off the hook. As sleep finally claimed her, Hermione's dreams were filled with holiday cheer, laughter, and the vivid image of Draco Malfoy, in a shirt that read, "I have the best girlfriend ever," just as she wanted. A pic of Hermione in her ninja spirit hoodie, what makes some nice cover art. The amazing gift and the boyfriend comes to town. The next morning, Hermione woke up with renewed energy. She had taken her time getting ready, taking a luxurious 4 hours to perfect her look. She wore the pink hoodie with ninja spirit emblazoned across the front, along with a soft, fluttery skirt that flared just right when she moved. To top it off, she slipped on a pair of heeled ankle boots, small but adding that extra inch that made her feel even more confident. Today was all about making Draco realize exactly what he had been missing out on yesterday. She took a good, long look in the mirror, catching every detail, from her softly curled hair to her flawless makeup. "You look amazing, Hermione," she said to herself, admiring the person she saw looking back. She had to admit, she looked fantastic. By the time she was finally finished and went downstairs, Draco was already there, chatting with her family in the living room for the last hour. Hermione paused in surprise when she saw him, not realizing how long she had been getting ready for. Draco stood there, looking as polished as ever, wearing the "I have the best girlfriend ever" shirt she'd sent him, and a dark green blazer over that. Just as she opened her mouth to remind him he hadn't gotten away with the "no amazing boyfriend" gift, he held up a slim, cream-colored envelope, a hint of mischief in his eyes. "Happy Christmas and Yule," he said, holding the envelope toward her and pecking her on her lips and pulled but to watch her open it. She raised an eyebrow, curious. "An envelope? You really think this will make up for not giving me anything yesterday?" Draco laughed softly, completely unbothered. "Just open it, Hermione." She glanced down, hesitating for only a second before sliding the paper out and unfolding it. Her eyes widened as she read the words, "Will you go to Japan with me this summer?" For a moment, she couldn't quite believe it. Japan, she had always been, well, the last year she has been interested in learning more about it. Something about it sparked memories she could barely put into words. Books she'd read about Japan had reminded her of her old life in Konoha as 9-year-old boy Naruto. The layout, the culture, it all seemed like a place both foreign and somehow familiar. She had never dreamed of getting to visit, much less with Draco. "Yes," she exclaimed, her voice echoing through the room. "Yes. Best boyfriend ever." Without waiting a second longer, she wrapped her arms around Draco's neck, planting a kiss on his lips right then and there. She could hardly keep the grin off her face as she made out with him, completely forgetting they weren't alone. Her dad cleared his throat softly but kept his composure, reminding himself of his wife's words that Hermione wasn't his little girl anymore. She was growing up, and seeing her so happy, even if it was with a boyfriend, was all he really wanted. Meanwhile, her mom smiled warmly, clearly thrilled by her daughter's obvious joy and the thoughtfulness in Draco's amazing gift to her daughter. Harry, on the other hand, shifted uncomfortably. With an awkward glance away, he fiddled with his shirt collar, muttering, "You know, it's not exactly the most nicest thing for all of us, watching you and my best friend like this." Hermione only rolled her eyes. "Oh, Harry, just be happy for us. I mean, don't you think it's great that your incredible sister and best friend are so in love?" Harry gave a reluctant smile, resigned to the idea that they would continue their affectionate antics, especially since his mom seemed thrilled by Hermione's happiness. Little Alex, who had been in the corner playing with his new toy cars, looked over, curiosity lighting up his young face. He toddled over to Hermione and poked her in the leg, tilting his head in confusion. "Kitty boy?" he asked, recognizing Draco as the kitty since Hermione had talked non-stop about Draco's animal form and how he is going to play with him and Foxy when he is here, and showed Alex the moving picture of him saying how he will be his amazing brother-in-law in the future to him, every day she has been home for Christmas holidays. But Hermione laughed, reaching down to scoop Alex into her arms, with her stopping her kissing and touching with Draco. Seeing Alex and said, "Yes, Alex, this is Kitty boy. He's a good friend of me and of the family, isn't he?" Alex, however, was more focused on something else. "Kitty out, play? Foxy out, play?" he asked, his eyes hopeful. He looked to Draco and Hermione with anticipation, hoping they'd transform into their animal forms and play with him like Hermione often did. Hermione ruffled Alex's hair, admiring how much her little brother had grown. His curls had gotten longer since summer, with them now going to his shoulders and making him look amazing cute, and she smiled. "Sorry, my little prince, but not right now. Maybe later, okay?" She gave him a gentle kiss on the forehead and nodded at Draco, as if making a silent promise to grant Alex his request soon enough, to him. Alex, ever the determined toddler, pouted at the gentle rejection. He turned his head away from Draco in mild protest. Crossing his small arms with the intensity only a 1-year-old could muster, and what he learned from Hermione, what she would deny when Harry pointed it out, seeing that it looked just like her when she would sulk. As the day went on, Hermione's spirits stayed high, and her annoyance about yesterday's missing gift melted away. She spent the day showing Draco around the Granger household, letting him get to know her parents and spend time with Alex, who had taken a surprising liking to Draco, and talked to her other brother with him being his best friend as well. The end of the day, they played board games and enjoyed lunch, and for once, Hermione refrained from showing off, wanting to stay close to Draco's side, and Draco seemed to be able to beat her in some of the games as well. As the evening set in, Hermione decided to finally fulfill Alex's request after the 50th time Alex asked. She exchanged a quick glance with Draco, both of them knowing exactly what it meant. Outside in the garden, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Hermione shifted into her fox form with ease. Her 9 tails fanned out, each one a soft, fiery orange, and she crouched low, wiggling her tails at Alex in playful provocation. Alex squealed in delight, clapping his hands, and reached for the soft, bushy tails, which Hermione happily let him grab. Draco followed suit, turning into his sleek, spotted leopard form. Alex clapped, cheering, "Foxy! Leppy," as the 2 animals circled around him, playfully swiping their paws near him and nudging his sides, letting him chase them in his tottering way across the grass. Harry sat with their mom on the porch, watching the scene with a warm smile as Hermione and Draco took turns letting Alex catch them, his laughter filling the yard. Watching the bond between her kids, Mrs. Granger placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. "It's lovely seeing you all so close," she murmured, pulling him into a hug. Harry sighed, a smile tugging at his lips as he watched Alex reach out for one of Hermione's tails, laughing as she let it slip through his tiny fingers. "Yeah, it really is," he admitted, grateful for his family, and sighed with trying again to get Alex to like his sag form, but now, he just hid behind Hermione, saying, "Staggy too big, Sui." But Hermione and Draco continued playing with Alex until he started nodding off, the excitement of the day finally catching up to him. Hermione carefully shifted back to her human form, lifting her drowsy little brother into her arms and giving him a soft kiss on the forehead. "Good night, my little prince," she whispered, rubbing his back as he nestled his face against her shoulder, getting his plushie of Foxy and giving it to him in his sleeping state, hugged too tight. Back in the house, as the evening drew to a close, the family gathered together, enjoying the last moments of a Christmas filled with laughter and happiness. 4 days of love and family. Chapter summary. This chapter not a lot happens, just fluff more than anything. The last 4 days of Christmas break were nothing short of perfect for Hermione. Draco had stayed as a guest at the Granger household, and every moment felt like something out of a dream. Hermione got to introduce Draco to her family in a way that made him feel like a true part of it. Her parents, who had been slightly cautious at first, quickly warmed to Draco, noticing how respectfully he interacted with them and how attentive he was toward both Hermione. Harry had joined in occasionally, and though it sometimes meant giving up some of her time with Draco, with Harry still being Draco's best friend. Each day, Hermione and Draco had slipped away into their animagus forms to play with Alex, who could hardly contain his excitement. Foxy, he would squeal, reaching out with his tiny hands to touch her tails, which Hermione let him tug on gently. Draco, in his small, sleek leopard form, affectionately called Leppy by Alex, stayed close to her, circling Alex in playful pounces, making her little brother giggle with pure joy. Alex had loved every moment with Foxy and Leppy as they ran around in the snowy garden, his face lighting up every time they appeared. Even Harry had joined them, albeit reluctantly, transforming into his stag form. But despite Harry's efforts to win Alex over, his little brother took one look at the towering stag and cried, "Too big. No play, Staggy." Each time, Alex would immediately totter off to hide behind their mom or dad, leaving Harry defeated and Hermione laughing but comforting her brother, saying he will think his form is cool and play with him as Staggy when he gets older. On the day before he left, Draco surprised Hermione by taking her to Diagon Alley for a final outing. She clung to his arm as they strolled through the bustling magical shops, laughing as they tried every strange snack offered on the street, and Hermione marveled at the magical trinkets lining the displays, with Draco happily buying her a lot of them. Draco's final surprise was a visit to a high-end boutique, where he presented her with a gorgeous dress for the upcoming Malfoy Yule Ball. The dress was beautiful, dark green with hints of Hufflepuff gold here and there, with it being elegant but with a touch of daring that suited her perfectly. "I thought it'd bring out your eyes," Draco had said with a shy smile, which only made Hermione blush and pull him into a tight hug and kiss. It was only when it was time for Draco to leave that reality set in, and Hermione's heart sank. She clung to his arm, refusing to let him go, her fingers gripping the sleeve of his coat tightly. "Come on, Hermione," Draco chuckled, though a hint of sadness showed in his eyes. "I'll see you in just 2 days at the Yule Ball." "No," Hermione pouted, still holding him close. "I don't want you to go." Her dad, observing this from across the room, smirked. "Well, Hermione, if you really don't let her go, I guess there's only one thing to do." He walked over to his daughter and gently pressed his fingers to her side, tickling her until she squealed and laughed, her grip on Draco loosening. "Dad, no tickling." Hermione burst into laughter, doubling over as her dad continued the playful assault. Draco seized the opportunity, giving her one last quick kiss on the cheek, brushing his hand over her other cheek, and whispered, "I love you and I'll see you at the ball." Before she could reply, he was gone in a flash of magical, disappearing with the portkey. She blinked, feeling the empty space where he had been standing and glancing around, still hoping she'd see him. "No," she sighed, her face crumpling with disappointment. "Gone," came Alex's tiny voice, toddling up to her. Hermione scooped him into her arms, pressing a quick kiss on his forehead, laughing as he looked around in confusion. "Yes, Alex, he's gone," she said. "But he'll be back soon, and when he is, we'll all have lots of fun together, all right?" "Leppy gone," he murmured, looking forlorn as he peered over Hermione's shoulder as if he might still find his new playmate. Hermione kissed his forehead, smiling. "Don't worry, little prince. He'll come back." As she set Alex down and turned around, her eyes caught her dad watching her with a knowing smile, one that seemed to hold both pride and a touch of nostalgia for the little girl he had once been able to comfort, like she just did to Alex. But for Hermione, with seeing how grown up she is with letting the boy she loves go without any blame on anyone. Now, she could focus on something that had been nudging her thoughts, keeping up her martial arts skills. Since her students would expect her to stay at the top of her game, so she could still teach them the way she wants to, she wouldn't disappoint them. With stretching and warming up, the same spark of ambition and dedication that had always been part of her now more pronounced than ever, thinking of how she is going to make sure all her little students will be the best students in the wood. She threw a few practice kicks into the air, feeling the familiar energy fill her veins. With each punch and spin, her thoughts turned to the friends she had made, the respect she had earned in this wood. You'll ball, Draco gets a backbone and siblings being siblings. Chapter summary. You'll ball, Draco gets a backbone and siblings being siblings. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The Yule Ball sparkled with elegance at Malfoy Manor this year. Though it seemed like Hermione and Harry were bringing their own whirlwind to the grand event. Draped in an elegant emerald green gown Draco had chosen just for her, Hermione felt like she was glowing. Meanwhile, Harry was dressed to impress with Luna on his arm, her outfit charmingly quirky yet refined. The ballroom was filled with a buzz, an exciting blend of tradition and the unexpected as everyone awaited the start of the evening. Hermione spent much of the early evening wrapped up in Draco's embrace, dancing, laughing, and leaning into the soft moments as they twirled across the polished marble floor. She loved this side of him, the warm smile that stayed on his face, the way he held her close with that same affectionate smirk she'd grown so fond of. Yet, Draco's dad, Lucius, appeared, his face as frosty as ever. Draco, Lucius's voice was as sharp as an icicle. I need a word with you, now. Hermione, holding Draco's hand, could feel him getting tense. She shot him a look, a mixture of encouragement and readiness to defend him, but Draco, ever the calm in the storm, gave her a quick smile and nod. As much as she wanted to jump in and tell Lucius off with him, Uvalcy was not happy with Draco. This was Draco's moment, and she respected his wish to handle it, with her knowing just by his nod that it meant he could deal with it himself. They stepped just out of earshot of the other guests, Lucius's eyes narrowing as he took in the sight of his son with the Hufflepuff girl. Draco, he hissed, you need to start thinking about what kind of image you're putting out. Public displays with a girl like this, from a family like Aries, it's unbecoming of you. Draco's grip on Hermione's hand didn't waver as he looked his father in the eyes. And what exactly does it matter to you, father? Hermione is my girlfriend, whether you approve or not, and I do not care if some people might look down on me. If she is not someone they will approve of, she is who I love, and there is nothing you can say that will change that. Lucius's eyebrows shot up. I see, he sneered. She's your girlfriend. And does she know what it means to be part of our world? Actually yes, Draco shot back, his voice louder now. She's got more strength and courage in her than anyone I've ever met. She's someone you should be proud to see with me, she is and will be the best which you or anyone will ever be glad to know, and if you don't like it, then you can just not be part of my life and disown me. Lucius's cool mask cracked, but before he could retort and maybe following through with what his son said, Narcissa stepped in, elegantly and decisively. Enough, Lucius, she said, her voice calm but firm. Draco has made his choice, and I support him. Hermione is welcome here and into our family. She gave Lucius a look that could freeze lava. And if you can't respect his decisions, then perhaps it's best you find something else to do tonight, and we can have a long talk about it tonight after the ball. Lucius opened his mouth, but Narcissa cut him off with a smile aimed at Draco. Draco, darling, why don't you take Hermione back to the dance floor? I'd love to see you both enjoying yourselves, you both make such a lovely-looking couple. Relieved, Draco shot his father one last look, one that promised he was done with these games now and would not listen to his talk about who his friends are. He led Hermione back to the center of the ballroom, pulling her close with a grin. Sorry about that. Hermione just shook her head. No need to apologize, you handled that perfectly, but I wanted to yell at your dad, with him being so bad. Draco latched at Hermione's lovely, angry face and brought her into a hug, calming her down and taking her dancing what they did for another hour, with them happily making each other laugh and letting the tension of the evening melt away. Luna and Harry, meanwhile, had barely left each other's side. They were two peas in a pod, spinning, laughing, and discussing all the fantastical creatures Luna believed she'd spotted in the manor's garden, which they spent half the night exploring on their own. Well, that is what Harry said. Finally, Luna drifted off to chat with a group of second-year Slytherins whose off-course she knew and who looked enthralled by her tales of magical beast hunting with Harry. As she wandered away, Harry turned back toward Hermione, offering a slight smile. May I have this dance, dear sister? With Draco had to have a rest with not, neither being able to keep up with Hermione. Hermione rolled her eyes but smiled, ready for more dancing, and took his hand. Fine, but don't step on my toes. Oh, I'll try my best, my dear sister, he grinned, dramatically pretending to be as snobby as the old men around them. The two started dancing, but within minutes, their usual brother-sister dynamic kicked in. Hermione smiled and said, Really, Harry, you look like you're trying to do a chicken dance, not a waltz, she teased. Chicken dance? At least I'm not stepping all over my own dress, he shot back, nudging her playfully. Hermione let out a mock gasp, Excuse me? Are you trying to say I'm clumsy? She raised her chin in feigned insult. Before she could finish her sentence, Harry gave her a light, playful nudge and made a silly face. Oh, you are so asking for it, Hermione said, laughing as she tackled him back, her gown swishing around as she planted her hands on his shoulders, shoving him down with a grin, with her once again like last year sitting on top of her brother in the middle of the dance hall laughing. Harry squirmed, laughing uncontrollably. All right, I give up. Say it. Hermione crowed. Say I'm the best sister and dancer ever, and you'd be completely lost without me. Harry threw up his hands and tried to. Fine, you're the best sister and dancer ever. Draco, watching his two best friends, one being the one he loves from nearby, with a bemused expression, shook his head. You two are impossible. The night ended with Hermione's beaming face as she gave Draco a long, heartfelt hug and kiss goodbye, even though she'd see him again at Hogwarts in just 2 days. She whispered softly, I'll miss you, giving him one last kiss. Finally, she and Harry held on to the portkey stone, and in a flash, they were whisked back home. Chapter end notes. Hey, I know I have not written a lot about Harry and Hermione being the play-fighting siblings and close like they are in this chapter, and not like in the last couple of chapters, but I might go back and add some parts to show how Harry and Hermione are closer siblings. And with Ginny not being in a lot of the chapter, well, she is off making allies and will probably be mentioned more in the next year of Hogwarts. Back to school and catching a black dog? Chapter summary. Hermione wants to save a black dog she has seen following them, with being back at school. The crisp winter air bit at their cheeks as Hermione and Harry stood at platform 9 3/4, holding Alex in one last, extra-long hug. It was the first time their little brother truly understood they'd be gone for months, and he clung to them, his tiny face scrunched in a heartbroken pout, looking close to tears. Don't worry, Alex, Hermione whispered, gently pressing a kiss on his forehead, we're going to send you loads of letters and photos. I'll even tell you about the cool things we do, alright? Harry joined in, ruffling Alex's curls. Yep, just watch for those letters, little guy. Before you know it, we'll be back, and maybe, we'll bring you something special. Alex gave a sniffle, squeezing them tighter before reluctantly letting go. Don't forget, Foxy, he called after Hermione, his little voice filled with worry and hope. As they boarded the train, Hermione's chest felt tight. She hated leaving him like that, so sad and upset. She found Draco seated in their normal compartment and, without saying a word, sank into his embrace, her face nuzzling his shoulder. He wrapped his arms around her, giving her a soft kiss on the lips as she poured out her worries. I feel like such a terrible sister, Draco, Hermione murmured, resting her head against him. Alex was so upset. I can't help but feel guilty, leaving him. Draco's hands rubbed gentle circles on her back. Hey, you're a wonderful sister. Hermione. Alex adores you, and he'll be fine. You'll write to him every week, won't you? Besides, all the younger students here look up to you too. Imagine how excited they'll be to see you back after the holiday. You're like a mentor to them, a real role model. Hermione looked up at him, her lips curving into a small, grateful smile. Thanks, Draco. You always know what to say, she said, squeezing his hand. Harry, watching from across the compartment, gave Draco a grateful nod. Even as Hermione's brother, he knew Draco had a way of comforting her that he didn't. When they finally reached Hogwarts, they fell back into their usual routines. Every morning at 5 a.m., Hermione eagerly led her students in their training sessions. Her early morning group had grown even more enthusiastic since Christmas break, with several students showing off new tricks they'd practiced over the holiday. She encouraged them all with high fives and praises. Watching them progress filled her with joy, their dedication fueled her own, especially when they greeted her with "Good morning, Hermione," or "Morning, Miss Granger." She was particularly impressed by her top students, like Jason, who had learned to do front flips and improved their flexibility enough to perform the splits. In the quieter evenings of January, Hermione started noticing something unusual. She kept spotting a large, shaggy black dog around the edges of the Forbidden Forest, when they would play in their animal forms, its eyes watching her from the shadows. Each time she caught sight of it, the dog seemed to vanish before she could get a closer look. Curiosity grew until she finally brought it up with Draco and Harry while they sat by the lake one evening. "Have either of you seen a big black dog around here?" she asked, scanning the tree-line. "I swear it's been following me since we got back." Draco raised an eyebrow. "A big black dog? Here? I haven't seen anything like that." He glanced over at Harry, who shook his head. "Me neither," Harry said, looking curious. "Are you sure it wasn't just a stray from Hogsmeade?" Hermione crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing. "Not a chance. I've seen it more than once, and it always seems to be watching us. I think it might be lost, maybe even scared. It looks rough, like it hasn't had a good meal in ages." "Alright, if it's that important to you," Draco said, giving her shoulder a squeeze, "then let's catch it. We'll find out what's going on with it and take it back to his or her home." With their help, Hermione set up a simple but clever trap in the woods, a sturdy cage, camouflaged in the bushes and magic, with scraps of food inside as bait. Each night, she'd check the cage, finding it empty until, finally, on the fourth night, there it was. The large black dog huddled inside, its matted fur making it look even bigger than it was, but it was clear that underneath, it was just skin and bones. The poor creature trembled, staring up at them with wide, frightened eyes, and let out a low growl when they approached. Hermione's heart ached at the sight. "Poor thing," she whispered, kneeling by the cage. "You've been out here on your own, haven't you?" Draco stood beside her, slipping an arm around her shoulders protectively. "Well, looks like you were right," he said, giving her a proud smile. "Not every day you manage to catch a ghostly black dog in the Forbidden Forest." Hermione chuckled softly, her voice soothing as she spoke to the dog. "It's okay now. We're here to help," but looking at the sun, knowing it is getting late and she won't be able to bring it with her right now. With it already past curfew, she is going to have to do something that she hated, and what Draco said, "We are going to have to leave it here for the night. None of us will be able to explain why you have a big black dog suddenly, and the cage is big enough for the dog to sleep comfortably, and we will be back early next morning, okay?" With Harry nodding with it making sense, but she was not happy living it alone in the woods, but said, "Fine now," knowing Dravo for 3 years now he was right and to trust him now and then, and so they got under the invisible blanket and walked back with Harry and Draco reassuring that the dog is going to be fine. Giving her dog a name and the dog is making a plan. Chapter summary. Hermione gets a new pet. What will be obedient if her dog wants to or not with the collar Harry gives her, and the dog has plans. The next morning, Hermione, Draco, and Harry hurried back into the woods, eager to check on the black dog they'd found and temporarily caged. As they neared the spot, Hermione couldn't hide her anxious expression, her eyes darting from the path to Draco's comforting smile. "I hate that we had to leave him out here all night," she murmured, her fingers gripping Draco's hand. "He's probably scared to death and thinks we've forgotten about him." Harry, walking ahead, gave a sympathetic nod. "Don't worry, Hermione. I think he'll be all right. I spoke with Hagrid this morning. Actually, we've been having tea together every weekend this year." Knowing what is coming from Hermione, with him telling her this. Hermione shot Harry a wide-eyed look, as if he'd just confessed a deep secret. "You've been what?" She almost stopped in her tracks. You never invited me. Or even mentioned it. Harry, what? He held up his hands with a sheepish grin, bracing for her scolding. I swear I would've, but you've been busy with Draco and your early morning ninja classes for your students. And hey, Draco knew. At this, Draco smirked, earning an indignant nudge from Hermione. It's true. I didn't want to disturb your perfectly packed schedule, especially when it involves your students and expressly you're in my time, he teased, chuckling. Hermione was almost ready to unleash a full retort when Harry pulled out a small, unassuming collar from his bag. She blinked, momentarily distracted. Where did you get that? From Hagrid, Harry replied, proudly holding it up. It's enchanted, a magical collar. And it's perfect for your dog. Hagrid has been teaching him all about animals in their talks, with Luna normally coming alone with him, but he was not going to mention that knowing his sister will be Gella Street away. A broad smile spread across Hermione's face as she threw her arms around Harry with the anger of left in the dark of Harry's whereabouts, with the happiness of having a closer for her new pet from her loving brother, and pulled Harry in a sudden hug. Thank you, Harry. You're brilliant, you know that? She pulled back, excitement practically radiating off her. We'll need to name him, of course, she said, her eyes sparkling with an idea. Let's call him Fluffy. Draco snorted, stifling a laugh. You're serious? You want to name that enormous, shaggy dog, Fluffy? Hermione nodded, oblivious to his incredulity. Yes, Fluffy. It's cute and ironic. He'll get used to it. She added with a grin, I don't see the problem. Of course you don't, and thinks why not, it is a black shaggy dog, and then chuckled. They arrived at the cage, and to Hermione's relief, the dog was still there, lying alertly in the same spot but looking both wary and weary. Empty bowls sat next to him, remnants of last night's food and water, all licked clean. They brought him with Hermione, not going to bed until they did. Hermione crouched, cooing softly, It's all right, Fluffy. You're safe now. She carefully slipped the enchanted collar around the dog's neck while Harry explained, This collar's not just a normal one, it is a magic one, an old design originally used to trap animagi in their animal forms. It'll prevent them from shifting back and will shock them if they try to remove it. Basically, it ensures they stay as the animals, even shocks the animal if it does not listen to you, with it makes them listen and understand the commands you give them, too. But Hagrid was fine giving such an old and well not used item for your dog when I told him it was just for a dog, we found. And sight it do not really hurt the dog with it, makes it follow the commands when say making it uncomfortable and want to do what you say to an extent anyway, he would well not do anything what will put him in danger and such, with it only meant to keep him under control, and that it's so now forcing him to do anything stooped. Hermione's face lit up at that last part. He'll listen to my commands? She reached out, giving the dog an affectionate scratch behind his ears. All right then, Fluffy, stop pawing and sit, she commanded with a gleeful smirk. The black dog did as she said as the collar flicked and sent a mild pulse through him, and he reluctantly stopped tugging against the leash and sat. Hermione's smile widened. See? Isn't he just perfect? Draco, his arm wrapped around Hermione, shook his head with amusement as she kept showering her new pet with praises. Only you, Hermione, would find a massive stray dog, what looks more like a wolf, and name him Fluffy and immediately start planning to teach him every trick in the book, I guess. Of course I will. Hermione beamed, pulling the dog closer as they made their way up toward the castle. He's going to be the best trained dog and familiar ever. Just wait and see. Throughout their walk back to the castle, Hermione was abuzz with plans, babbling on about all the things she was going to teach her new pet. Harry added in suggestions as well, making sure she knew the basics about keeping him healthy and what types of food dogs could and couldn't eat, knowing Hermione can sometimes be well not the best with other people, spoiling them with over-the-top things, and well Harry guesses the same with animals as well. Meanwhile, Fluffy obediently padded alongside Hermione, though his ears flicked back every so often as if not fully enjoying his newfound obedience, feeling the need to follow Hermione. Draco occasionally nodded along, trying not to laugh at Hermione's excitement but finding it hard to suppress his amusement. Hermione was so wrapped up in her thoughts that she barely noticed the amused glances exchanged between Harry and Draco. Finally, they reached the main entrance of Hogwarts, where Hermione had to take Fluffy to her room so they could go to their classes, even if she wanted to spend the day with her new best friend. As Hermione left Fluffy in their dorm room, telling the dog to be a good boy and not commanding him with her only going to do that if she really needed to, like when he would not listen, and she needed him to. She hugged Fluffy goodbye and said she would be back as fast as she could from her classes and left the black dog sitting there on her bed, with the bog watching Hermione with a mixture of resignation and newfound determination. The enchanted collar itched uncomfortably around his neck, not to mention the frustration it caused as he tried to change back several times in vain, only to receive an uncomfortable jolt each time. His plan had not exactly been to end up as Fluffy, helplessly trapped in his dog form with an enthusiastic teenager for a master. The black dog, of course, was none other than Sirius Black. Hidden under this form to avoid detection, Sirius had intended to be cautious in his search for Peter Pettigrew. But now he found himself tethered to this group of young students. Happily, one of them was his godson, and they had unwittingly complicated his mission of getting into Hogwarts. The irony was not lost on him. He was stuck, for the foreseeable future, as the pet of none other than Hermione Granger, who was the sister to his godson, Harry Potter. Still, it being Fluffy meant he could keep an eye on Harry and figure out a way to catch that rat. It might be worth it. Sirius cast a sidelong glance around Hermione's room. Thinking it could be worse, he curled up on Hermione's bed, thinking of a way to find that Peter. Now he is in the school, but as Hermione's pet, what might be the thing to help him to catch the Bastet and eat him if he has to being stuck as a dog for now, and slowly feel to sleep. Fighting for the lazy dog Fluffy. Chapter Summary. Dum-Dum does not like dogs it seems, and Hermione takes Fluffy with her on a walk with Draco. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The warm light of the Hufflepuff dormitory spilled softly over Hermione's bed as she lounged beside Fluffy, her newly acquired familiar. The massive black dog stretched luxuriously on her bed, his shaggy frame taking up more space than Hermione herself. His deep, contented sighs made it clear he was claiming this spot as his own. Hermione smiled, idly scratching behind his ears. "Comfortable, are we, Fluffy?" she teased. The dog thumped his tail in response, clearly unbothered by her sarcasm. He had already eaten the large breakfast she brought from the Great Hall and now seemed perfectly happy to lounge the day away. Hermione, however, had other plans. "All right, Fluffy," she said, standing up and brushing the creases from her soft yellow skirt. "Time to get moving." She grabbed the lead hanging on her bedpost and clipped it to his collar. Fluffy didn't so much as twitch. She huffed, placing her hands on her hips. "Come, Fluffy," she commanded firmly. The collar glowed faintly for a moment, and Fluffy let out a low, begrudging growl before rolling off the bed with an audible flump. Hermione couldn't help but smirk as he trudged after her. "See? You can be obedient when you want to be," she teased, earning an exaggerated sigh from the large dog, and think Dum-Dum thought she could not handle him. Flashback, the battle for Fluffy. Hermione's victory over the legendary Albus Dumbledore was a tale she would cherish forever. In Dumbledore's office, Hermione had stood her ground, unwavering. The headmaster had listened calmly as she pleaded her case for keeping Fluffy as her familiar, but his polite, grandfatherly tone only fueled her determination. "Miss Granger, while I understand your affection for the animal, a dog as large as Fluffy poses unique challenges," Dumbledore had said, his hand steepled on his desk. "Perhaps a more traditional familiar would be." "With all due respect, headmaster," Hermione had interrupted, her tone firm, "Fluffy is my familiar. He's loyal, well-behaved," Fluffy had barked at that, startling McGonagall into a muffled cough, "and he deserves a loving home. Students have cats, owls, and even rats. Why not a dog?" Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled with a mix of analysis and redness. "Dogs are not common among Hogwarts students. Their needs are." "Fluffy will be no trouble," Hermione cut in. I've trained him already. He listens to every command I give, not telling him about the collar making Fluffy do so. As if on cue, she had turned to Fluffy and said, "Sit, Fluffy." Fluffy, despite his annoyance, plopped down immediately. Hermione crossed her arms, victorious. See? Lupin, who had been leaning casually against the wall, with wanting to be part of this meeting seeming to like Fluffy, suddenly coughed, covering a chuckle. His eyes gleamed with suppressed laughter as he glanced at the dog. To Hermione's confusion, he seemed almost delighted by the entire situation and had even said that if she needed someone to look after him, he would be happy to, with him claiming to be a dog person. McGonagall, watching the scene unfold, looked torn between disapproval and intrigue. "She does have a point, Albus," she finally said. "The girl is remarkably persuasive. And if she's willing to take full responsibility," Lupin added, his voice light with humor, "it might be good for the student to see such dedication to loyalty, and that all animals have their place in the magical world." Fluffy barked, wagging his tail slightly as if to agree. Hermione shot him a grateful smile, not knowing why Lupin was being so helpful. He was probably their best teacher for defense they had had, but still, he only really seemed to talk to Harry outside of class. Ledor sighed, finally raising his hands in surrender. "Fine. Very well. Fluffy may stay." "Thank you, Headmaster." Hermione beamed, practically bouncing out of the room with Fluffy trotting proudly at her side. Lupin lingered, watching the retreating pair. Once they were gone, he thought, of all people, Sirius ends up as Hermione Granger's pet, and muttered under his breath, "I wish I had a camera." Back in the present. Now back in her dorm, Hermione felt a thrill of triumph as she led Fluffy through the Hufflepuff common room. A few of her housemates grinned and waved as she passed, several calling out, "Hey, Fluffy!" And Hermione gave them a proud wave in return, Fluffy padding along obediently at her side. She was on her way to meet Draco by the Black Lake for a quiet walk, and to give Fluffy some exercise and toilet time, but only really thinking of seeing Draco, something she'd been looking forward to all morning. Despite her typical energetic demeanor, she loved the rare moments when she could just relax with Draco and enjoy his company. As they reached the castle doors, Fluffy paused, sniffing the air. Hermione tugged the lead gently. "Come, Fluffy," she said, her tone playful but firm. The collar glowed, and Fluffy reluctantly followed, his head swiveling to keep an eye on something in the distance like it was more important than seeing Draco. "Honestly," Hermione muttered. "You're such a drama queen." Outside, the crisp autumn air greeted her as she spotted Draco waiting by the lake, his Slytherin scarf loosely draped over his shoulders. He looked up and smiled, his features softening as Hermione approached. "There's my beautiful girlfriend," he said, reaching for her hand. "And there's my amazing boyfriend," Hermione replied with a grin, leaning in to kiss his cheek. "And, of course," Draco added with a smirk, "the infamous Fluffy." Fluffy sat down beside Hermione, his tail thumping lazily against the ground. Draco crouched to pat the dog's head, earning a deep, exaggerated, whiny sigh from Fluffy. Hermione giggled, and took the collar off and commanded him to stay close enough to not get into trouble. "Don't mind him. He's just upset he didn't get to nap longer," she said. Draco chuckled, standing up to wrap an arm around her waist. "Shall we?" with Fluffy happily trotting off to go and do his thing a bit further away. They strolled along the edge of the lake, talking about their classes, plans for the upcoming Hogsmeade visit, and Hermione's ninja training sessions with her students. Fluffy trotted behind them, occasionally pausing to sniff the air and do his business, or bark at a passing bird. "You're really amazing, you know that?" Draco said suddenly, pulling her closer. "Balancing all that you do, teaching, studying, looking after this big lump." He gestured to Fluffy, who was currently trying to chase his own tail, looking tired and bored. Hermione blushed, resting her head against his shoulder. "I guess I'd just like to stay busy. But it means a lot, hearing you say that." The walk ended too quickly for Hermione's liking. As they turned back toward the castle, she gave Fluffy an affectionate scratch behind the ears. Come on, Fluffy. Time to head back, clipping the lead on him. The dog let out another sigh but obeyed, trotting dutifully at her side. Meanwhile, inside Fluffy's head, Sirius Black was having a day. Trapped in his animagus form and tethered by a collar that forced him to obey commands, and not turn back into a human, he was still processing the absurdity of his situation. Hermione Granger, energetic, bossy, and fiercely loyal, had somehow become his owner. And yet, as he followed her back toward the castle, he couldn't help but feel oddly comforted. Hermione's boundless energy and unwavering kindness reminded him of the people he'd lost, James and Lily, who had been just as protective and caring, and he got to spend lots of time with Harry, with Hermione being overly loyal to him, and sees him as her brother, with what he has figured Harry was adopted by her family or something, so he was glad his godson had loving people looking after him. But still, the name Fluffy grated on his nerves. I am not Fluffy, he thought bitterly, looking down at his fare. But then Hermione scratched behind his ears, and for a brief, shameful moment, he decided he didn't mind the name so much after all. He could get used to this for at least a couple of days while looking for that basted rat. Chapter End Notes. Hey all, sorry for the kind of long delay in uploading what I have been doing, but I'm catching up to what I have written too and have not had time to write more as of yet, but this year, 3ed year, will probably end in the next couple of chapters with year 3. Not a lot happens if you are not following Harry in the whole story, with having a lot of chapters where I've been adding my own things, but I will upload again probably today and try and at least get to the end of this year, with plans for the story to end at the end of next school year, with good stuff I got planned. The training ground and unspoken crushes. Chapter Summary. Just a nice chapter of a morning. The morning sun spilled golden light across the Hogwarts grounds, reflecting off the Black Lake and illuminating the makeshift training area Hermione had set up for her students. She was in her element, effortlessly flipping and demonstrating high kicks for her advanced group, who mimicked her moves with varying levels of success. Fluffy, as usual, lay sprawled under a shady tree nearby, watching with an air of lazy disinterest. Despite his apparent indifference, Hermione had noticed that the big black dog had an odd tendency to jump into action when someone got hurt or seemed overly upset. Just the other day, a younger student had taken a hard fall during practice, and Fluffy had immediately bolted over, standing protectively by the boy's side until Hermione arrived. She couldn't help but smile at how caring her lazy dog could be. Still, today Fluffy seemed content to rest his head in Harry's lap, which irked Hermione more than she cared to admit. She shot a glance at the two of them, Harry scratching Fluffy's ears and the dog leaning into him with a look of pure bliss, and muttered under her breath, "Why does he like him more? I'm the one who feeds him, trains him, and gives him all the attention." Hermione rolled her eyes but couldn't help a smirk as she turned back to her students, clapping her hands to get their attention. "Alright, advanced group, we're stepping it up today. Let's see 20 punches, as fast as you can. Remember, precision and speed." The 7 students in her advanced group sprang into action, their punches a blur as Hermione circled them, correcting their form. Behind her, Harry watched silently, observing the scene with a mix of amusement and unease. As Hermione moved to correct one boy's posture, she gave him a quick encouraging hug. The boy lit up like a Christmas tree, grinning ear to ear as he stepped back in line. Harry groaned internally as he saw the same thing happen with every male student Hermione hugged. They'd practically float back to their spots, smiles plastered across their faces. "Hermione," Harry began hesitantly as she moved to the next student, "do you ever, I don't know, notice how some of your students act around you?" Hermione looked up, genuinely puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Well," Harry said, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly, "some of them, especially the boys, they, seem really happy when you give them close attention." "Of course they are," Hermione replied brightly. "I'm their teacher. I'm supposed to encourage them." Harry sighed, realizing this was going to be harder than he thought. "It's not just that," he said. "I think some of them might, you know, like you." Hermione tilted her head, still not understanding. "Of course they like me. I'm teaching them all these cool moves, and they're getting better every day. What's not to like? Harry groaned aloud this time, running a hand through his hair. Not that kind of like, Hermione. I mean, like. Crushes. Hermione blinked, looking genuinely shocked. What? No, they're just kids. Harry raised an eyebrow. You're not exactly old yourself. And you're strong, good at magic, and, he paused, his face turning a little red. Well, you're, you know. No, I don't, Hermione said, crossing her arms. What are you trying to say? Harry squirmed, realizing there was no way he could spell it out for her without dying of embarrassment. Forget it, he muttered, throwing up his hands. Just, keep hugging your students. It's fine. He was never going to say out loud that his sister is well more matured for her age, not a lot more than the girls in her class, but it is showable. Hermione watched him with a mix of confusion and suspicion before shrugging it off. You're acting weird today. After dismissing her students with the usual high fives and hugs, most of the boys leaving with dreamy smiles, Hermione flopped onto the grass beside Harry and Fluffy. She rested her head on Harry's lap, letting out a content sigh. I think the advanced group is really starting to get it, she said. They're catching up faster than I expected. It's a good thing I've been training more myself. I don't want them overtaking me. Harry chuckled, absently running his fingers through her hair. They're good, Hermione, but they're not you. You're a bit unique. I'll take that as a compliment, Hermione said with a grin. She glanced over at Fluffy, who was still lounging against Harry's other side of his lap. And you, she said to the dog, are the laziest training assistant I've ever seen. Fluffy let out a low, amused-sounding huff but didn't move. Unknown to Hermione, Sirius Black, trapped in his animagus form, was silently enjoying his role as her pet. There was something oddly satisfying about lying low and letting Hermione and Harry take care of him. And being near Harry, his godson, gave Sirius a sense of purpose. He also hadn't forgotten his mission. Every moment spent as Fluffy brought him closer to Peter Pettigrew, the rat he was determined to find and kill. For now, though, he stayed put, content to be part of Hermione's protective bubble around Harry. As the sun climbed higher, Draco and Luna appeared in their usual unannounced way. Draco immediately walked over and pulled Hermione to her feet, wrapping his arms around her. Miss me? He asked, kissing him. Always, Hermione replied, smiling up at him. Luna, meanwhile, drifted over to Harry. She tilted her head at Fluffy and said, he likes you best, you know. Harry chuckled. Yeah, I've noticed. No idea why, though. Luna gave him one of her trademark dreamy smiles. Animals always know who needs them most. Fluffy's tail wagged slightly as if in agreement, but Harry just shook his head. Ginny jogged past them in exercise clothes, a group of girls trailing behind her. Hermione called out, looking good, Ginny. Remember, strength and confidence go hand in hand. Ginny grinned and waved before disappearing around a bend. Hermione turned back to Draco, her eyes sparkling. I think I've really inspired her. With Ginny always asking Hermione for girly advice with her still getting used to her new body and place. You inspire everyone, Draco said with a smirk. But don't let it go to your head. Hermione laughed, resting her forehead against his chest. Too late. As the group settled onto the grass to relax, Hermione leaned against Draco, feeling a deep sense of contentment. Her students were thriving, her friends were happy, and Fluffy, lazy as he might have carved out his own place in their group. The shack, the rat, and the betrayal, and Hermione is only pissed off with the pervert Sirius Black. Chapter Summary. So the end of 3ed year is here, and Fluffy/Sirius Black gets found out, with at least Sirius Black getting what he wanted and out of that collar with the help of a friend. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The night air was cool and heavy as Hermione, Draco, Harry, and annoyingly Ron sprinted after Fluffy, who was barking furiously and tearing through the grounds. His target, Ron's rat, Scabbers, wriggling into the big tree. Fluffy, stop. Hermione screamed, her voice shrill as she chased her beloved dog. This wasn't like him at all. Sure, Fluffy had a temper when teased, but he'd never been violent, especially toward a harmless pet. What's gotten into that stupid mutt? Ron cried, his face pale as he ran after him. Hermione, call him off. I'm trying. She snapped, huffing as her legs burned from running. Fluffy, heel. Stop, Fluffy. But the magical collar, designed to enforce commands, didn't work. Fluffy wasn't slowing down, and Hermione's heart sank as she realized this wasn't normal behavior. He's gone mental, Draco muttered, darting ahead. His wand was drawn, ready to defend them if needed. Fluffy led them toward the whomping willow, its gnarled branches twisting ominously in the moonlight. Hermione gasped as the massive tree froze, its violent thrashing halting as if it recognized the dog. Without hesitation, Fluffy darted beneath the roots, and the others scrambled after him, squeezing through the narrow opening with surprisingly Ron leading the way, desperate to defend his rat. The tunnel was dark and damp, but Hermione's determination to catch her dog pushed her forward. Harry, Draco, followed close behind, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. When they emerged into a decrepit shack, the sight before them made Hermione's blood run cold. Fluffy wasn't there. Instead, seeing him just as they entered, turned into a ragged, filthy man who's standing there. His long, matted hair hung in greasy strands, and his hollow cheeks framed wild, haunted eyes. He was pointing a trembling wand at Ron and Scabbers. What the? Hermione started, her voice catching in her throat. That's Sirius Black, Draco whispered, his voice sharp and low. He instinctively stepped in front of Hermione, shielding her with his body. No, it's Fluffy, Hermione protested, shaking her head. It has to be. It's both, came another voice, startling them. Professor Lupin stepped into the dim light out of breath himself, his expression grim. Sirius is an animagus. He's been hiding. Hermione's jaw dropped, her mind racing to process what she was hearing. You're telling me my dog, the one I have huge scratched his tummy has been some escaped convict this entire time? Sirius's lips twitched into a smile, but it wasn't friendly. Yes, but you kept me well fed and comfortable, I'll give you that. Hermione's cheeks burned with fury. You creep. Do you have any idea? Wait, have you been in my dorm room? When we dressed. Her words failed her as rage overtook her. You disgusting pervert. I didn't have a choice. Sirius snapped, though his wild eyes betrayed amusement at her indignation. Before Hermione could retort, Ron's trembling voice broke through. I don't care about any of this. Get away from Scabbers. And let me out before that murderer kills us all. Sirius's gaze snapped to the rat, his expression darkening. That's not a rat, he growled, stepping closer. That's Peter Pettigrew. Who? Draco asked, his grip tightening on his wand. The man who betrayed Lily and James Potter, Lupin said quietly. Harry's parents. Lily and James who? Harry asked, sounding genuinely confused. They're not my parents. Well, they might have been the people who gave birth to me, but I don't care about them. I have my parents now. He nodded toward Hermione. And my sister. Sirius flinched at Harry's words but didn't have time to respond. He lunged for Scabbers, his /Ron's wand sparking dangerously. No. Ron screamed, clutching the rat tighter. But Sirius didn't hesitate. With a flick of his wand, a violent blast of magic shot out, hitting both Scabbers and Ron's hand. Blood sprayed as Ron held in pain, collapsing to the floor clutching the stump where his hand had been. The rat, however, didn't die. Instead, it transformed. In the spot where Scabbers had been now stood a short, balding man with watery eyes and trembling hands. His thin, greasy hair clung to his head, and his terrified expression darted around the room like a cornered animal. Hermione screamed, stepping back into Draco's arms. What in Merlin's name? That's Peter Pettigrew, Sirius said, his voice low and venomous. the man who betrayed the Potters. The reason Voldemort found them. Peter fell to his knees, clutching his hands together in a pitiful plea. Please. I had no choice. He would have killed me. You deserve worse than death, Sirius spat, raising his wand again. Sirius, no. Lupin barked, grabbing his arm. We need him alive. Not a chance, Sirius snarled. He wrenched free of Lupin's grip and fired another spell before anyone could stop him. The blast hit Peter square in the chest, sending his lifeless body flying into the wall. He crumpled to the floor, his eyes staring blankly ahead. The room fell silent, save for Ron's sobs as he clutched his bleeding arm. Hermione's chest heaved as she tried to process what had just happened. You're insane, she finally said, her voice trembling. You're an absolute lunatic. I'm a lunatic who just avenged my best friends, Sirius shot back, his voice harsh but triumphant. That Hermione started, but the door burst open, cutting her off. In strode Professor Snape, his wand drawn and his expression one of smug satisfaction. Well, Snape drawled, his dark eyes flicking between Sirius, Lupin, and the lifeless Peter Pettigrew. What do we have here? An escaped convict, a werewolf. And a murder scene. Merry Christmas, indeed. Professor Snape. Hermione said, her voice filled with relief. Thank Merlin. Can you deal with this mess? I've had enough. Snape raised an eyebrow but said nothing as Hermione stormed out, Draco and Harry following close behind, with them not wanting to be there with Will just seeing a murder. I'm serious, she called over her shoulder. I'm going straight to Professor Sprout and the papers about this. My dog, was a convicted criminal pretending to be a pet. That's disgusting. Spying on me and my friends, not even thinking how he just killed a man and made the annoying Ron one arm shorter. I did not see Snape easily knock out Lupin and Sirius and send a message to the Aurors, and roll his eyes, making sure the annoying boy Ron does not bleed out and treats him so he does not die but is out cold. As they emerged into the cool night air, Hermione let out a shaky breath. Her hands trembled as she tried to calm herself. I can't believe this, she muttered. Fluffy was Sirius Black. And he saw me and my friends change. That absolute creep. Draco placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Let's just get back to the castle. We'll let the teachers handle this. Harry nodded, his expression unreadable. I don't care who Peter Pettigrew was, he said firmly. But I'm glad he's gone. And I'm glad that none of that isn't our problem anymore. Hermione sighed, her mind still spinning. I'm never trusting any DOD I find in woods ever again. As they made their way back to the castle, leaving the chaos behind, Hermione resolved to focus on what mattered, her family, her friends, and her students. She had no time for lunatics like Sirius Black, or the craziness they bring. Chapter End Notes. So your Sirius Black is not the good guy here, really, so if you are a fan of Sirius Black, I will not hold your breath for him and Harry to become close at all, so I would not read more, and this story will only last until after next school year and a prologue. The headmaster's last letter as such. Chapter Summary. The headmaster's plans destroyed, so he has new ones. Albus Ledor sat in his dimly lit office, his trembling hands clutching a quill as he stared at the half-written letter before him. This was not how it was supposed to go. Hogwarts, his Hogwarts, was no longer a beacon of the carefully orchestrated plans he had spent decades perfecting. It had become a mockery of everything he stood for, and he knew exactly who to blame, Hermione Granger. She's ruined it all, he muttered to himself, his voice low and bitter. Every intricate thread unraveled by that insufferable girl. The Great Hall had become a circus. No house tables, no carefully maintained rivalries, no sense of tradition. Students from all houses mingled freely, laughing, sharing meals, and forming friendships that crossed boundaries he had worked so hard to maintain. Rivalries were supposed to be the backbone of Hogwarts, fueling ambition, loyalty, and the drive to excel. Instead, it had devolved into what he could only describe as a chaotic Muggle cafeteria. He turned to the enchanted window, his piercing blue eyes narrowing as he watched the students below. Hermione and her friends were, of course, at the center of it all. The girl seemed to shine with a maddening energy, surrounded by students from every house. There she was, teaching first years a levitation spell with dramatic flair, as if she were the headmaster herself. Draco Malfoy leaned casually against a pillar, smirking, while Harry Potter, his Harry, laughed along with Luna Lovegood as she balanced an apple on her wand. Ledor gritted his teeth, his hand tightening around the quill. It was sickening. Harry had been the linchpin in his plans, the key to defeating Voldemort. But Harry no longer cared about his past or his destiny. He was no longer the tragic boy who lived, desperate for guidance. Thanks to Hermione's meddling, he had found a new family in the Grangers and no longer looked to Ledor for anything. Ungrateful boy, Ledor muttered under his breath. After everything I've done. The Sirius Black debacle had been the final straw. That man had been the perfect tool, Harry's godfather, a tie to his parents, a symbol of everything Ledor needed Harry to embrace. But Hermione had shattered that as well. Sirius, exposed as the perverted animagus who had spied on students, was now rotting in a cushy magical prison. And Harry? Harry had barely blinked. He didn't need Sirius. He had Hermione and her family, and that was enough for him. He does not even seem to care for his dead parents, either seeming like the Grangers were his now. Ledor's quill scratched harshly across the parchment as he resumed writing. To the governors of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He paused, his hand shaking. Retiring felt like defeat, but what choice did he have? The students no longer looked to him as their guiding light. They had Hermione, and each over now, with her relentless energy and her infuriating ability to bring people together. She had dismantled everything he had built, not through cunning or malice, but simply by existing. She was a hurricane of change, and he had been powerless to stop her. Unite the houses, he scoffed, the words tasting bitter. They think it's progress, but they don't understand. They'll never understand. The house system had been the foundation of Hogwarts for centuries. It fostered competition, ambition, and unity within the houses. But now? Now it was meaningless. The students were no longer divided by their traits or their bloodlines. They were just happy. And it made Ledor's skin crawl. How dare they thrive without him? He glanced at the scattered papers on his desk, plans, strategies, contingency plots. They were useless now. Hermione's influence had turned the students into a collective force of defiance. They no longer needed a leader. They didn't need him. A sharp knock on the door broke his train of thought. Enter, he said, his voice colder than usual. Professor Snape swept into the room, his robes billowing dramatically as always. His expression was unreadable, but Ledor knew the man well enough to sense the frustration bubbling beneath the surface. The students, Snape began, his tone dripping with disdain. They're intolerable. It's as if the house system no longer exists. Ledor's lips pressed into a thin line. Yes, I'm aware, and I know there is no way to stop it now. Granger, Potter, and Malfoy, Snape continued, his voice laced with venom. They seem to make hundreds of years of house rivalry disappear. Ledor sighed deeply, leaning back in his chair. It's over, Severus. Hogwarts is no longer what it used to be. They won't follow me when the time comes. Snape raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp. You're giving up, what about, you now who? I'm stepping aside, Ledor corrected, though the words felt hollow. This school is other. I won't be able to turn these students into my army to fight him. Snape sneered. But you can give up. Granger is teaching martial arts to half the school, Malfoy is fraternizing with Muggleborns, and Potter couldn't care less about his heritage, much less to be the boy to fight and die so we can kill the madman. Ledor closed his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose. I've lost them, Severus. All of them. For a moment, neither man spoke. The room was heavy with unspoken tension, the weight of years of planning unraveling before their eyes. Finally, Snape broke the silence. What will you do? Ledor opened his eyes, his gaze distant. There are other ways to influence the future. Other places where my guidance can be used. Snape's expression darkened, but he said nothing more. With a curt nod, he turned and left the room, leaving Ledor alone once again. The headmaster stared at the letter on his desk, the words blurring together. His time at Hogwarts was over, but the bitterness lingered. Hermione had stolen his legacy, and the student's happiness without him was a wound that refused to heal. As he sealed the letter and sent it off with a flick of his wand, Ledor allowed himself one final, rueful thought. They'll regret this. One day, they'll see she is not their savior, but their end, standing up for the last time in this chair. Summer in Japan and saying goodbye to old selves. Chapter summary. Holiday in Japan, and Hermione says goodbye to the old life she has had in the back of her head. The warmth of the Japanese summer sun bathed Hermione's face as she stood at the edge of a quiet, ancient temple nestled in the countryside. The world seemed to slow here, with only the chirping of cicadas and the rustle of trees and the gentle wind breaking the silence. Hermione inhaled deeply, letting the air fill her lungs. There was something profoundly familiar about this place, and it tugged at the deepest corners of her heart. She wasn't just here for the sightseeing, the food, or the cultural immersion. This trip was personal. It was a chance to reconnect with a life she had once lived, one she hadn't spoken of to anyone, not even Draco. Once, she had been Naruto Uzumaki, a spirited boy who grew up in the chaos of shinobi life. But that was long ago, another dimension away, and she was Hermione Granger now. A witch. A sister. A daughter. A girlfriend. She wasn't Naruto anymore, but the echoes of that life still lingered in her soul. The journey through Japan had been a whirlwind of emotions. Hermione had insisted they visit rural villages and historic sites, steering Draco and his mother Narcissa away from the usual tourist traps. She sought out places that reminded her of her old life, not just the sights but the sensations, the smells of grilled skewers, the sounds of laughter in the narrow streets, and the unspoken sense of belonging. One day, as they wandered through a quiet village, she spotted a group of martial artists practicing on a grassy field. Their fluid movements, the sharp cries with every punch and kick, and the intensity of their training, it all sent a pang through her heart. Memories of her old training sessions as Naruto at school, the thrill of mastering techniques flashed in her mind, remembering always failing more than getting it right, but she would always try till she did it like she is now really. Without hesitation, she approached the group. Bowing deeply and stumbling through the few Japanese phrases she could recall, she asked if she could join. The instructor, charmed by her eagerness, welcomed her warmly. Draco and Narcissa watched from the sidelines, Draco raising an eyebrow as Hermione seamlessly threw herself into the practice. Her movements were agile and precise, as though her muscles remembered what her mind couldn't. "You're scarily good at this," Draco muttered when she returned to him, sweat-soaked but grinning. "Maybe I was a ninja in a past life," Hermione joked, though the words carried more truth than he could ever guess. As the days passed, Hermione found herself reflecting more and more on her past life. She didn't mourn it, she cherished it. Being Naruto had taught her resilience, kindness even when hated, and how to forge bonds with the small amount of people she had back then. But it had also been a life of loneliness, pain, and endless battles. This life, her life as Hermione Granger, was different. It was full of love, family, and peace. Still, she knew she needed closure, one final goodbye to the life she had left behind. On their last full day in Japan, Hermione asked Draco and Narcissa to accompany her to a secluded temple. She didn't explain why, only saying that it was important to her. Narcissa, ever gracious, gave her space, wandering the temple grounds while Draco stayed close, sensing Hermione's unusual solemnity. The temple was serene, its stone paths winding through towering trees. Incense wafted in the air, and the soft chanting of monks echoed in the distance. Hermione approached the altar, a simple structure adorned with offerings of flowers and fruit. She knelt, clasping her hands together, and bowed her head. Thank you, she thought, closing her eyes. For everything. For the strength you gave me as Naruto. For the lessons and even the hardships. They made me who I am today. But I'm not Naruto anymore. I'm Hermione. And I'm so happy with this life, with my family, my friends, and Draco. Thank you for giving me this chance to live in peace. A tear slid down her cheek as she exhaled deeply. A weight lifting from her chest. She placed a small offering of flowers on the altar, feeling a sense of finality, as though she had truly said goodbye to the person she once was. Draco stood a few steps behind her, watching quietly. He didn't understand the full significance of what Hermione was doing. Still, he saw the emotion in her face, the way her shoulders relaxed when she stood. Well, she had been awed really for the treat. Sure, she had been the excited girl who wanted to do everything still but well quieter and more, well, different, but as she turned to him with a soft smile, her eyes glistening. And Draco knew whatever it was not gone with her walking towards him now as her normal self. Thank you for being here, she said. Always, he replied, pulling her into a gentle hug. Their final hours in Japan were bittersweet. Hermione wore the kimono Draco had bought her as they wandered an old Japanese garden, its koi ponds and stone bridges casting reflections in the twilight. She felt lighter, freer, as though she had finally let go of a shadow that had followed her for years. When they returned to the hotel that evening, Hermione spent another hour on the phone with her family, recounting the day's events with a brightness in her voice that made her mother laugh. Draco, lying on the bed beside her, listened quietly, smiling to himself as she called him the best boyfriend ever for the 100th time. As their plane took off the next morning, Hermione gazed out the window, watching the landscape of Japan shrink below them. She placed her hand on the glass and whispered under her breath, "Goodbye." Draco squeezed her hand, breaking her reverie. You all right? She nodded, leaning her head against his shoulder. Yeah. I'm more than all right. And as the clouds enveloped the plane, Hermione felt a deep sense of peace. She wasn't Naruto anymore, but she would always carry a piece of him in her heart. This was her life now, and she was determined to live it to the fullest. Birthdays Part 1. The Granger household was alive with excitement, the warm summer air carrying the sounds of laughter, chatter, and the occasional squeal from Alex, Hermione and Harry's little brother. The garden was bustling with activity as friends and family celebrated the shared birthdays of Hermione and Harry. Decorations hung from every available surface, strings of lights twinkled in the fading daylight, and a delicious aroma wafted from the grill where their dad was cooking. The atmosphere was perfect, and Hermione couldn't have been happier. For Hermione, birthdays had always been special. But this year felt different. She was 14 now, and life had changed so much in the past few years. Her bond with Harry, her evolving relationship with Draco, her success at school, and even her unique martial arts classes, all of it had come together to make her feel like the luckiest person alive. Today wasn't just about turning another year older, it was a celebration of everything she loved. Alex, toddling on his chubby little legs, was the first to deliver a surprise. With a huge grin, he tottered toward Hermione, holding a crayon drawing in his little hands. The paper was slightly wrinkled, and the colorful scribbles were unmistakably a child's attempt at art. Two stick figures stood side by side, one with a mop of frizzy hair clearly meant to represent Hermione. Beneath it, in shaky, misspelled letters, was the caption, "Best sister in the world." Hermione's heart melted instantly. She scooped up Alex, spinning him around despite his giggling protests. "Oh my gosh, Alex, this is amazing. You're the best little brother ever." "Stop it, Hermione," he squealed, his lisp making the words even cuter. "Not a chance," Hermione declared, peppering his face with kisses while he squirmed. Nearby, Harry chuckled as he knelt to accept his own crayon masterpiece from Alex. His drawing was nearly identical to Hermione's, with "Best Brother in the World" scrawled across the bottom. Harry smiled warmly, crouching to ruffle Alex's curly hair. "Thanks, buddy. You're the best." Alex beamed, clearly pleased with himself, before scampering off to show his parents what he'd created. As the evening wore on, the guests enjoyed the food, games, and lively conversation. Hermione flitted between groups, effortlessly charming everyone with her energy and excitement. Draco, who had been invited to spend the night, stayed close to her side. His eyes rarely left her, and every now and then, they'd share a kiss or a whispered moment that made Hermione's heart flutter. Harry, meanwhile, found himself entertaining Alex. It was a role he didn't mind, especially since it gave him a break from watching Hermione and Draco's displays of affection. Alex's laughter filled the air as Harry tickled him, pretending to be a monster. "Tickle monster strikes again," Harry declared as Alex squealed with delight, attempting to squirm away. Hermione watched the scene from across the garden, her heart swelling with affection for both her brothers. Alex's joy was infectious, and she couldn't help but feel grateful for how much Harry had embraced his role in their family. But her attention was soon drawn back to Draco, who was teasing her about a gift he'd yet to give her. "Patience, love," Draco said with a smirk, pulling a small box from his pocket. "You'll see soon enough." Later that evening, after most of the guests had left, Hermione decided to squeeze in some training. She had changed into her favorite workout gear, a short skirt and a tank top that showed off her toned midriff. As she practiced kicks, flips, and punches in the garden, a group of boys from the neighborhood stopped to watch and talk to their friend. Hermione assumed they were admiring her skills, as usual. However, as one of the boys she had known for 4 years now struck up a conversation with her, she noticed his gaze lingering somewhere other than her face. For the first time, she realized what was happening. "My face is up here, silly," she said with a playful laugh, watching as the boy turned beet red. She wasn't angry, just amused. As the night wound down, Draco and Harry retreated to Harry's room for the night. Hermione wasn't quite ready to sleep, so she stood in front of her bedroom mirror, studying her reflection. She was proud of the person she'd become. Her body was strong and athletic, her skills in martial arts unmatched by her peers, and she'd embraced her feminine side without losing the fiery, determined spirit that made her who she was. At 14, her curves had started to fill out, and her athletic build was complemented by her growing confidence. Her mom's words from earlier echoed in her mind, "You're turning into such a wonderful young woman." Hermione smiled, brushing her hair over her shoulder. She wasn't sure if she was ready for all the changes that came with growing up, but she knew she liked the person she was becoming. Her thoughts drifted to Draco. She smiled, thinking of how he'd always been supportive and loving. She wanted to do something special for him, something just for the two of them. With a mischievous grin, she grabbed a small camera from her nightstand, posed in front of the mirror in her underwear, and snapped a picture. She tucked the photo into a safe spot, already looking forward to giving it to him. The next morning, Hermione was up early, ready to take on the day. Breakfast was lively, with Alex sitting in his chair with a big cushion so he could reach his food, chattering away about the balloons and cake from the night before. Hermione gave him an extra long hug before heading out to train, knowing she'd carry the joy of her birthday with her for weeks to come. Birthdays Part 2. Chapter Summary. Now for the Little Brosby Day. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Alex's birthday was nothing short of magical chaos, the kind only a 3-year-old celebration could bring. The backyard was transformed into a playground of balloons, streamers, and colorful decorations. Laughter rang through the air as Alex's little friends dashed about, their faces painted with bright smiles. Hermione, of course, was at the center of it all, making sure her little brother had the best day ever. Dressed in the Japanese-style outfit she had picked up during her trip, Hermione couldn't help but feel a little extra dramatic as she declared herself the big ninja in a game she invented on the spot. The rules were simple, all the kids had to team up to take down the mighty ninja. Alex, with his tiny fists balled and a determined look on his face, was the first to charge, leading his small army of toddlers and preschoolers. Hermione laughed as she expertly evaded their tiny, clumsy attacks, darting around the yard, rolling across the grass, and doing exaggerated flips to keep the kids on their toes. She even let a few of them land hits, dramatically pretending to stumble or fall back. But none of the kids could quite pin her down, until Harry entered the fray. Sneaking up behind her, Harry, the ever-watchful big brother, saw his opportunity. For once, Hermione didn't sense his approach. Grabbing around her body from behind, surprisingly getting her on her back, knocking her off balance and sending her tumbling to the grass. "Got you, sis," Harry crowed as Hermione struggled beneath him. "Oh, you think you've won?" she retorted with a laugh, still pinned. Before she could retaliate, a swarm of little kids descended upon her. They piled onto Hermione, their giggles echoing through the yard. Alex was at the forefront, squealing with delight as he climbed onto his big sister's shoulder and declared himself the winner. "You got me," Hermione admitted, lying flat on the grass under the weight of her tiny attackers. "But only because you had backup." Once the chaos subsided and Alex's friends went home, the family celebration continued. Alex, still full of energy despite the long day, tugged on Hermione's sleeve with a look of determination. "Foxy now?" he asked, his lisp making the words even more adorable. Hermione laughed, ruffling his curls. "All right, little prince. Foxy it is. But you'll need some serious skills to beat me this time." Without missing a beat, Hermione transformed into her fox animagus form, her sleek red fur and 9 tails gleaming in the fading sunlight. Alex clapped his hands in glee, his excitement infectious. "Stagey now?" Alex demanded, turning to Harry. "Me, big boy now, and not scared of stagey." Harry, who was rarely included in these playful transformations, couldn't hide his grin. "You got it, buddy." With a shimmer of magic, he transformed into his majestic stag form, towering over both Alex and the fox that was Hermione. The game that followed was equal parts chaos and hilarity. Alex and Harry teamed up, working together to outsmart and outmaneuver Hermione. While Alex was too small to do much more than chase after her, Harry used his powerful stag horns to toss Hermione's fox form gently across the grass. Alex giggled. "We winning," he declared, throwing his arms in the air. Harry nodded, his stag form dipping its head in agreement. Despite her fox yelp, Hermione was clearly enjoying herself. She darted around the yard, using her 9 tails to try and trip Harry and Alex, but the duo was relentless. Eventually, Hermione conceded defeat, flopping dramatically onto the ground, changing back. Fine. You win. But only because I let you," she teased. The day ended with the family gathered in the living room, the warm glow of the fireplace adding to the cozy atmosphere. Alex, now exhausted from all the excitement, lay sprawled across Harry's lap, his little hand clutching Harry's shirt. Hermione sat nearby, her legs crossed as she gently rubbed Alex's tiny feet. They watched a light-hearted family movie, their laughter and occasional commentary filling the room. Alex's sleepy giggles blended with Hermione's playful teasing and Harry's soft chuckles, creating a soundtrack of love and togetherness. As the credits rolled and Alex's breathing deepened into the rhythm of sleep, Hermione glanced over at Harry. "You're not half bad as a stag brother," she said, her voice soft but teasing. Harry smirked. "And you're not half bad as a fox sister. Though I think Alex likes me better." Hermione laughed quietly, shaking her head. "Only because you're bigger. It's all about the size with little boys." Their parents, sitting nearby, exchanged fond smiles. The day had been perfect, a reminder of how close their family had become despite the chaos of the magical world. And as Hermione leaned down to kiss Alex's head one last time before heading to bed, she whispered, "Best little brother ever." For Hermione, Harry, and their family, moments like this made all the adventures, challenges, and surprises worth it. Chapter end notes. So, I have kind of a long time since uploading. I'm going to try and upload more often with having written a Ruth version of the next school year and I will try and to mutable parts each time I upload with have done 3 today and could do more, but feel I need to spread them out a bit. And what do you all think of after this I start a story following Hermione in 9-year-old Naruto's body for the next story? Back to Hogs, and maybe a surprise to come? The day Hermione and Harry left for their 4th year at Hogwarts started on a bittersweet note. Alex, their little brother, now fully understands what their departure meant this time. As the family stood at the train station, the usually bubbly toddler clung to their mother, tears streaming down his chubby cheeks as he cried out, "Don't go. Don't go." Hermione crouched down, her own eyes misty as she tried to comfort him. "It's only for a little while, Alex," she said softly, brushing his hair back. "We'll write to you every week, and we'll send pictures every day, just like last year." But the reassurances did little to calm him. Alex clung tighter to their mother, his small voice muffled as he sobbed into her shoulder. Even Harry, who was usually more reserved about goodbyes, looked visibly upset. "He'll be okay, won't he?" Harry asked their father, his voice betraying his worry. Their dad nodded, pulling both of them into a hug. "He'll be fine," he said, his voice warm and reassuring. "He's just going to miss you both a lot. We all will. But he'll cheer up once we send the first picture of you two being your usual silly selves." Their mom, holding Alex tightly, managed a teary smile. "You two have a great year. Don't forget to send pictures back and write, okay? We'll be waiting for them." With final hugs, forehead kisses, and them having to promise to write, Hermione and Harry boarded the train, their hearts heavy. Hermione glanced back as the train began to move, catching one last glimpse of Alex in their mother's arms, his face scrunched up in sorrow. She hated leaving him like this. When they found their usual compartment, Draco was already there, lounging casually, while Luna animatedly explained what a phone was to a wide-eyed Ginny. Hermione and Harry exchanged amused looks as they entered. Ginny, now more confident and clever, had a natural way of drawing people in, though her interest in Muggle things seemed to come straight from her new friendship with Hermione and Harry, and her new dad as well. "It seems that she used to be the Tom Riddle in the diary." "There you are," Draco said with a smirk as Hermione threw herself into his arms. "We were just talking about how Hermione spent half of Japan on the phone with her family." Hermione let out a soft laugh, though her heart wasn't fully in it yet. She clung to Draco, burying her face in his shoulder. "I feel so awful leaving Alex like that," she admitted, her voice muffled. "I've never seen him cry so much. It's like he understood this time more, and it just broke my heart." Draco, ever the supportive boyfriend, ran a hand down her back soothingly. "You're the best big sister in the world," he said firmly. "You and Harry both. He'll be okay, your parents will make sure of it. Besides," he added with a sly grin, "if I had an older sibling, I'd want it to be like you." Hermione pulled back slightly, giving him a mock glare. "Draco, that's weird. I'm your girlfriend, remember?" Draco just shrugged, his smirk unfaltering. "You can be both in theory," he teased, earning a light shove from Hermione and a giggle as she finally started to relax. Meanwhile, Harry settled into a seat between Luna and Ginny, both of whom immediately latched onto him in their own unique ways. Luna rested her head on Harry's shoulder, her gaze dreamy as always, while Ginny seemed more grounded, laughing easily at Harry's jokes and filling the compartment with her warm, infectious energy. Harry wasn't sure what to make of it, he liked Luna's quirky company. And Ginny had become a much more interesting and kind person since last year. Well, change. He certainly didn't mind spending time with either of them. Watching the girls chatter and laugh, he thought about how far they'd all come, how different everything felt now compared to when he first arrived at Hogwarts. The ride to Hogwarts passed in relative calm. Hermione's mood brightened gradually, thanks to Draco's comforting presence and the lively conversation in the compartment. But every so often, her thoughts drifted back to Alex, and she found herself checking her pocket where a picture of him rested. It was one of her favorites, Alex holding a crayon drawing of their family, grinning from ear to ear. Draco noticed her distracted expression and decided it was time to shake things up. "I've got a little secret about this year," he said, leaning in conspiratorially. Hermione's curiosity immediately piqued. "What kind of secret?" she asked, sitting up straighter. "Is it something big?" "Exciting," she said, cuddling more into Draco. Draco smirked but shook his head. "You'll find out soon enough. I don't want to spoil the surprise. Let's just say this year won't be like any other." Hermione huffed, crossing her arms. You're terrible at keeping secrets, Draco. I'll get it out of you eventually, like I always do. Draco chuckled but held firm. Not this time, love. You'll just have to wait. As the train pulled into Hogwarts, the group gathered their things and prepared for the start of the new term. Hermione glanced out the window, seeing the familiar sight of the castle in the distance. For a moment, her thoughts were a jumble: Alex's tear-streaked face, her growing bond with Draco, her excitement for what this year might bring. She didn't know what lay ahead, but she was ready. Fourth year, she murmured to herself as the train slowed to a stop. Bring it on. The first morning of the new year, and surprise revealed. The next morning brought two surprises for Hermione and Harry. The first was a picture of Alex, delivered with their Daily Owl post, showing their little brother mid-bounce in the middle of their living room. He was wearing a wildly colorful outfit, his long hair sticking out in all directions like a tiny rocker, and he had scrawled a message on the back in his 3-year-old handwriting: "Miss you, big sis, and borrow hope you are having a great time and want to say, pizza." Hermione burst into laughter as she read it aloud, holding the picture up for Draco to see. Harry giggled as well, though he quickly covered it with his hand, trying to maintain a semblance of maturity. He's such a goofball, Hermione said fondly, wiping a tear of laughter from her eye. Look at him. He thinks saying pizza is the height of comedy. Isn't he the cutest? Draco leaned over to glance at the picture. He gave a small chuckle but then rolled his eyes. Sure, he's cute, for a kid, he said, leaning back. But you do realize he's got you completely wrapped around his finger, right? Hermione shrugged with a big grin. I don't care. I love him to bits. She gave Draco a playful nudge. You could learn a thing or two from him about being charming. Draco smirked and leaned in to kiss her, which earned a groan from Harry, who was sitting across from them. Again? Seriously, Hermione, could you not? It's like the 100th time today. Hermione stuck her tongue out at him while Draco chuckled, clearly pleased. Sorry, Harry, Draco teased. Your sister's just irresistible. Harry groaned again, turning to his own companions for solace, only to find both Ginny and Luna clinging to him with mischievous smiles. They each held one of his hands, giggling and chatting as though this were completely normal. Before he could say anything, Ginny leaned in and kissed his cheek, followed swiftly by Luna doing the same. Hey! Harry exclaimed, his face flushing red. What's going on with you two? Luna, in her usual dreamy tone, leaned closer. Oh, don't worry, Harry. I don't mind sharing. Ginny likes you too, and I think you like her. We've decided we can both be your girlfriends. Ginny grinned, her cheeks pink but her confidence unwavering. Yeah, Harry. It's just for now, but why not? It feels right and nice in this body, so why not? Harry blinked, but then something clicked. Luna had always been a close friend, and he'd quietly admired her quirky charm. Ginny, on the other hand, had grown into someone he found undeniably attractive, and kind of intimidating in her confidence. Slowly, a smile spread across his face. All right, he said, surprising himself. Why not? Both girls beamed, and Harry leaned in to kiss each of them, drawing surprised looks from around the table. Hermione and Draco exchanged amused glances, though Hermione's expression quickly turned serious. Great, she muttered under her breath. Now I have to have a very long talk about how to treat a lady right with my dear brother this afternoon. God help me. The second surprise came during the morning feast when the new headmaster, head of house from Gryffindor Minerva McGonagall, stood to make an important announcement. With a voice full of authority and excitement, she revealed the news that Hogwarts would be hosting the Triwizard Tournament this year. The room erupted into murmurs and exclamations, with students from every house leaning in to whisper to their friends. Draco smirked, shooting Hermione a look. Told you I could keep a secret, he teased. Hermione, who had been relentlessly trying to pry since the train when he said he knew something, narrowed her eyes at him. You're insufferable, she said with mock annoyance. Then, unable to help herself, she stood up and announced loudly, I'm going to be Hogwarts champion. The entire Hufflepuff table erupted into cheers and applause, with many of Hermione's students, young witches and wizards who looked up to her from the other houses, clapping the loudest. Draco raised an eyebrow, biting back a laugh. "You do know it's for 6th years and above, right?" he asked, his tone amused. Hermione waved him off. "Details," she said breezily, sitting back down. "They'll make an exception when they see how amazing I am." As the feast continued, Hermione happily caught up with her friends and the students she hadn't seen all summer. The table was a mix of ages and houses, a testament to the community she'd unintentionally built through her ninja training and her naturally magnetic personality. As she talked animatedly about her summer in Japan, the new headmaster and deputy head couldn't help but notice how different things were now compared to a few years ago. Gone were the rigid divides between the houses. Students from all backgrounds mingled freely, laughing and chatting as though they'd been lifelong friends. And at the center of it all was Hermione, her energy infectious as she pulled everyone into her orbit, with only a small amount of older students still stuck to the old ways of sticking to their house for friends, and as well as Ron and his odd younger friend, but they stayed out of the light and did not want to be seen anymore with Ron missing an arm the last time he tried to be something important, with even he seemed well more at ESA being the kid in the background than trying to be one at the front. It was a stark contrast to the days of Ledore, who had carefully maintained the house rivalries to suit his purposes. But now, with Ledore gone and the students forging their own paths, Hogwarts felt like an entirely new school, a united, vibrant place full of hope and camaraderie. Hermione didn't spare a thought for the former headmaster as she tucked into her food, laughing and joking with her friends. She was too focused on the present, too excited about what this year might bring. Her determination to be a champion, her growing bond with Draco, and her unshakable love for her family and students made her feel unstoppable. As far as Hermione was concerned, the future was hers to shape. Getting her name into the cup even if it kills her. Chapter 22. Hermione was determined. There was no way she was going to let some stupid, glowing, age line keep her out of the Triwizard Tournament. She wasn't called the best witch of her year and a ninja prodigy by her students for nothing. The moment breakfast ended, Hermione rallied her now massive ninja class, all of them. Between the returning students and this year's first years, what mostly all of them joined wanting to be part of the cool kids, her army had grown to nearly 80 kids. They looked up at her like she was a mix of their general, their big sister, and their favorite teacher rolled into one, hanging on to every word she said. "All right, troops." Hermione stood tall at the edge of the room where the age barrier shimmered faintly around the goblet of fire. Her hands were on her hips, her amber eyes burning with determination. "Today, we conquer," in a playful but slightly sire's tone. Draco stood behind her, shaking his head, half amused, half dreading whatever chaos Hermione was about to unleash. "Hermione, this is ridiculous," he muttered. "You know it won't work." Harry, his girlfriends Luna and Ginny flanking him like some kind of royal entourage, chuckled quietly. "If you think logic works on Hermione, you're not really her boyfriend," with Draco just sighed and nodded but, letting her do what she is going to do. Hermione turned to her students, her army, and pointed dramatically at the barrier. Phase 1, Brute Force. It started with her top 7 advanced students charging forward, fists raised and kicks flying as though they could literally punch the magic out of the barrier. A third-year boy named Jason leaped up with a roundhouse kick Hermione had taught him, yelling, "Yeah!" Of course, nothing happened. The barrier shimmered mockingly, and Jason bounced off it like it was rubber, landing in a heap. "Ow!" Hermione groaned and facepalmed. "All right. Phase 2, we dig under it." Draco nearly choked on his laughter. "Hermione, you can't." But it was too late. Hermione's students were already rushing to the edge of the barrier with chisels in their hands, with Hermione giving them out with no one knew where she got them from, furiously trying to dig up the stone floor under the age line. Naturally, the age barrier extended underground, and Hermione found herself explaining to a group of very dirty and disappointed children why it hadn't worked and that they needed to keep trying. "Magic is powerful, okay? It's not fair, but we can beat it, . After 2 more ridiculous attempts, one involving Hermione trying to cartwheel over the barrier for speed and finesse, it zapped her midair and sent her tumbling backward, and another where she tied herself to a broom and had Harry attempted to launch her over it, Draco finally dragged her away, with her army getting tired, and more worried with the scale of her ideas will lead to her being hurt, letting him. Hermione, he said, holding her by the shoulders and forcing her to calm down. You're not going to punch, dig, or catapult your way through a magical barrier. Can you just accept it's not meant for you? Never, Hermione said dramatically, collapsing on the grass. Her ninja students sat in a big circle around her, clearly just enjoying the spectacle of being around their favorite teacher. I'll find a way. Hermione's way came that night thanks to Luna and Ginny, Harry's girlfriends, who had been watching her antics with quiet amusement. The 2 girls approached Hermione at dinner, conspiratorial grins on their faces. Why don't you just cheat? Ginny said nonchalantly. Hermione blinked. What? Luna handed her a small vial filled with a shimmering purple liquid. It's an aging potion that will make you really older, not just look it. Lasts 3 minutes. Drink it, step across the line, and pop your name into the goblet. Easy as pie. Hermione gawked at them. Isn't that illegal? Luna tilted her head. So is punching a magic barrier, probably. You tried that. Fair point. That night, Hermione sneaked into the room where the cup was under Harry's invisibility cloak, which barely. Once she reached the goblet of fire, Hermione slipped out from under the cloak, took a deep breath, and downed the potion. The transformation was instant. In seconds, Hermione shot up to over 6 feet tall. Her ninja clothes, already fitted, stretched perfectly over her now mature figure. Her chest filled out, her curves were more prominent, and she blinked down at her now 25-year-old self. Hermione stared at her hands, then at her reflection in the goblet's glow. Whoa, she whispered. I look good looking at her but seeing it bigger and now tall she is. Focus. Hermione snapped, grinning as she pulled a slip of parchment from her pocket. Time to make history. She walked straight across the age line, her mature body moving with a grace she didn't even realize she had. The barrier didn't so much as flicker. With a triumphant smirk, she dropped her name into the goblet of fire, then turned and sauntered back to the door like she owned the world. Done. Time to get out of here before anyone sees me. By morning, Hermione was her normal 14-year-old self again, still tall for her age, still athletic, and still proud of herself. She decided not to tell anyone about her little trick. It would be a surprise. At breakfast, Hermione sat happily between Draco, feeling triumphant. Harry, meanwhile, looked happier than he had in ages, with Luna and Ginny beside him, giggling and arguing over who got to hold his hand first. As Hermione sipped her pumpkin juice, an Elle swooped in with the Morning Post. She eagerly grabbed her usual envelope and pulled out the day's picture of Alex. The photo showed her little brother dressed in a tiny, formal suit, his wild hair slicked back, but already starting to spike up again. He was sitting proudly in a church pew, clearly taking part in some kind of ceremony. Scrawled on the back in her mom's neat handwriting were the words, "Alex was a ring bearer at our friend's wedding. He insisted on wearing the brightest socks he owns. We hope this makes you smile." It did. Hermione immediately shoved the photo in Draco's face. Look at him. Isn't he the cutest thing you've ever seen? Draco smiled softly, though he rolled his eyes for good measure. Yes, Hermione. He's adorable. You've said that every day. Harry peered over and grinned. All right, show me. Hermione handed the photo to him, unable to contain her laughter. You are just jealous because Alex is going to grow up cooler than you, and stuck out her tongue. Draco rolled his eyes. No chance, he said, kissing her on the cheek. As breakfast continued, Hermione leaned back in her seat, watching her friends and classmates, smiling at how perfect the day felt. She'd done it. And no one knows as she leans onto Draco's shoulder. A new ninja training room? Chapter 23. Hermione was surprised when the new headmistress, Minerva McGonagall, called her into her office one afternoon. Usually, Hermione found herself in the office of her head of house, Professor Sprout, for something exciting or to hear about her progress. But to be summoned directly by the headmistress? That was new. As she stepped into the cozy yet commanding office, lined with bookshelves and an air of dignified authority, Hermione felt a twinge of nervousness. McGonagall sat at her desk, her sharp eyes fixed on Hermione with a look that was unreadable but not unkind. "Miss Granger," McGonagall said in her signature crisp tone, folding her hands neatly. "I've been hearing quite a lot about your extracurricular activities with the younger students." Hermione blinked, unsure if this was leading to praise or a reprimand. Headmistress, if this is about my ninja classes." McGonagall held up a hand to stop her. "No need to explain. I've been observing your work for some time now, and I must say, I'm impressed." Hermione's jaw nearly dropped. "You are?" The corners of McGonagall's mouth twitched into the faintest of smiles. "Indeed. While I am usually one for structured and formal education, I cannot deny that your approach has been highly effective. The younger students seem to thrive under your instruction. They respect you, they trust you, and from what I hear, they're pushing themselves to limits I didn't think possible for their age. That is no small feat." Hermione's chest swelled with pride, but she bit back her grin, keeping her expression as composed as possible. "That said," McGonagall continued, "I cannot allow you to continue these lessons in the open courtyards and random and used classrooms. It lacks structure and creates unnecessary distractions. Therefore." She stood, gesturing for Hermione to follow her. Hermione eagerly trailed behind as they walked out of the office and down the corridors, her mind racing with possibilities. McGonagall led her to a spot near the 7th floor and stopped. She turned to Hermione and said, "The room of requirement will be your solution. Do you know of it?" Hermione shook her head. "No, headmistress." McGonagall gave a small nod. "It's a magical room that appears when someone is in great need of it. The room will transform to suit whatever purpose you require. It's an ideal location for your lessons. Let me show you." She paced back and forth 3 times, muttering under her breath. Suddenly, a door appeared in the stone wall. McGonagall pushed it open, revealing a spacious dojo-like room, complete with soft mats, practice dummies, and an array of training equipment. Hermione's eyes widened in awe. "This is perfect." McGonagall allowed herself a small smile. "I thought you might say that. From now on, this will be the designated space for your ninja classes. Use it well, Miss Granger. I have every confidence you will." That evening, Hermione gathered her students, nearly 80 of them now, and led them to the room of requirement for their first lesson in the new space. Her advanced students, now seasoned veterans and part-time teachers of the younger new students of her program, were just as excited as the newcomers. The room was a hit. The younger students marveled at the magical space, and Hermione beamed as she explained how it worked and what they'd be doing there. She split the group into 2, with Luna Lovegood taking half the students while Hermione looked over her veterans' teaching and managed the rest. Luna had proven to be an incredible co-teacher, her calm demeanor balancing Hermione's high-energy approach. The lesson was intense. The advanced students, who were now adept at flips, kicks, and rapid punches, were helping to guide the beginners, demonstrating techniques with pride. Hermione couldn't help but feel a swell of pride herself as she watched Jason, one of her top third years, patiently show a first year how to perfect a jumping roundhouse kick from a front kick. "Good job, Jason," Hermione called, clapping her hands. "And great effort, Ellie, keep that leg higher." Despite the grueling pace, everyone in the room was smiling and laughing. Hermione made sure to encourage every single student, giving out high fives and pats on the back. She even joined in the exercises herself, showing off her speed and agility to inspire the younger kids. By the end of the 2-hour session, most of the students were sprawled on the mats, too tired to move. Hermione stood in the center, hands on her hips, grinning at her exhausted crew. You all did amazing today, she said. I'm so proud of you. Keep this up, and you'll be flipping over trolls by the end of the year. That earned a round of weak cheers and laughs. After the session, Hermione stayed behind with her advanced students to do more advanced training and clean up and chat. They were more like friends now, their bond forged through shared sweat and hard work. Jason and a few others teased her about how much she'd pushed them that day. You're trying to kill us, aren't you, big sis? Jason joked, using the nickname many of them had adopted for her. Maybe, Hermione said with a mischievous grin, playfully punching his arm, and don't call me that name, it just does not feel right. When she finally left the room of requirement, Draco was waiting for her outside, leaning casually against the wall. How was it? He asked as she approached, his familiar smirk lighting up his face. Perfect, Hermione said, leaning into him for a quick kiss. I feel like I'm actually making a difference. Draco wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close as they walked. You've always made a difference, Hermione. That's why they all look up to you. Hermione smiled, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. As they headed to the Great Hall for dinner, Hermione felt a sense of satisfaction unlike anything she'd ever known. She had her students, her friends, her family. And Draco. And now, she had the room of requirement to make her lessons even better. What will get in her way? The other schools arrive and stuff happens? Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The excitement around Hogwarts was visible. The day had arrived when the visiting schools for the Triwizard Tournament, Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, would make their grand entrance. The field outside of the Black Lake buzzed with chatter as students speculated about the foreign wizards and witches they were about to meet. Hermione, naturally, was excited but competitive. She wasn't just a participant. Well, pretty sure she is, this New Year's spectacle, she was determined to make her mark. Can't wait to meet the others, Hermione said, grinning as she adjusted her school robes. She stood near Harry, Draco, Luna, and Ginny near the lake, their group waiting along with the rest of the school. But if they think they're walking in here and showing us up, they've got another thing coming. Draco chuckled, slipping his arm around her waist. Competitive already? Shocking. Oh, hush, Hermione teased, nudging him. I can be competitive and nice. Watch me charm the socks off everyone while also proving I'm the best. Harry rolled his eyes, standing with Luna and Ginny. Just try not to scare them away before they even get here. The arrival of the two schools was as grand as everyone had hoped. Durmstrang's ship rose from the Black Lake like some ancient leviathan, water cascading off its sides as its students emerged, dressed in dark, intimidating robes that matched their grim expressions. Meanwhile, Beauxbatons arrived in a glittering carriage pulled by massive, winged horses, their students stepping out with an air of grace and refinement. Hermione found herself fascinated by both groups but particularly drawn to the Beauxbatons students. There was something about their elegance and openness that appealed to her. Dinner in the Great Hall that evening was lively and chaotic. The tables were rearranged to allow the visiting students to sit alongside their Hogwarts counterparts. While the Beauxbatons students mingled easily, chatting in their lilting French accents with Hermione of course talking to three of them at once with well over-the-top personal with the Beauxbatons students looked twice at this girl what seemed too much. But the Durmstrang group was noticeably more reserved, sticking mostly to themselves. Hermione was her usual, outgoing self, introducing herself to as many Beauxbatons students as she could and making an effort to welcome the Durmstrang group, even though they seemed less inclined to reciprocate. But things took a sour turn when Hermione's natural charisma and easygoing nature drew attention from the Durmstrang group with her trying to break through their cold wall, knowing they could be as closed off as they looked. But a tall, sharp-eyed boy from Durmstrang sneered at her as she spoke animatedly with some Beauxbatons students. "Why are you so annoying?" he said loudly, his accent thick and mocking. What is the name? Hufflepuff possibly have to teach anyone? The comment hung in the air for a moment, the Hogwarts students in the hall going uncomfortably quiet and looking at the boy. Hermione blinked, then raised an eyebrow, her smile unfaltering. Well, she said calmly, for starters, Hufflepuffs know how to treat people with respect. Something you seem to be struggling with. The Durmstrang boy opened his mouth to retort, but before he could, a sudden movement caught everyone's attention. Hermione's students, nearly 50 of them from her ninja classes, rose from their seats almost in unison, creating a protective wall around her. The boy from Durmstrang and his group of friends, who seemed to be just followers, visibly recoiled, their expressions turning from arrogance to fear. Even some of the Beauxbatons students exchanged nervous glances, clearly startled by the show of unity and loyalty. Draco, Harry, Luna, and Ginny also stepped forward, their wands in hand, their expressions fierce. Draco, in particular, looked ready to duel anyone who so much as glanced at Hermione the wrong way. The Durmstrang boy, clearly unnerved, took a step back. It was just a joke. It didn't sound like one, Draco snapped, his tone ice-cold. Hermione, however, placed a calming hand on Draco's arm, her heart swelling with pride at the show of support from her students and friends. "Stand down," Hermione said, her voice carrying authority. "We don't need to waste our energy on this. After all, we have a tournament to win, and I'm pretty sure I can look after myself last time I checked." Her students hesitated but ultimately obeyed, going back to their seats and sitting down again with mutters of agreement. The Durmstrang boy and his friends looked visibly shaken, clearly aware they'd underestimated their Hogwarts counterparts. The headmasters from both visiting schools approached quickly, their faces stern, mostly too late, but seemed they wanted to seem in control. "Save this for the tournament, ladies and gentlemen," said Karkaroff, his voice oozing condescension. "There is no need for theatrics." McGonagall, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow but said nothing, her sharp eyes taking in the scene with quiet approval of her school being as one. As the evening continued, Hermione found herself basking in the warmth of her students' loyalty. They hadn't hesitated to stand up for her, and that meant the world. Draco grumbled as they left the Great Hall later that night. "I don't like those Durmstrang lot," he said. "Arrogant prats, the lot of them." "I second that," Harry added, walking with Luna and Ginny on either side of him, hands around them and they're around him. "They give me a bad feeling." "Well," Hermione said, slipping her hand into Draco's, "if they want to spend the year underestimating us, let them. It'll make our victory all the sweeter." By the next morning, it was clear that the Durmstrang students had picked up on the icy reception from the rest of Hogwarts after the insult of one of the most loved students. While the Beauxbaton students mingled easily and even seemed to enjoy Hermione's outgoing personality, the Durmstrang group sat quietly at the far end of the Gryffindor table, keeping to themselves. Hermione couldn't help but smirk. They might have underestimated her before, but now they knew better. As for Beauxbaton students, they were a welcome breath of fresh air. Hermione found herself enjoying their company, their blunt but kind French personalities meshing well with her own. By the end of the first day, Hermione felt ready for whatever the tournament, and its competitors, might throw her way. She wasn't just representing herself, she was representing her friends, her school, and the students who had her back without question. Let the games begin. Chapter End Notes. Just a quick thing, with writing ahead, I have not really done a great job of Hermione mingling with the other schools, so sorry about that. The champions are choosing. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was electric. Hundreds of eager eyes watched the blue flames of the Goblet of Fire flicker and dance as the long-anticipated names of the Triwizard champions were about to be announced. Students leaned forward, barely breathing, their attention glued to the enchanted artifact. Hermione sat at the Hufflepuff table, her leg bouncing under the table. Her friends surrounded her, Draco on her right, Harry across from her with Luna and Ginny flanking him. Her students, scattered throughout the hall, glanced at her nervously. "Are you really sure you'll got through?" Draco asked, his voice low but tinged with amusement. Hermione smirked, crossing her arms. "I didn't sneak out at night, down a dozen staircases, and risk detention for nothing. I'll be up there. Just wait." Harry rolled his eyes. "If you do, I not help you with the tasks. You're going to stress me out." Luna patted his arm. Don't worry, Harry. Hermione's bound to make it entertaining. When the headmaster stepped forward, calling for attention, the hall went silent. The goblet of fire hissed and crackled, its flames roaring higher, and a piece of paper comes out of it. The champion for Beaux Batons is Fleur Delacour. With the headmaster announced it with dramatic flair. And a tall, graceful girl stood, walking confidently to cheers from her schoolmates. The flames roared again, spitting out another name. The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Crumb. This time, a burly boy with a hardened look stepped forward, his schoolmates clapping thunderously. Finally, the flames crackled one last time. The students leaned forward, a collective gasp filling the air as the paper shot into the headmaster's hand. And the champion for Hogwarts is Hermione held her breath, her heart pounding in her chest, thinking it can't choose no one but me. Then, the headmaster's voice rang out. Hermione Granger. For a moment, there was stunned silence. Half the hall looked shocked, as though they couldn't believe she had managed to bypass the goblet's age restriction. The other half, her friends and students, burst into applause and whistles. Hermione Granger's done it. Go big sis. The Hufflepuff table erupted into cheers, her students practically shaking the table in their excitement. Hermione stood slowly, her grin wide and triumphant as she smoothed her robes and sauntered up toward the headmaster. The staff table was another story. The teachers wore a mix of shock and exasperation. How on earth did she manage that, muttered one professor. McGonagall, now headmistress, looked both impressed and mildly concerned. I'll admit, I suspected she might try something. Hermione approached, holding out her hand for the paper. She took it with a bright smile, oblivious, or possibly indifferent, to the teacher's astonishment. Well, she said cheerfully, guess I'll get going then. McGonagall's lips twitched into a reluctant smile as she gestured toward the door leading to the champion's quarters. Behind the heavy wooden doors, the atmosphere was different. The other two champions turned to look at her with varying degrees of surprise. The Beaux Batons champion, a girl named Fleur, raised an elegant eyebrow. You are very young, she said with a slight French accent. Hermione shrugged. Young, sure. But I'm the best at what I do. The Durmstrang boy, Victor Crumb, narrowed his eyes. How did you even get past the enchantments? I have my ways, Hermione replied cryptically, flashing a grin. Before the conversation could continue, a wiry old man with a measuring tape appeared, his wand clicking as it measured everything from the length of their arms to the width of their shoulders. Next to him stood a woman with a flying quill, scribbling notes furiously. Hermione stood patiently as the wandmaker examined her. Glad you have kept your wand in good standing with you, he said approvingly. Good balance, excellent craftsmanship. Should serve you well in the tasks. Thanks, Hermione said brightly, though her mind was already racing with possibilities. What tasks? What challenges? How would she prove herself not just to her school but to everyone else? As the champions were dismissed for the night after answering some questions for the odd woman writing at speeds she had never seen anyone write in her life. As she made her way back to her common room, Hermione felt a surge of excitement. This was it. She'd done it. She was officially Hogwarts champion, and nothing was going to stop her from showing the world what she could do. Let the tournament begin. Finding out what is the first task. The celebration in Hufflepuff's common room was something out of a dream, or a wild fever dream, depending on who you asked. The normally cozy space was bursting at the seams, filled with students from every house. The success of Hermione Granger, the unstoppable Hufflepuff ninja and Hogwarts champion, had united the school in a rare moment of shared excitement. Draco stood at her side, his arm loosely draped around her waist. His usual cool demeanor was replaced with something softer, protectiveness mixed with pride. But also, unmistakably, worry. Hermione, he said for what sounded like he was going to say something that might set his girlfriend to yell at him again, his voice low, I don't want you to get hurt. This tournament is dangerous. You know that, right? Hermione tilted her head back and let out a carefree laugh, her eyes sparkling in the warm glow of the common room lights. Draco, don't be such a drama queen. You're starting to sound like a worried mother hen. I'm serious, he said, his fingers tightening slightly on her waist. And I'm serious about this. She leaned up and kissed him, effectively silencing his concerns, at least for a little while. The kiss deepened, drawing a few wolf whistles and claps from the crowd around them. The next morning, Hermione was greeted by a mob of her students outside the Great Hall. Big Sister Hermione, one of the second years, called out, the name slipping through before he could stop himself. Hermione rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress the smile that tugged at her lips. Just Hermione, she corrected, though her tone was far from stern. The younger students surprised her with a group hug, practically swarming her. We're so proud of you, one girl said, while another boy added, you're going to win this thing, we know it. Their enthusiasm bled into the morning's ninja training. Everyone pushed themselves harder than ever before, striving to prove that they could be as strong and skilled as their idol. Hermione's advanced group shone brightest, their kicks sharper and their flips more controlled and faster than ever. Hermione, watching them, felt a wave of pride and affection. You're all incredible today, she said, clapping her hands. Keep this up, and I might have to start calling you the champions, not just me. That evening, the noise and energy from the day finally caught up to her. Hermione felt restless, the buzz of the common room becoming too much. She stood up suddenly, turning to Harry and Draco, who were lounging nearby. I need a break, she announced. Let's play hunt in our use now. What forms? It's been ages. Harry and Draco exchanged a glance. You sure? Harry asked. You're not too tired? Are you kidding? Hermione said, bouncing on the balls of her feet. I'm never too tired for this. Come on, let's go. The Forbidden Forest was dark and quiet that night, save for the rustling of leaves in the breeze. The three of them transformed into their animagus forms, Hermione's sleek red fox with its 9 flowing tails, Harry's majestic stag, and Draco's agile leopard. They darted through the trees, playing their usual game of hunt, their laughter and energy palpable even in their animal forms. Hermione chased Harry, her tails flicking behind her, while Draco stalked them both from the shadows. But then, the forest stillness was shattered by a deafening roar. The sound froze them in their tracks. Hermione's ears twitched, and she exchanged a wary glance with Draco. Cautiously, they crept toward the source of the noise, their footsteps silent against the forest floor. As they approached a clearing, their eyes widened in disbelief. There, towering and magnificent, were dragons, real dragons. Massive creatures with scales that gleamed in the moonlight, each secured in a reinforced cage. Wizards and witches moved around them, clearly tending to the beasts. The 3 teens quickly retreated, darting back into the cover of the trees before anyone could notice them. Once they were a safe distance away, they shifted back into their human forms, their breaths coming fast. Dragons, Draco said, his voice low and tense. The first task is dragons. Harry nodded, his face pale. It has to be seeing them. Dragons there. Hermione, however, was practically vibrating with excitement. Her eyes sparkled as she clenched her fists in determination. Dragons, she exclaimed, her voice bubbling with enthusiasm. Are you kidding me? This is amazing. She jumped up, spinning on her heel. I'm going to rock this. Just watch me. Draco stared at her, his mouth slightly open. Hermione, did you hit your head? Dragons are dangerous. Dangerous and awesome, she countered, grinning ear to ear. Harry shook his head but couldn't suppress a small smile, realizing he is thinking of Hermione fighting the dragons, not someone normal. Of course you're excited about dragons, he muttered. As they made their way back to the castle, Hermione's energy was infectious. And even Draco's worry began to fade, replaced by reluctant admiration and thoughts of the things Hermione prepare for task 1. Whatever lay ahead, one thing was certain, Hermione Granger was going to tackle it head-on, just like she always did. Preparing for the first task. Preparing for the first task of the Triwizard Tournament was an exercise in both patience and endurance, neither of which Hermione was particularly fond of. Draco, bless his heart, had taken to physically locking her in the library to make her study strategies for handling dragons. It wasn't exactly her idea of a good time. You know, Draco, Hermione grumbled, her head slumped dramatically on a pile of dusty tomes, I'm going to die of boredom before I even get to face the dragon. Draco, ever the cool and composed boyfriend, placed a plate of her favorite pastries on the table and leaned down to kiss her forehead. You're not going anywhere, love. Not until you've at least skimmed this chapter on protective enchantments. Hermione sighed dramatically but didn't argue, at least, not immediately. She reached for the pastry while Draco smirked. He knew exactly how to bribe her, even if it meant indulging in her theatrics. 2 weeks later. Things hadn't improved much. Harry, Luna, and Ginny joined their brainstorming sessions, though Hermione was now venting more than brainstorming. Ginny, who had been quietly observing Hermione's antics with a bemused expression, finally sighed and decided to step in with having another fun watching. You know, Ginny began casually, leaning back in her chair with her arm looped around Harry's, I can just tell you what to do. Hermione, who was currently mid-rant about the soul-sucking void that was the library, stopped dead. What? Ginny shrugged nonchalantly. Well, it's not rocket science. Remember, I was once a genius 7-year boy before getting stuck in that book and then in this lovely body. Just drench yourself in fireproof potion and use a broom. You're not actually expected to fight the dragon, it's not a gladiator match. Whatever the task is, you're probably just going to need to avoid getting roasted alive. The room fell silent. Hermione stared at Ginny like she'd grown another head. You're telling me, Hermione said slowly, that I've been wasting hours, weeks, of my life in this pit of despair when you knew the solution all along? Ginny nodded, unbothered and holding back a smile. Pretty much, yeah. Hermione let out a wail of frustration, startling Luna awake from where she'd been dozing on Harry's shoulder. This is why I hate the library. And studying. It never helps. Hermione yelled. And Draco, you love making potions. You can make this one for your loving girlfriend, right? Draco, who was jotting down notes with his signature precision, looked up with a resigned smile. Fine, he said. But only because I don't want you getting hurt, and I know you are, not great at potions. Ginny rattled off the ingredients, and Draco's expression grew darker with each one. Half of these are practically impossible to find, he muttered, rubbing his temples. And by the way, Ginny, why haven't you mentioned this earlier? Didn't seem urgent, Ginny replied with a shrug and had to take a breath to not give away her amusement, leaning back into Harry, who looked like he was trying to stifle a laugh. Draco let out a sigh of defeat, realizing he'd have to raid Snape's storeroom for the rarest ingredients. As if his life wasn't complicated enough. I'll help, Ginny offered, hating how nice she was becoming in this body and life, sensing Draco's distress. Draco blinked, surprised. You're good at potions? Ginny nodded. Better than Hermione, anyway. Hermione gasped. Excuse me? Draco, who had long accepted Hermione's less-than-stellar skills in the art of potion-making, merely said, she's right. Sorry. Hermione, after a brief pout, waved them off. Fine, but Draco, you better not try anything with Ginny or I will be very upset, teasing Draco. Draco's eyes widened in alarm, but Hermione just laughed, pulling him down for a kiss. God, I love how seriously you take everything, my little Draco, she said with a grin before skipping off. I'm going to check on my students. You too, get brewing. As Hermione headed to the room of requirement to meet her ninja students, Draco and Ginny got to work. The potion required meticulous care and precision, which Draco excelled at, and Ginny surprised him with her deft handling of the ingredients. You're a lot better at this than I expected, Draco admitted as Ginny expertly crushed a rare herb into powder. Told you, Ginny replied with a small smirk. Now let's hurry up. Hermione's not exactly patient, and she can be blind to how much work this takes. Draco nodded in agreement. Yeah, and I'd rather not find out what happens if we fail her, with not wanting her to be well killed by a dragon. Later that evening, Hermione returned to find the potion nearly complete. She gave Draco and Ginny a radiant smile, pulling Draco into a kiss. "You're the best," she said, her excitement bubbling over. "Don't thank me yet," Draco warned. "You still have to face the dragon." Hermione's grin widened. "Oh, I'm not worried. Just wait and see, I'm going to rock this. No dragon is going to stop me." The first task. The day of the first task arrived, and the tension in the air was palpable. Students from all three schools buzzed with excitement and nervous energy, but Hermione Granger, true to her bold and audacious personality, had her own unique way of making an entrance. The grandstands were filled, with banners waving and students cheering, but the loudest, by far, came from Hermione's contingent of ninja trainees. They held hand-painted signs reading things like "Big Sis Hermione Rules" and "Ninja Boss for the Win." A testament to how much they adored their fearless leader. Draco and Harry, standing nearby with Luna and Ginny, weren't quite as enthusiastic. While Luna leaned casually into Harry with her usual dreamy confidence and Ginny clung to his other arm whispering reassurances, the boys were visibly worried. "She's got this," Ginny said confidently. "She's Hermione. If she can deal with all of us, a dragon's nothing." Harry, however, didn't look reassured. "Our mom is going to kill me if anything happens to her," he muttered under his breath, clutching the letter he'd received from their mom that morning. It contained specific instructions to immediately write back with a detailed account of Hermione's performance, and assurances of her safety. "She's going to kill her when she finds out Hermione willingly signed up for this," Draco added grimly. When Hermione's name was announced, the Hogwarts section erupted into cheers. She stepped out confidently, holding a bucket of shimmering liquid, the fireproof potion. Every step she took exuded determination, and her outfit, complete with a sleek white top and joggers, emphasized her athletic frame. Draco groaned softly as he realized the implications of the white top. She didn't think that through, did she? Hermione, oblivious to the collective murmurs and wide eyes from the stands, smiled broadly as she tipped the bucket over her head. The potion poured down, shimmering as it coated her hair, skin, and white clothes and summoned her broom from the side of the stadium, which had been pre-enchanted to not burn up from dragon fire with Draco's help. The crowd gasped in awe as the potion shimmered like liquid gold in the sunlight. Hermione looked like some mythical warrior, her confidence shining as brightly as the potion itself, not realizing that her bra could be seen slightly through the now wet, thick white top. She mounted her broom and soared into the arena, ready to face the massive dragon waiting for her. The dragon, a massive Hungarian horntail, snarled menacingly, flames already curling around its lips. The crowd collectively held their breath. Draco muttered a curse under his breath. "That thing's a monster." Hermione, however, didn't flinch. She dived straight into the action to get the golden egg, weaving gracefully through the air as the dragon spewed jets of fire at her. The flames rolled over her, but thanks to the potion, they dissipated harmlessly. The crowd roared, utterly captivated, and the fire turned into sparks bouncing off Hermione like it was all part of a stage show. Her ninja training shone through as she performed a flawless barrel roll, narrowly dodging a swipe from the dragon's massive claw. Then she flipped her broom upside down, flying mere inches from the ground before shooting straight up into the sky, her trajectory taking her over the dragon's head. "She's insane," Draco muttered, clutching the railing of the stand so tightly his knuckles turned white. "She's brilliant," Luna said dreamily. The dragon released another fiery blast, but Hermione dived straight through it, the flames curling harmlessly around her into flicker sparks. The crowd went wild as she circled back, grabbed the golden egg from the dragon's nest while upside down with the dragon looking more shocked than the kids in the crowd. How she was not burned to a crisp, and then she sped toward the finish line, all in under 2 minutes. As soon as she landed, Harry and Draco bolted down to her. Draco reached her first, pulling her into a tight embrace. "You're insane," he said, his voice shaking slightly. "But amazing." Hermione beamed, clearly riding the high of her victory. Told you I'd rock this, she said confidently. Draco kissed her, his lips lingering longer than usual. When he finally pulled back, he noticed, along with everyone else, that her white shirt, now wet from the potion and sweat, had turned fully translucent. His jaw tightened as he glanced toward the crowd. He spotted a few third-year boys from Hermione's ninja class gawking, their faces redder than tomatoes. With a protective arm around Hermione, Draco shot them a glare that promised they'd regret every second of their lives if they didn't look away immediately. "Draco?" Hermione asked, confused by his sudden intensity. "Nothing," he muttered, pulling her closer, knowing it would just embarrass her to know. The scores were announced, and Hermione received near-perfect 10s, save for one grumpy judge who gave her a 5. She clenched her fists, about to storm over and demand an explanation, but Draco and Harry quickly intervened, grabbing her. "Leave it," Draco said, steering her toward the Hogwarts tent. "You've already won. Don't ruin your moment." As they walked back, Hermione was swarmed by her ninja students, all of whom were clamoring for hugs and high fives. She happily obliged, grinning as they showered her with praise. Draco, still keeping an eye on the overly enthusiastic boys in her class, leaned down and kissed her again, staking his claim as her boyfriend and showing them she was not there to try anything with he might be jealous of them being close to his girl, but in the end they were 1-year-old boys. Hermione, completely oblivious to his territorial display, smiled blissfully, her focus solely on celebrating her victory with her friends and students. That night, as Hermione examined her golden egg, she couldn't stop smiling. She'd done it, proven herself against a dragon and come out on top. Draco sat beside her, his arm draped protectively around her shoulders, while Harry, Luna, and Ginny chatted excitedly about the day's events. Hermione didn't even realize the egg contained a clue for the next task, with not really listening to the heads talking at the end of the task. For now, she was too busy basking in the glory of her triumph, surrounded by the people she loved most. The talk? Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The next morning began with laughter and hushed giggles in the Hufflepuff dormitory as Hermione and her roommates prepared for the day. The conversation soon shifted to the upcoming Yule Ball in a month or so, a topic that brought endless excitement to the girls. One of Hermione's roommates, a bubbly girl named Sophie, leaned over with a mischievous grin. "So, Hermione," Sophie began, her voice low with mock seriousness, "what are you planning to wear to the ball? Knowing you, it'll be something fabulous." Hermione smiled as she brushed her hair, the soft sunlight streaming through the dorm window. "I was thinking of a red dress I have seen in a shop," she replied, her eyes lighting up. "Something elegant but bold. I want it to be a surprise for Draco." Her roommates squealed with excitement, clapping their hands. "He's going to love it," Sophie said. But she leaned in closer, getting way too excited, and was a girl known for not holding back on what she said, her tone conspiratorial. "Are you making the night the one?" Hermione blinked, confused. "The one?" she echoed. "What do you mean?" The girls giggled knowingly, Sophie whispering, "You know, the night you lose your virginity." The statement hung in the air like a rogue spell, and Hermione froze, her cheeks heating up. She had never really thought about it before. Sure, she loved Draco, deeply. When they kissed, she sometimes found herself wondering what it might feel like to go further, but this? This was new territory. "Honestly," Hermione said slowly, her voice faltering, "I haven't thought about it much. I mean, I love him, but will it change things? Should it? I don't know." Her roommates, sensing her seriousness, softened their teasing. "It's a big decision," Sophie said gently. "But it sounds like you really love him. If it feels right, then it's right." Hermione nodded, having had another of talking about such a personal thing, with the thought still lingering in her mind. She quickly steered the conversation back to dresses, finding solace in discussing necklines and fabric choices. Still, the idea refused to leave her. That evening, the question continued to weigh on Hermione's mind. Harry had gone off with Luna and Ginny for some alone time, and Draco was reading on a couch in the Hufflepuff common room. Hermione decided it was time to talk to him. She plopped down next to Draco, startling him slightly. "Hey," she began, her voice soft but determined. "Can we talk?" Draco raised an eyebrow, closing his book. "Of course," he said, setting it aside. "What's on your mind?" Hermione hesitated for a moment, then dived in. "I've been thinking about us. About our relationship." Draco looked puzzled. "Is something wrong? I thought things were great." "They are." Hermione reassured him quickly. I wanted to know what you think about us, where we're going." Draco paused, clearly considering her words carefully, with Hermione never being this story ever, only when it was amazingly important to her, and said, "Hermione, I love you," he said earnestly. "I think what we have is incredible." "Why? What's brought this on?" Hermione took a deep breath. "Do you think we're ready to, take things to the next level?" Understanding dawned on Draco's face, and he flushed slightly. "Oh," he said, his voice quieter. "You mean that?" Hermione nodded, biting her lip nervously. Draco's initial embarrassment faded a bit but was still there, with them both still only being teens, trying to put on a soft smile. I think I'd be ready. But only if you are." Hermione felt a wave of relief. "I think I am," she admitted. "But only if we're both sure. Maybe, on the night of the Yule Ball? We could make it special?" Draco chuckled, leaning in to kiss her gently. "You're incredible," he whispered. "That sounds perfect. I promise to make it unforgettable." Hermione grinned, her nerves fading as excitement took over. "Good," she said. "Now I need to help some third years with their enchantment homework." "See you later," she said, kissing him and bouncing up. Draco laughed, watching her jog over to a group of younger students from every house who were waiting for her eagerly on the floor in the quiet side of the room. With all house common rooms were open for all houses to go into, with students did not see the big deal anymore, with just caring about spending time with friends, not caring about what house. Sitting down in the circle of third years, Hermione felt a sense of calm return. The students, Jason, Leah, and Marcus, looked up at her like she was their role model and friend. They joked, laughed, and worked through their assignment together, with Hermione offering guidance and encouragement. "Big sis Hermione, what's this charm for again?" Jason teased, using the nickname they all affectionately called her, knowing she hates it. "Just Hermione," she corrected for the 10th time in the last hour. "And that's the wand light charm. It's supposed to illuminate without overheating or blinding." By the time they finished, Hermione felt lighter. She was confident in her decision, happy with her relationship, and grateful for the love and support of her students and friends. As she walked back to her common room, Hermione couldn't help but smile. The Yule Ball was just around the corner, and she was ready for it. Chapter end notes. I don't know if the bit about saying how all the houses now go into each other's homerooms was a little forced, but well, it's there. I hope to have the next part out tomorrow. Yule Ball and the night of the Yule Ball. Chapter summary. There is not really lemon in this chapter, but it is mentioned in it and done in it. I just want to put a kind of warning for people there. The weeks following Hermione's triumphant first task felt like a whirlwind of routine and excitement. Her ninja army, as people jokingly called it, continued to grow, with students from all houses eagerly joining her morning classes. Their dedication to training was unwavering, and Hermione couldn't help but feel proud of them. These sessions became a haven of camaraderie and strength, with students developing not only their skills but also a sense of unity that defied Hogwarts' usual house divisions. On more than one occasion, Hermione's students had leapt to her defense. Once, a cocky Durmstrang student had attempted to belittle her during lunch, spouting nonsense about how the Triwizard Tournament was beyond a silly girl's capabilities. Before Hermione could deliver one of her sharp retorts, her students had formed a formidable wall on either side of her, their glares enough to send the Durmstrang boy scurrying back to his table. "Thanks, everyone," Hermione had said afterward, her heart swelling with affection. "But next time, let me handle it." "You're all amazing, though." Academically, life at Hogwarts moved along in its usual chaotic way. History of magic continued to be a dull, droning affair under the ghostly Professor Binns, with most students doodling in their notebooks or whispering among themselves. Hermione, however, found her own way to make use of the time by practicing spellcasting, with it being a skill that would certainly come in handy during the tournament. Astronomy, on the other hand, remained one of her favorite subjects. Hermione loved studying the stars, fascinated by how their positions influenced magic and life itself. Even divination had its moments, though Hermione couldn't stand the teacher's constant doom-laden prophecies about Harry. "She's a fraud," Hermione had said to Harry after one particularly ridiculous class. "If I hear her predict your untimely death one more time, I might just predict hers, with me being the cause." The night of the Yule Ball had finally arrived, and the excitement in the castle was palpable. Hermione had spent hours preparing, her nerves mounting with every passing minute. The dress she had chosen, a stunning dark red gown with intricate green patterns, fit her like a glove, accentuating her figure. Luna had helped style her hair, creating loose waves that framed her face perfectly. As Hermione stood before the mirror in her dormitory, she couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. She looked elegant, radiant, and, as she told herself with a grin, good. When she descended into the Hufflepuff common room, Draco was already waiting for her, looking dashing in his tailored robes. The moment he saw her, his jaw dropped slightly, and he swallowed hard. "You look too good to be real," he managed to say, his voice thick with awe. "Wow." He offered her his hand, and when she took it, he gently spun her around, taking in every detail of her gown. "I'm the luckiest guy in the world, with the best-looking girl in the world," he murmured, planting a soft kiss on her cheek. Hermione blushed, feeling warmth spread through her chest. "You're okay boy Draco," she teased. "Let's make this a night to remember." When the champions were called to begin the first dance, all eyes were on Hermione as she entered the ballroom with Draco. The other champions were impressive, but Hermione stole the show. Her confidence, grace, and radiant smile captivated everyone in the room. She felt Draco's arm around her waist as they glided across the dance floor. And for once, she didn't feel the weight of being a champion. She felt like a normal teenager, albeit one who happened to be madly in love with her boyfriend, and knew that, later on, it would lead to something that could push their relationship further into something more mature and real. As the evening wore on, Hermione danced with other partners, including several of her students who had shyly asked for a turn. Jason, one of her most advanced students, even managed to charm her into 2 dances, earning himself a proud grin from Hermione and a protective look from Draco. "You're raising quite an army," Draco said with a chuckle when Hermione returned to his side. "I prefer to think of them as protégés," she replied with a wink. By 9 o'clock, the younger students were ushered back to their dorms, leaving the older years to enjoy slower dances and more intimate moments. Hermione and Draco shared several dances, their movements perfectly synchronized as they whispered sweet nothings to each other and laughed at their inside jokes. Across the room, Harry was dancing with both Ginny and Luna, looking happy to have both of them at that moment. Eventually, Draco leaned close to Hermione, his voice barely above a whisper. "Are you ready?" Hermione met his gaze, her heart pounding. She knew exactly what he meant, with none of them really mentioning their discussion for tonight since their talk weeks ago. But she nodded, her voice steady. "Yes." Taking her hand, Draco led her from the ballroom, weaving through the halls until they reached the room of requirement. When the door appeared and swung open, Hermione gasped. The room had transformed into a romantic haven, with soft candlelight, a bubble bed scattered with red petals, and a faint, enchanting fragrance in the air. Draco turned to her, his expression serious but tender. "Are you sure you're ready for this?" Hermione smiled, stepping closer to him. "I've never been more sure about anything." They kissed, slowly at first, then with increasing passion. Clothes were shed, barriers were broken, and they explored a new depth of their relationship that night. It was a moment of pure love and connection, and Hermione felt certain that Draco was the one for her. The next morning, Hermione woke up nestled against Draco's chest, the soft light of dawn filtering through the room. She felt a profound sense of happiness and contentment. Draco stirred, his arms tightening around her as he whispered, "Morning, love." Hermione looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. "Morning." They stayed like that for a while, savoring the quiet intimacy of the moment. Eventually, Hermione sat up, stretching and running her fingers through her hair. "We should probably get back before people start wondering where we are." Draco smirked. Let them wonder, with him bring her into his hold again and pulling her back into the bed for more fun, with Hermione happily allowing it, loving this new part of their relationship. What's in the egg, what's in it? The days at Hogwarts had started to blur together for Hermione. Between her ninja classes, regular coursework, and enjoying her time with Draco, she had barely thought about the Triwizard Tournament. It wasn't until one lazy afternoon when she and Draco were lounging in the Hufflepuff common room that she casually brought up the golden egg. "I should really get around to figuring out that egg clue," Hermione said, spinning a quill between her fingers. Draco raised an eyebrow. "Egg clue? What egg clue?" Hermione froze, her face turning a shade of red. "Oh, the egg from the first task? It's supposed to have a clue for the next one." Draco's expression shifted from confusion to disbelief. "Hermione, you've had that egg for weeks, and you're just now mentioning it?" She shrugged nonchalantly. "I didn't think it would be that hard to figure out." "Somewhere safe?" Draco repeated, pinching the bridge of his nose. "You mean to tell me that you've been sitting on a crucial clue for the next task, and you don't even know where it is?" Hermione jumped up from the couch, motioning for Draco to follow her. "Relax, I know exactly where it is. It's in my room." "Probably." It took Hermione nearly 30 minutes of rummaging through her dormitory to locate the golden egg, which had been shoved into a drawer alongside random trinkets from her previous years. "Found it," she announced triumphantly, holding up the egg. "I knew it was here. Right next to that silly rock we found in first year." Draco carefully took the egg from her, muttering analysis under his breath. His face darkened. "This is not going to be easy," he said, turning to Hermione. "Why didn't you tell me about this earlier?" "We only have until after Christmas to solve what this means, Hermione." "That's barely any time." Hermione waved her hand dismissively, already shifting to her next train of thought. "You're still coming for Christmas, right? Alex is going to be so excited to see you. I miss him so much already. I can't wait to see him." Draco sighed, recognizing the glint of excitement in her eyes. "Yes, I'll come for 4 days after Christmas," he promised. "But we really need to focus on this clue, Hermione. You're going to be competing against something worse than dragons next, for Merlin's sake." "Well, so we know it's not dragons again," Hermione said with a smirk. "That's done. Maybe it's something silly like putting the egg in water or something." Draco blinked at her, exasperated. "That's ridiculous. Why would?" 2 days later, Draco found himself in the prefect's bathroom, sitting in a hot bath with the golden egg submerged in the water. To his annoyance, Hermione's offhand guess had been spot on. The egg, when opened underwater, emitted a haunting melody, and her riddles became much clearer from it. Draco listened carefully, piecing together the clues. It was something about the lake, mere people, and retrieving something important. While the riddle was still somewhat cryptic, the part about the lake was clear as day and having to go underwater for a long time. That evening, he explained everything to Hermione while they sat in the common room. "You're going to have to go underwater," he said, his tone cautious. Hermione's face twisted in mild disgust. "I can swim," she admitted, "but water gets everywhere. It's, ugh. Not my favorite thing." Draco smirked, shaking his head. "Of course, that's your concern. Well, it's not just about swimming. We'll need a way to keep you underwater long enough to complete the task. There's got to be a spell or potion for it." Hermione perked up at that. A potion. Perfect. You can help me brew it. Draco sighed, already preparing himself for the trial of sneaking into Snape's private stores for rare ingredients again. We'll talk about it over the holidays, he said, leaning forward to kiss her. But seriously, Hermione, let's try not to leave everything until the last minute this time. Hermione giggled, throwing her arms around his neck. You worry too much, Draco. I'll be fine. As they cuddled on the couch, the thought of facing the lake and whatever awaited her under its surface seemed less daunting. For now, she was content to bask in the warmth of Draco's presence, her excitement for Christmas and Alex's inevitable joy outweighing any lingering concerns about the tournament. Back home for the start of the Christmas holidays. The train ride home was a mixture of excitement and bittersweet goodbyes. Hermione and Harry sat together, both buzzing with anticipation to see their family. Hermione couldn't stop talking about Alex, eagerly recounting how much he must have grown and what new words he'd likely learned. Harry just smiled, watching his sister's energy fill the compartment. Draco, who sat across from them, was quieter than usual, and Hermione could tell he wasn't thrilled about parting ways for a few days and going to his house. Don't sulk, she teased, nudging him with her foot. 1 week, Draco. You'll survive without me. Draco smirked. I'm not sulking. I'm just mentally preparing for the chaos you'll bring when I arrive at your house. And, he added with a playful grin, I'll miss you. Hermione blushed slightly but rolled her eyes, leaning across the small table to give him a quick kiss. I'll miss you. Too. When the train finally pulled into King's Cross, Hermione and Harry practically flew off the platform, spotting their parents and little Alex almost immediately. Alex, now a lively 3-year-old, was perched on their dad's shoulders, waving his small arms furiously. Hermie! Hi! He yelled, his voice carrying across the station. Hermione reached them first, grabbing Alex from her dad's shoulders and pulling him into a tight hug, burying her face in his hair. Oh, I've missed you so much, my little prince. Harry followed closely, ruffling Alex's hair as their dad laughed, seeing his 2 older kids fighting over their little bro with Harry saying, Hey, buddy, pulling him into a hug, with Hermione letting Harry have time with their little bro. Foxy. Stagey. Alex exclaimed, holding up his stuffed fox and stag. Mommy says if I miss you, I hug them. There you. Hermione's heart melted on the spot, and she exchanged a warm glance with Harry. That's the sweetest thing I've ever heard, she said, squeezing him and Harry a tight hug. Harry nodded, his voice softer than usual. Yeah, Alex. That's amazing. Of course, Alex's sweetness lasted only 5 minutes before he wriggled free and began chanting, Foxy now. Stagey now. Wanna play? Hermione laughed. Later, little prince. Right now, we have to get home. The first few days of the holidays were a flurry of activity. Hermione and Harry spent hours catching up with her parents, telling them about their studies, their classes, and the Triwizard tournament. Her dad, who always worried, frowned when she mentioned the first task and gave Harry a glare. Harry did not tell their parents anything about dragons and made sure Hermione did not. They had you face dragons? He exclaimed, looking like he might march down to Hogwarts himself. Hermione waved him off with a grin. And I rocked it, Dad. You should have seen me. When she wasn't talking their ears off, Hermione and Harry dedicated themselves to spending time with Alex. Every moment was filled with laughter and games. She transformed into Foxy several times, letting Alex chase her around the yard, his little legs pumping as fast as they could go. With Harry being stagey, much to Alex's delight. And when they weren't, Alex always reminded them about his plushes. With Alex in bed, hugging his stag and fox plushies while gleefully yelling, I got you, Foxy. And Stagey made the siblings feel more connected than ever with them putting him to bed. Hermione and Harry also made time to catch up with her Muggle friends from the neighborhood. It had been months since she'd seen them, but they welcomed her back like no time had passed. They often gathered outside to watch her train, sitting on the grass and chatting while Hermione performed flips and high kicks and made lesson plans for her little ninjas discreetly, with it being not normal to be teaching over 80 kids in a normal school, right? "You're like a superhero," one of her friends said, awestruck as Hermione leapt into a flawless backflip, with her not realizing he is trying to flirt with her and not doing a great job with him being 14 and does not really understand girls yet, and did not mind with her being his friend before anything. Hermione laughed, brushing her hair back. "Hardly. I'd just like to stay fit." Her friends didn't mind that she spent most of their time together practicing. They were more than happy to sit and watch, asking questions, and occasionally attempting a cartwheel or two themselves. By Christmas Eve, the house was alive with holiday spirit. The tree was decorated with twinkling lights, and the smell of fresh-baked cookies filled the air. Hermione and Harry helped Alex hang the last of the ornaments, with Alex insisting that his Foxy and Stagey plushies sit under the tree. After dinner, Hermione and Harry sat by the fireplace with Alex nestled between them. "Will Santa bring me a broomstick?" Alex asked sleepily, leaning his head against Hermione's arm. Hermione chuckled. "Maybe, little prince. But you're going to have to be extra good next year to use it." Alex grinned, his eyes fluttering closed. "Foxy and Stagey will teach me," he murmured, pointing to the plushes on the tree before drifting off. Hermione and Harry exchanged a warm smile. "He's the best," Harry said softly, brushing a strand of hair from Alex's face. "He really is," Hermione agreed, her heart full as she kissed her brother's forehead. The evening ended with the family sitting together by the fire, quietly enjoying the warmth of being together again. Tomorrow would bring the magic of Christmas, and soon after, Draco's arrival, but for now, everything felt perfect. Another Christmas, another dog. Wait, what? Christmas morning began with the entire house being woken up by Alex, who had finally grasped the joy of the holiday. At precisely 5 a.m., he burst into every room, his high-pitched voice yelling, "It's Christmas! It's Christmas!" He ended his journey by bounding into their parents' bed, climbing between them with his wild curls and infectious grin. "Mommy, Daddy, let's open presents," he squealed, bouncing with enough energy to rival Hermione's during one of her training sessions. Their mom, bleary-eyed but smiling, groaned, "Alex, sweetheart, it's so early. Can we wait just a little bit?" Before she could negotiate further, Hermione and Harry stumbled into the room, still half asleep but smiling at their little brother's excitement. Their mom sighed, relenting. "All right, how about we all cuddle for a bit first?" The family piled onto the bed, creating a warm, cozy nest. Alex wriggled his way into the center, snuggling happily between his siblings and parents. It was one of those rare moments of pure family closeness, with everyone feeling the holiday spirit, even at such an early hour. After a few more hours of rest, the house buzzed with excitement as Alex led the charge to the Christmas tree. The first present he tore into was a child-sized flying broomstick, enchanted to hover no more than a meter off the ground. Alex's eyes widened in awe, and he screamed, "Broom!" Hermione and Harry immediately volunteered to teach him how to use it. Their mom and dad exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unsure about this gift's safety, but they were reassured when Hermione explained the magical device that would make the garden appear empty to any nosy neighbors when they were out there doing magic things. Well, that could be useful, their dad admitted, already scheming about how to use the device to avoid small talk with neighbors over the fence. Alex ran off with his broom, yelling about how Foxy and Stagey, his beloved plushies, would ride it with him. Meanwhile, Hermione and Harry began unwrapping their own gifts. Hermione was blown away by the thoughtfulness of her friends and students. Among her gifts was a magical training sword, sleek and lightweight, that could channel spells through its blade. Her students had pooled their resources to get it for her, and the accompanying letter brought tears to her eyes. "Dear Big Sis Hermione," it began. "Thank you for everything you've taught us and for always believing in us. You make us feel at home even when we're far away. You inspire us to be strong, brave, and kind. We hope this gift shows even a little bit of how much you mean to us. Her closer students chipped in for another gift, a bright pink, tight-fitting training top emblazoned with the words, "Best Big Sis Trainer Ever." Hermione laughed out loud as she held it up, imagining the teasing from Harry and Draco that would inevitably follow. Harry received gifts from Luna and Ginny, who had clearly collaborated. Luna gave him a magical astronomy set, while Ginny's gift was a beautifully crafted photo album, complete with moving pictures of their time at Hogwarts together. Harry was visibly touched, flipping through the album with a soft smile. From their parents, Hermione and Harry received thoughtful gifts, including books, new clothes, and a few small surprises. But the highlight of the day was the family gift, a tiny, excitable puppy. "Oh my gosh!" Hermione squealed as Alex practically tackled the little dog in excitement. "What's his name?" "Rex," Alex declared, holding the squirming puppy close to his chest. The little dog was the size of one of Alex's plushies, and it wasn't long before he was introducing Rex to Foxy and Stagey. "They'll be best friends," Alex announced, beaming. Hermione and Harry couldn't resist joining in the fun. They transformed into their animagus forms, Foxy and Stagey, and played with Rex and Alex in the garden. At first, Rex seemed wary of the giant stag and clever fox, but after a few minutes, he was bounding after them, barking happily. By the time dinner rolled around, Alex was completely worn out. He fell asleep face first in his mashed potatoes, drawing laughter from everyone at the table. Their mom gently carried him to bed, tucking him in with his new puppy curled up by his side. The rest of the family spent the evening cuddled on the couch, watching Christmas movies. Harry and Hermione, who hadn't seen a TV in months, were delighted by the simple pleasure of the Muggle world. Hermione felt a deep sense of contentment as she leaned against her dad's shoulder, the warmth of her family and the holiday spirit wrapping around her like a blanket. Tomorrow, Draco would arrive, but tonight, everything felt just right. She drifted off to sleep, a peaceful smile on her face, knowing this had been a Christmas to remember. Draco is here forever, their second charismas and goodbyes again. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Draco arrived 2 days after Christmas, looking unusually reserved as he stood on the Granger's doorstep with his suitcase. Hermione flung the door open, practically tackling him in a hug before he could even step inside. "Draco! You're here," she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yeah, I'm here," Draco said, offering a small smile. He looked over her shoulder at her parents, who were standing behind her, smiling warmly. "Welcome, Draco," Mrs. Granger said, stepping aside to let him in. "We're so glad you could come." "Thanks for having me," Draco replied politely, though his tone was unusually subdued. Hermione noticed the shift immediately. "What's wrong?" she asked, her excitement dimming just slightly. Draco sighed. "My father," he began, "has made it clear that I'm not welcome at the manor anymore. He didn't like my choices," he said bitterly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "So, I've been disowned." Mrs. Granger immediately stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on Draco's shoulder. "You're welcome to stay here as long as you need, Draco. Our home is your home." Draco looked like he was about to refuse, but before he could say a word, Hermione squealed, "Yes. Draco can stay with us all year round now. This is the best news ever." She pounced on him, knocking him to the floor again, where Rex immediately ran over to investigate, barking excitedly. Alex, hearing the commotion, toddled in from the living room with his stuffed animals and promptly jumped onto Draco's stomach as well, giggling. "Draco staying? Yay!" Alex cheered, waving his plush fox and stag in the air, not properly understanding what was going on, just wanting to have fun. Draco groaned, half from the weight of the two siblings and half from the overwhelming situation. "I guess I'm staying," he said, defeated but with a small smile tugging at his lips. "I'll write to my mother, let her know where I am. She's welcome to visit if she can avoid my father." Hermione, still on top of him, leaned down and kissed him on the cheek. "You're not just staying, you're part of the family now, being my future loving husband." The next week was filled with love, laughter, and plenty of chaos. Draco quickly became a central figure in the Granger household. He spent hours chasing Alex around in his animagus form, a sleek leopard, with Hermione and Harry joining in as foxy and stagey. Alex, in his delight, started calling him Brother Draco, which had started as a joke from Harry, with knowing Draco will find it odd, but quickly became something Alex took to heart, and Draco could not tell Alex to stop now. Draco even gifted Alex a plush leopard for a late Christmas gift, which the little boy adored. He proudly carried it around with him everywhere, declaring that Foxy, stagey, and Leppy would protect him when his big sister and brothers went back to Hogwarts like the last time they went. On their second Christmas Day with Hermione wants Draco's gifts on Christmas Day. So they just said that this day is Christmas as well. Draco had surprised Hermione with a beautiful golden bracelet, enchanted to glow softly whenever the wearer thought of their significant other. "It's a forever bracelet," Draco explained, fastening it onto her wrist. "It's supposed to symbolize that you'll always be in my thoughts." Hermione blushed furiously, leaning in to kiss him. "I love it," and kissed him. Draco's own bracelet, identical to hers, glowed faintly as he smiled down at her. "When we think of one another they glow to let us know we thinking of him." For Harry, Draco had gifted a sleek set of enchanted quills and parchment, which Harry had laughed about, joking that Draco wanted him to do better on his essays. "It's thoughtful," Harry admitted with a grin, pocketing the gift. As the holidays came to an end, the day of departure loomed closer. Alex grew quieter and clingier, clearly upset about his siblings leaving again. On the morning of their departure, he clutched his stuffed animals tightly, his eyes brimming with tears. "Don't go," he whispered as Hermione hugged him tightly, tears in her own eyes. "I'll miss you too like a lot." Alex babbled out. "Oh, my little prince," Hermione said, stroking his curls. "We'll write every day, and we'll send pictures just like always, okay?" "I promise." Draco knelt down, pulling Alex into a hug of his own. "You'll be all right, buddy. Keep an eye on Foxy, Stagey, and Leppy for us, okay?" Alex nodded solemnly, clutching his plush animals tightly as if they could make his siblings stay. "I'll look after them," and then Harry lifted him into a big hug saying he will make sure to get him something Grumhog mead when he can and will want to race him on his broom so practices what Alex promised he would do. As they boarded the train, they looked back to see Alex standing with their parents. Just as the train began to pull away, Alex shouted, "I'll take care of them so you're safe." Hermione smiled through her tears, waving at her family until they disappeared from view. Back in their compartment, Draco pulled out several books. "All right, we need to focus," he said, flipping through the pages. "We've got to figure out how to keep you breathing underwater for the second task." Hermione, still emotional from leaving Alex, wasn't exactly in the mood to study. She leaned into Draco's shoulder with a sigh. "Can't we just cuddle for a bit?" Draco smirked, but his tone remained serious. "We cuddled and did more last night, remember? Now it's time to plan. I don't want you going into that lake unprepared." Hermione groaned dramatically, but Draco's determination was unwavering. Harry, who had been sitting across from them, stood up suddenly. "You two enjoy your books. I've got other plans," he said with a sly grin, making his way out of the compartment. "Where's he off to?" Hermione asked. Draco didn't even look up from his book. "Probably to snog Luna and Ginny." Hermione rolled her eyes, laughing softly. "Well, I guess that means we've got time to focus on this clue of have our own fun," with Draco giving her a look saying no, which just made her huff and sat but pick up a book and started to read. Draco smiled at her, pulling her closer as he dove into their research. Chapter end notes. So Draco's dad is not a death-eating in my head in this AU, but just well old-fashioned with not liking his son who will take over his family and bring such things into his family and business, so he is still an asshole but not a murderer asshole. The second task, with where the is Draco? The return to Hogwarts after winter break brought with it the familiar chill of the Scottish Highlands and the ever-bustling energy of students settling back into their routines. For Hermione, though, everything felt a little brighter. She had spent a magical holiday surrounded by her family, and the addition of Draco to their home had only made it sweeter. But now, back at school, she was ready to dive into her responsibilities as both a student and an unintentional leader of her ninja army students. Her first day back started as it always did, at the room of requirement with her students. The advanced group had grown stronger and slightly bigger, their flips sharper and their punches faster. Watching them practice filled Hermione with pride, and as she guided them through a series of advanced kicks, she couldn't help but laugh at their enthusiasm. The younger students, meanwhile, had all returned with renewed determination, eager to impress her. As the weeks progressed, Hermione threw herself into both her teaching and her own studies. The second task of the Triwizard Tournament loomed ahead, and while Draco was diligently helping her prepare, there was still an uneasiness about the task that she couldn't quite shake, but could not help but throw that feeling with feeling ready for anything. The egg's clue, deciphered through Draco's persistence, indicated she'd need to rescue something important from the bottom of the Black Lake. But one line of the riddle had remained a mystery, a nagging puzzle piece that neither of them could fit into place. It seemed important to the task, but what? With not realizing that the biggest clue was going to be given to her the night before the second task, Hermione was expecting to meet Draco in the library to finalize her plan. She had everything ready, the gillyweed that Harry had managed to procure/get from Neville and a backup spell that won't last long but just in case the gillyweed failed. But Draco didn't show up. She waited for an hour, tapping her foot and growing increasingly annoyed. She eventually stormed to his common room, only to find it empty. Her frustration grew when she realized that even Harry hadn't seen him all evening. What the is he up to? Hermione muttered, pacing the common room. She considered storming to the head office and demand a search party take place. Instead, she spent a restless night in her bed, her mind racing with irritation and worry. The morning of the second task dawned crisp and cold. Hermione stood on the shores of the Black Lake, knowing she was going to jump in to find something that is dear to her but no idea what. The buzz of the gathered crowd humming around her. Draco was still nowhere to be seen. That git, she mumbled under her breath, pulling on the enchanted swimsuit Draco had helped create. Despite her anger, her heart ached with worry. As the whistle blew, Hermione glanced at the other champions, Victor Krum, Fleur Delacour. Each had their own plan for the task, but Hermione was confident in her approach. She had spent weeks preparing to handle the murky depths of the Black Lake, and she wasn't about to let Draco's absence throw her off. She dove into the icy water, the gillyweed taking effect almost immediately. Her lungs adjusted to breathing underwater, and her legs transformed into powerful fins, propelling her forward. The water was dark and teeming with life, but Hermione kept her focus, weaving through the aquatic maze toward the task's destination. When she reached the central area, her heart stopped. Tied to the underwater structure were 4 figures, a young girl who must have been Fleur's person to get, Cedric's girlfriend, Victor's date, and, to her utter disbelief, Draco. What the actual? Hermione thought, her fury bubbling hotter than the frigid water around her. She swam to Draco, his unconscious form eerily calm in the swaying current. Anger flared as she realized the riddle's missing piece. She was supposed to rescue him. That's why he hadn't shown up last night, he had been taken by the damn mare people. Hermione glared at the nearby mermaid guards, who seemed amused by her reaction. You think this is funny? She wanted to scream, but all that came out were bubbles. With a strength born of both love and fury, she easily bested the mermaids away, and she untied Draco, holding him close as she glared at the mare people one last time. They gestured toward the surface, clearly indicating she had passed the task, but Hermione wasn't done. As she swam upward with Draco in tow, she silently vowed to find out who had orchestrated this and make them regret ever involving Draco. The test was simple to all 3 of them, it seemed all 3 of them had finished in a matter of 10 minutes. But back to her swimming up. And when they broke the surface, cheers erupted from the crowd. Hermione dragged Draco to the shore, her chest heaving with the exertion. Harry and Luna rushed forward to help, their faces a mixture of relief and confusion. What happened to him? Harry asked as Luna draped a warm blanket over Hermione's shoulders. He was the bloody thing I had to rescue, Hermione spat, glaring at the judges. Care to explain that? The judges looked sheepish. Madame Maxime and Karkaroff exchanged uneasy glances while Professor McGonagall stepped forward. It was meant to be a representation of what you hold most dear, she said gently. Draco was chosen because he clearly means a great deal to you. Hermione's anger didn't abate. You could have told me. Instead, I spent the whole night worrying about where he was, only to find him kidnapped by mermaids. Draco, now awake and looking groggy, placed a hand on her arm. Hermione, he said softly, his voice hoarse and tired. I'm fine. She rounded on him. Fine? You disappeared without a word, and I was left to think you just ran off or something. Draco winced, his usual confidence dimmed. I didn't have a choice, he admitted. They told me last minute. Said I couldn't tell you. Hermione let out a frustrated sigh but pulled him into a hug nonetheless. You scared the out of me. Later that evening, back in the common room, Hermione's students greeted her like a hero. They had handmade banners and signs, and they cheered loudly as she entered. Jason, one of her most advanced students, even attempted to lift her onto his shoulders before being stopped by Draco's withering glare. Despite her exhaustion, Hermione smiled, feeling the love and support of her friends and students. She had earned the highest score again by being the fastest, but the win felt secondary to having Draco safe and sound. As the night wore on, Hermione curled up with Draco on one of the couches, her hand playing idly with the golden bracelet he had given her at Christmas. She glanced at him, her irritation finally fading as she realized just how much he meant to her. I love you, she said softly, the words slipping out before she could stop them. Draco looked down at her, his eyes warm. I love you too. For the first time all day, Hermione felt truly at peace. The second task was behind her, and though challenges surely lay ahead, she knew they'd face them together, and knew she was never going to let anything ever happen to the man of her life. Martial arts tournament, study, 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 and pictures of Alex. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The months that followed the second task passed in a surprisingly quiet manner, though they weren't without their share of activity. Hermione found herself settling into a rhythm at Hogwarts just like always, balancing her classes, teaching her martial arts students, and spending as much time as possible with Draco. With the last task of the Triwizard Tournament looming over her, life was busy but enjoyable. One of Hermione's proudest moments that term came about a month after the second task when she organized an inter-school martial arts tournament for her students. The idea had come to her on a whim. But might have been from watching a movie over Christmas about the same thing, but with a little convincing, and a lot of persistence, she managed to get the headmaster's support, and even funding, for medals and trophies. The event was a massive success. Nearly all her students participated, from first years to her advanced group of third years, and the entire school came to watch. Banners flew in the stands, enchanted with moving images of students flipping, kicking, and sparring. The energy was electric, and there was no house rivalry with this as only about students not what house they were in. Jason, one of her most talented third-year students, ended up winning. While Hermione was thrilled for him, she couldn't help but feel a slight letdown. Deep down, she'd hoped for a dramatic, movie-like upset or a surprise underdog victory. Instead, it was Jason's technical skill and relentless practice that won him the gold. She reminded herself that this was the whole point of teaching, watching her students succeed. Still, the tournament sparked something in the school. The headmaster decided to make it an annual event, and the energy from the day lingered in the halls for weeks. Hermione basked in the love and appreciation of her students, who seemed to admire her even more now. Despite the triumph of the tournament, Hermione couldn't avoid the mounting responsibilities of the Triwizard Tournament and her regular schoolwork. Draco, always the pragmatic one, made sure she stayed focused. He practically dragged her to the library most days, surrounding her with piles of books and parchment. Hermione, however, had other ideas. Draco, she said one afternoon, her quill hanging limp in her hand. Can't we go to the room of requirement? I'm sure I'll work better in a cozier environment. Draco glanced up from his own notes, a smirk on his face. Hermione, we both know what happens when we go there with only us both. No. The answer is no. You've got homework and studying to finish. She groaned dramatically, leaning back in her chair. I hate this. I could be doing kicks by the lake or running drills with my students. Or we could be snogging under a tree, or more in the room of requirement. Or, Draco said, sliding another book toward her, you could stop whining and learn that protection charm for the final task. You know, the one that might save your life? Hermione sighed but relented, diving back into her studies. Draco wasn't wrong, even if his insistence drove her up the wall. Adding a dose of lightness to her days were the daily pictures her parents sent of Alex. Recently, their little brother had started playing a game of mimicry. Every photo Hermione sent home with her and Draco and Harry, the next day with a picture of Alex striking the same pose. One day, she sent a picture of herself with a mock-serious face and her arms crossed. The next, Alex appeared in a photo, dressed in his toddler best, arms crossed with a scowl so exaggerated to look like hers, it made Hermione and Harry burst out laughing. Draco, though slightly less amused, found himself roped into the game. Hermione declared that all future pictures home would include him, and despite his initial reluctance, Draco complied. Seeing Alex's tiny face light up in mimicry of their poses made it all worthwhile. The final week before the third task arrived far too quickly for Hermione's liking. She felt torn between preparing for the tournament and keeping up with her regular coursework. Though she'd given up Quidditch at the start of the year to focus on her responsibilities, and she had done what she wanted with Quidditch, and her schedule was still packed. Draco had taken it upon himself to act as her taskmaster, keeping her on track with studying and spell practice. One evening, Hermione slumped onto a library chair, utterly drained. Draco, she whined, can't I just practice spells? I'm good at that. This studying nonsense is driving me mad. Draco, who was flipping through yet another dusty tome, didn't even look up. No. You have exams after the tournament, Hermione. You need to focus on everything, not just the task. Hermione pouted but picked up her quill. You're so bossy, she muttered, though she couldn't help but smile. She knew Draco's strictness came from a place of love and worry, and she adored him for it. The day's letter from home provided a brief respite. Alex had started attending a toddler group, and the pictures showed him in his most grown-up clothes, holding a paintbrush in one hand and grinning like he'd just created a masterpiece. Hermione's heart melted when she noticed his expression mimicked one of her own from the last picture she'd sent home. He's adorable, Hermione said, showing the photo to Draco. And look, he's copying me again. Draco studied the picture, a soft smile on his face. Yeah, he's cute. But you're cuter, he teased, pulling her in for a quick kiss. Flattery won't get me to want to study harder, Hermione said, though she kissed him back anyway. As the final task loomed, the days were a blur of preparation and stolen moments of joy. Chapter End Notes. So here is 2 new parts today, with missing like 3 days this week, and with only having 3 more parts to go, I might make it 2 by making 2 of them into 1, but we are near the end of this story, and so I guess thanks for reading this far and see you tomorrow, smiley face. Beating the last task in minutes and helping a very naughty Dark Lord. Chapter Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The third task of the Triwizard Tournament was finally here. The maze stretched out before Hermione like it went forever and the other champions, its hedges towering ominously and twisting into a labyrinth that promised trials and challenges at every turn. Yet, as Hermione stood at the entrance, her mind wasn't on the maze itself. Instead, she thought of Draco and Harry, who had both tried to give her advice that morning. Harry had gone on about keeping her wits about her, and Draco had practically begged her to stick to what they had rehearsed. But as the whistle blew, signaling the start of the task, Hermione had a very different idea, leaving it for a surprise for everyone, well if it worked. The other champions sprinted into the maze, disappearing into its tangled pathways. Hermione, however, took a moment to consider the challenge. Why bother playing by the maze's rules? I hate mazes anyway, she muttered to herself, gripping her wand tightly. She pointed it at the hedge wall in front of her and cast a blasting charm. With a thunderous boom, a massive hole ripped through the greenery. Smoke and leaves rained down around her, and she grinned triumphantly. And shouting, "Shortcut time!" Stepping through the wreckage, she cast the same spell again, and again, creating a direct path through the maze. Behind her, the hedges started to grow back, but she didn't pay them any attention. She was already moving forward, casually strolling toward the center of the maze. From the stands, chaos erupted. The students watching were either laughing hysterically or screaming in disbelief, while the teachers frantically debated whether this was even allowed. McGonagall, the new headmistress of Hogwarts, seemed more amused than upset. "She's not technically breaking any rules," she said, though her lips twitched as if she were holding back a smile. One of the visiting headmasters wasn't so restrained and threw a punch at the referee, who was trying to calm the man down but was not doing a great job. The man in frustration said, "How is this fair?" But Hermione was blissfully unaware of the commotion she was causing. She reached the center of the maze in record time, 3 minutes flat, and stood before the glowing Triwizard Cup. She tilted her head, inspecting it. "That was easy," she said to herself, reaching out to grab the cup. The moment her fingers touched it, the world spun around her. She felt a tug behind her navel and was whisked away. When the whirlwind of magic stopped, Hermione found herself standing in a dark, eerie graveyard. The air was heavy, and the silence was unsettling. Before her was a bubbling cauldron, large and ominous, with smoke rising in green and black tendrils. Next to it stood a short, fat man, holding what appeared to be the ugliest baby Hermione had ever seen. "Merlin's beard," she said, wrinkling her nose. "What is that?" "It's hideous." Then thinking, is this part of the tournament? The man turned to her, looking affronted. "How dare you insult the Dark Lord? This is not a baby, this is the future ruler of the wizarding world." Hermione blinked, processing his words. Then she squinted at the creature. "Wait, that's Voldemort?" She snorted. "I thought he was supposed to be terrifying. He looks like a melted potato." The fat man, who she realized must be some idiot or something letting that baby control him, shuffled nervously. "You won't be laughing for long. With your blood, and this potion, the Dark Lord will rise again, more powerful than ever. And then I will finally get magic, and be like my pa and brother." Hermione shrugged, clearly unimpressed or caring to be honest. "Right, so how much blood are we talking here? Just a few drops, or?" The man blinked at her, his bravado faltering. Just a little, I suppose?" "Great," Hermione said. "Let's get this over with. I've got a boyfriend waiting for me back at school." The man looked at her suspiciously but decided not to press the matter. He awkwardly held out a dagger. "Cut your hand and let it drip into the potion." Hermione rolled her eyes but complied, slicing a small line across her palm and letting a few drops fall into the cauldron. As soon as her blood mixed with the potion, the cauldron roared to life. Sparks shot out, and the liquid bubbled furiously. The man, looking giddy, dropped Voldemort, the ugly baby form and all, into the brew. The graveyard was filled with smoke and eerie green light. Hermione shielded her eyes, coughing as the fumes overwhelmed her. When the smoke cleared, she peered at the cauldron, and blinked in confusion. Standing in the cauldron wasn't a terrifying Dark Lord, she was expecting to just kill and then go on with her life. It was a boy, no older than 6, with messy blonde hair and a scowl that looked comically oversized for his small face. "Wait, this is Voldemort now?" Hermione asked, pointing at the child. The boy turned his glare on the man. "You fool! Why do you still have an arm? You were meant to cut it off. This isn't even the right blood." He stomped his tiny foot. "And why don't I have my magic?" The fat man, who was already trembling, fell to his knees. "My lord, I thought it would work. I followed the instructions exactly. Please give me my magic I've been wanting." "Clearly, you didn't," And you failed, so you are not getting any magic, you are getting something better, Voldemort spat. His high-pitched, childish voice made Hermione bite back a laugh, with how it reminded her of Alex when he did not get his own way. The boy raised his hand, trying to cast a spell, but nothing happened. He tried again, growing increasingly frustrated. Why can't I do magic? Hermione, deciding she'd had enough with this little boy who needed some cuddles with how cute he is and how upset he looked, and obviously has no magic, with her thinking that he would have had accidental magic by now with the anger he was showing, walked up to the pint-sized Dark Lord. All right, calm down, little man, she said, scooping him up into her arms. Put me down, you filthy mudblood. Voldemort screeched, kicking his legs uselessly. Hermione bopped him gently on the nose. Nope. You're coming with me. Someone needs to deal with you, and it's clearly not going to be this bumbling idiot. She gestured toward the fat man, who was still kneeling on the ground, looking completely lost, and crying on the floor. Hermione carried the squirming, wailing child through the eerily quiet graveyard, her mind racing with a mix of confusion, exhaustion, and annoyance. She still couldn't quite process how a Triwizard Tournament task had turned into her babysitting a pint-sized version of the so-called Dark Lord. The boy, well, Voldemort, apparently, was small, angry, and utterly helpless. His earlier attempts at magic had failed spectacularly, and now, he was reduced to teary protests as Hermione tried to figure out what to do with him, while bouncing him in her arms. As she reached the edge of the graveyard, she spotted a small, cozy-looking house just beyond a row of skeletal trees. Warm light poured from its windows, and a wreath hung cheerfully on the door. Hermione took a deep breath, shifting the crying child in her arms. All right, little guy, she muttered. Let's see if these people can help you. The boy wriggled again, tears streaking his dirty face as he yelled, Put me down, you filthy mudblood. I demand to be treated with respect. Hermione stopped and stared at him, unimpressed. First of all, no one's going to respect a boy acting like a tantrum-throwing toddler. Second, you're in no position to demand anything. Third, she booped his nose, making him squeal indignantly. You're adorable when you're mad like you are now with that blonde hair and cute upset face. With that, she marched up to the house and knocked firmly on the door. After a few moments, it opened to reveal a middle-aged woman with kind, curious eyes and a gentle smile. She wore a cozy cardigan and clutched a mug of tea in one hand. Oh my, the woman said, her gaze falling on the angry upset boy. What happened here? Hermione mustered her best concerned citizen expression. I found him wandering alone near the graveyard. He was crying, and I thought he might be lost. The woman's brow furrowed as she looked at the boy, whose teary tantrum had subsided into hiccuping sniffles. Now in front of this Muggle woman, poor dear. Do you know his name? The woman said. Hermione hesitated, realizing she had no idea what name Voldemort might go by in this form. Certainly not Voldemort, that would raise too many questions. Thinking quickly, she said, he hasn't said. I think he's too upset. The woman softened further, stepping aside to invite Hermione in. Come in, dear. Let's get him warmed up. Hermione shook her head politely. Thank you, but I really need to get back home. I just wanted to make sure he was safe with living too far to carry him, so I thought you might take him and call the right people. Of course, the woman said, her voice full of understanding. I'll call child services right away. My husband and I have been thinking about fostering a child, and perhaps this is a sign of going for it. Hermione's heart twisted slightly at the thought, but she reminded herself this was for the best. She knew if this was not part of the task, then they would kill this boy with who he is. So she adjusted the boy in her arms one last time and smiled gently at him. You'll be fine here, okay? They're going to take care of you. The boy, clearly still overwhelmed, buried his face in her shoulder, not at all wanting to be giving to this Muggle, so he clinging to her robes for a brief moment before being passed to the woman, with him not being able to hold on to her. Hermione didn't linger. She said thanks and goodbye, taughty woman. She turned quickly and headed back toward the road, her thoughts jumbled. As she walked away, the woman cooed softly to the boy, who was now sniffling, crying, shouting mudblood stop repeatedly. But the woman treated like the little boy, just saying things and said, "Oh, what a handsome little thing you are. Don't you worry, sweetie. We'll make sure you're safe." The boy muttered something unintelligible, but the woman didn't seem to mind. She brought him inside, shutting the door against the chill of the night. Hermione glanced back only once, her heart heavy with an odd mixture of guilt and relief. She had no idea what the boy's fate would be, but she hoped this was a chance for him to live a normal life. For her, it was time to return to Hogwarts, and hopefully leave this bizarre chapter behind, and smiled. She won, and that's great. With her smiling, thinking she showed all of them she is the best. But how is she going to get back? But then remembered something that one of her little ninjas said. She raised her wand and summoned the night bus, not knowing it was going to work, but it came and she got on saying Hogsmeade and of it shot. Chapter end notes. So this is kind of the last chapter, with there will be a prologue of 8 years in the future, and then one that will tell you what all the people are up to who I don't mention. The end, epilogue, and what happened to people 8 years on. Chapter notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The early morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, bathing the cozy bedroom in a soft glow in their big house in Norfolk. Hermione stirred, her head resting against Draco's chest, his arm draped protectively around her. It was a familiar scene for the young couple, now 22 years old, living a content life in a quaint Muggle town, away from everything magic really. Hermione's days of intense battles and world-changing adventures seemed far away now, replaced by the warm chaos of raising 3 lively children, in a nice open place where they can run and have space to do what they want in life. Draco groaned as Hermione shifted, her thoughts already racing. She glanced at the clock on the nightstand, 5 a.m. Right on time. She knew her 2 oldest, Naruto 5, calling him that for well old time's sake, and Sam 6, would already be awake and bouncing with energy, eagerly waiting for their morning martial arts practice. Their youngest, Ed, was still too young at 3 years old to join in, but watched his brothers with wide-eyed admiration, watched and joined in the running and push-ups and such, mostly the exercise. 5 more minutes, Draco mumbled, his voice groggy, pulling Hermione into him, not wanting her to go and start the activities just yet, and he would have to get up then, with needing to get the boys' food ready, with that as his job, with Hermione being martial arts, getting the washed and changed. Hermione kissed his forehead and chuckled. "I'd love to, but you know how our boys get without their morning exercise. And don't forget, today's the big day for Alex." Draco sighed and opened one eye, his expression softening at the mention of his brother-in-law. "I still can't believe he's 11 already. Feels like yesterday he was running around with his stuffed stag and fox, pretending to be just like you and Harry." Hermione smiled wistfully. "My little baby brother, off to Hogwarts. I'm proud of him, but it's going to be hard saying goodbye, with him coming to know more of my lessons to be a cool ninja." Draco tightened his arm around her briefly, his way of offering comfort. "We'll see him again at Christmas, and knowing Alex, he'll probably take over Hogwarts by the end of his first week, and end up sending a picture to you and Harry every day the same you both did to him. Besides, we've got our hands full with Naruto and Sam here at home." Hermione laughed softly. "Naruto's as energetic as I was when I was little, and Sam's competitive streak is downright terrifying. Poor Ed doesn't stand a chance when he gets older." Draco smirked. "Ed's more like me. Quiet, observant, biding his time. He'll probably end up ruling the house once he figures out how to get them to follow him." Hermione kissed him on the cheek. "I should go. The boys will be waiting, and I still have to get everyone ready for the train station." Draco let her go reluctantly, watching as she threw on a comfortable outfit and tied her hair back. "Just don't let them wear you out too much. We still have work to do today, and remember you are now carrying the next 2 troublemakers in your tummy." "Don't worry," Hermione said with a wink. "I'll just tell them what to do, and not do anything dangerous, be back before you know it." Downstairs, the front garden was already alive with activity. Naruto and Sam were outside, stretching and talking animatedly, their golden blonde hair glinting in the early morning sun. They were the spitting image of Hermione from her days as Naruto Uzumaki, bright-eyed, energetic, and full of mischief. Seeing them brought a bittersweet pang to her heart. Her life had changed so much since those days, and she wouldn't trade it for the world. "We're ready to kick butt, Mommy," the boys called out in unison, their voices full of confidence and excitement. Hermione crossed her arms, grinning at them. "Alright, ninjas, show me what you've got." The next hour was a flurry of kicks, punches, and laughter as Hermione led them through their routine. Even at 6 and 7 years old, Naruto and Sam were impressive. Their moves were sharp and precise, and their energy seemed endless. Hermione couldn't help but feel proud. They reminded her so much of herself, not just in appearance but in spirit, and was happy they managed to have lots of friends and while not amazing loved around the small town they lived in with the pranks they do, but were not hated like she was back at their ages. After their training, it was time to prepare for the trip to King's Cross Station. Sam was bouncing with excitement, practically vibrating as he wanting to see the train. Ed toddled around the house, clutching his stuffed fox and Leppy with him loving them with them reminders of his parents, with getting swept up in the excitement. "When I grow up, I'll go to Hogwarts too," Ed declared, his little voice full of determination. Hermione crouched down and ruffled his hair. "You sure will, sweetie. But right now you are going to have a bath with Sam and Naruto and then get Rex set to be fine staying home alone, okay baby?" "Rex?" The family dog barked happily at the mention of his name, wagging his tail as he circled Ed. The puppy had been a gift last Christmas and had quickly become a beloved member of the household, with Ed not looking amazing happy with Laven his puppy along but nodded wanting to see the train as well and hig Uncle Alex goodbye so said okay mommy and ran up to find his brothers. With Hermione sighing happily thinking in less than a year there will be 2 more running around with her having twins in 6 months. The entire family gathered at the station, Alex clutching his ticket with a mix of excitement and nerves. Hermione knelt down to give him one last hug, holding on a little tighter than she meant to. "Be good, okay? And write to us every week. I want to hear all about your adventures." "I will, big sis," Alex said, his grin lighting up his face. He turned to Draco and Harry, giving them both quick hugs. "Bye, brother Draco." "Bye, big brother Harry." Draco smirked and ruffled Alex's hair. "Remember, no one's better than a Granger of a Malfoy. Show them what you're made of." Harry chuckled. "And if anyone messes with you, you know how to kick their asses," with their parents not being well too happy with their youngest being told to fight, but hugged him tightly saying how they love him and miss him and how he needs to write straight away to let them know he is safe and happy. As the train pulled away, Alex waved furiously, shouting, "Love you all, and I will be the best ninja at school you will see." Hermione wiped away a tear, leaning into Draco's side as the train disappeared from view. "He's going to be amazing. I just know it." Draco kissed her temple. "Of course he is. He's got the best sister in the world." Back at home, the house felt a little emptier knowing Alex's presence won't be here anymore, but they needed to get their 2 older kids to Muggle school. What Draco was not too happy to begin with when Hermione said they were going with him, not liking the idea, but now is fine with them learning all sorts of stuff he did not know and made plenty of friends. What is worth more than a lot of stuff seeing them running around with them. Draco set to work as well at the magical bank while Hermione took the 2 older to the school she on her teacher at, with Ed going to nursery. But the boys, as always, kept her on her toes, not being the most behaved boys in her class, but there was a sense of peace and contentment in their little world, always, maybe made her let them get away with certain things. She did not need to work really. Draco's mom made sure they had the money, with Draco making more than another for all of them to live happily alone, but Hermione wanted to be close to her kids and well enjoyed teaching, and Draco's mom would come over and would normally look after Ed when she can, but Hermione wanted him to make friends so made him go to nursery at least 3 days a week while spending the other 2 with her out and about. Nani her kids called her, and she was going to let it public that she is expecting 2 more kids into their loving family. So Hermione's life was perfect and she would not let anything change it. The end. The Lives Built. Draco Malfoy. Draco continued to excel in his career as a magical banker, making an impressive name for himself in the wizarding financial world. His work brought in a steady income, allowing the family to live comfortably and ensuring Hermione could pursue her passions without worry. Draco's once stern demeanor had softened over the years, and his role as a doting husband and father became the center of his life. He often spent his evenings helping Hermione wrangle their energetic boys, with the number of boys growing every year now, or sneaking in stolen moments of affection with his wife. Harry Granger, Potter. Harry's life was a whirlwind of responsibility and joy. With 2 pregnant wives, Luna and Ginny, and already 4 children between them, his household was a happy, bustling hub of activity. Harry had embraced his unconventional family dynamic with open arms, delighting in the chaos and love that surrounded him daily. Financially, he thrived by selling his story of his life and his sister's as well, with writing her story with well, making the end up with her was the destroyer of Voldemort. The books and memorabilia practically flew off the shelves, securing a comfortable future for his growing family, and he carried on writing stories for children mostly, with loving his own kids' happy faces reading them. Jason. Jason, Hermione's loyal friend from her Hogwarts years, remained a close part of the family. He and Draco had grown surprisingly close, with both ended up working at the same bank, and Jason often joked that Hermione had married the wrong guy to him, knowing it winds him up. But surprisingly, they were close and spent at least one night a week out having a guys' night at a pub, whatever that entails. But Jason and his partner had just welcomed their first child, a bright-eyed baby girl who they named Amelia. Visits to the Granger Malfoy home were frequent, filled with laughter, shared stories, and the occasional chaos of having so many children under one roof. Hermione Granger Malfoy. For Hermione, life was full and rich. She found a sense of balance between her Muggle teaching career and her occasional visits to Hogwarts to help with the martial arts program she had built, and students still run. Her students who she taught had mostly all now in the world living their lives, but it made her smile seeing Alex as a year 1 already one of the top students in martial arts and in his year, and loved when she got to teach the next generation of her ninjas there at least once every 3 months. And she cherished every letter from Alex at Hogwarts, filled her with pride, and she eagerly awaited their summer reunions. With Draco by her side and her children thriving, Hermione felt that she had truly found her place in the world. Alex Granger. At 11 years old, Alex was thriving at Hogwarts, sorted into Ravenclaw, where his sharp mind and endless curiosity found a perfect home. With a mix of Hermione's determination and Harry's natural confidence, he quickly made a name for himself as both a top student and a fearless adventurer. His love for martial arts carried on, and he even became the top student in the ninja club his sister started, eager to follow in his sister's footsteps. Though he missed home, his letters were always filled with excitement, detailing his discoveries, friendships, and the occasional mischief. He still loved his parents and wrote to them as well every day, but also idolized his older siblings and made sure to at least write once a month to his nephews and nieces, with having a lots of them now, and was determined to make them proud of him, already dreaming of the day he would stand beside them, not as the little brother, but as their equal. Voldemort, now George Williams. Far away from the magical world, George Williams, formerly known as Voldemort, with having no magic with the potion turning him into a normal boy, was living a life he never could have imagined. At 12 years old now, he was a happy Muggle boy, with keeping the memory of his dark past out of his head, with him not wanting to remember his old life. His loving adoptive parents had given him a stable, nurturing home where he thrived. He walked to school each morning with his best friends, laughing and joking, his days filled with the simple joys of childhood. At home, his 6-year-old little brother idolized him, and George took his role as a big brother seriously, guiding and protecting him with care and affection. For him, the world of wands and dark magic was nothing more than a distant, forgotten shadow that he was fine with forgetting ever existed. The end to story.